Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Kathleen Bate, aka the #1 American pro hero, Star and Stripe, glared at the cloudy blue sky ahead of her as she rode on top of a fighter jet. She was a woman on a mission. Several days ago, a rogue fireworks truck blew up the Lincoln Memorial and disappeared without a trace. Citizens all over the country were devastated. So when the truck was spotted driving around Japan somehow, Star was tasked with hunting it down. A case like this would normally get handed off to the heroes of Japan, but as one of the faces of patriotism, Star felt it her civic duty to handle this herself. That was a justice she owed to each and every state except Ohio. A sentiment the government agreed with wholeheartedly. We'll be approaching Japan in 1 hour. Jasper, one of Star's brothers-in-arms, spoke into his earpiece. Star, do you know where we should land? I always do. Star said as she called upon her quirk, I know the location of the fireworks truck. Mustafa. Someone write that down. When one of her brothers confirmed the location, Star revoked the order. She wished she knew where in Mustafa the truck was, but she knew New Order wasn't good at specific details. Plus, she'd always forget those details when the order got revoked. But weirdly enough, she always kept whatever emotion the information provided her, this one being satisfaction. Man, her quirk was weird. Alright, you all know how this works. Star said as the jets landed, we're going undercover, so dress casually, but not too casually, Arnold. You never let me have any fun, Arnold muttered as he changed out of his Hawaiian shirt. You'll all be searching the area in groups of 2. Except me, obviously. Any questions? Jasper raised his hand. Did you remember to bring your Clark Kent glasses so you won't get recognized? Ye of little faith. I always keep a pair in my dash. Star reached into her pocket, only to feel nothing. DMN it. After the squad had a good laugh at that, Jasper dug into his backpack and pulled out 2 pairs of glasses. Would you like the Groucho glasses or the Barbie glasses? Barbie, obviously. Star remained ever vigilant as she walked down the streets of Mustafa. Don't let the fact that she was eating several sticks of yakitori distract you. She was on her A game. She was a MSTR tracker, and so were her boys. Honestly, she wouldn't be surprised if this mission took less than a day. Star was pulled from her thoughts as she heard the sounds of running footsteps coming from the sidewalk across from her. She turned to see a green-haired boy in a middle school uniform getting chased by a blonde boy and 2 other kids in similar uniforms. She saw how roughed up and frightened the green-haired boy looked, and she immediately jumped into action. This might not have related to her current mission, but she was still a hero, DMN it. Jumping high into the sky and landing between the boy and his tormentors, she shot the blonde boy and his cronies a suspicious glare. And just what do you think you're doing? Move it, lady. This doesn't concern you. The blonde boy yelled. If it didn't, I wouldn't be a hero. Star removed her glasses, and the 2 cronies' eyes widened in realization and horror. That's Star and Stripe. Let's cheese it. One of them yelled before they both ran off. The blonde boy, however, stood his ground. You're really Star and Stripe? He asked in an unimpressed tone. In the flesh. Upon stating that, Star sensed extreme fanboy energy radiating from the green-haired boy behind her. But she focused her attention on the bully. Now, what's your name, kid? Katsuki Bakugo. And I'm not afraid of you. You're just a Rule 63 all-might wannabe. Star let out a chuckle. Man, if I had a nickel for every time I heard that, I'd be able to open a second agency in Japan. Kaken, that's Star and Stripe. The green-haired boy spoke up. She's more than a wannabe if her skills and power rivals All Mights. Katsuki scoffed, doesn't matter. When I become the next #1 hero, her skills won't mean SHT to me. Star raised an eyebrow at that. You're saying you wanna be a hero, kid? Yeah. You got a problem with that? In place of a response, Star turned to the green-haired boy and asked, Kid, was this guy messing with you? The boy nodded. Does he do this often, by chance? Aha. Then yes, I have a problem with that, Star said to Katsuki. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Katsuki demanded. Listen, despite how differently Japan tackles bullying compared to America, I'm pretty sure bullies don't make good heroes in either country. F you. You don't know anything. I know your name and the fact that you lack self-awareness. So that gives me the ability to do this. Star tagged Katsuki on the shoulder and said, Katsuki Bakugo is now self-aware. As soon as the order was spoken, Katsuki's eyes widened as he leaned back, seemingly making an important realization. Oh, my God. You figured it out? Star asked expectantly. I have. Katsuki stared at his own hands in contemplation. This is all just a work of fan fiction. Hey. It's all fan fiction. Katsuki suddenly yelled. It's all a story based on a popular anime and manga franchise, a collection of one-shots where I'm the antagonist. You're what? Katsuki shook his head. No. I'm not the antagonist. I'm the butt monkey. Just a two-dimensional JRK that readers watch because they derive joy from my suffering. All because they don't like my canon self. Katsuki clenched his forehead like he was experiencing a headache. Oh God. I can see the alternate versions of myself in this fic. In so many chapters, I've been beaten up, humiliated, and had my quirk taken away more times than I can count. At this point, Katsuki was running in circles like a chicken that got his head cut off, which made him look really stupid. Hey! I heard that. Katsuki said to me, the narrator, not realizing how much of an idiot he looked like to the people watching him. I don't care how much of an idiot I look like, stop dunking on me all the time. But that's like half the reason I made this fic. Besides, what'll you do to me if I don't? I'll kill you. You can't kill an omnipotent being, idiot. And even if you did, that would cause the destruction of your whole universe. What's that supposed to mean? I literally control everything. Without me, there would be no one to write your next actions. Here, watch. Bakugo Katsuki decided it was a good idea to punch himself in the face. Oh. Hell. I think that proves my point. Now, this fourth wall break has gone on long enough. Let's get back to the actual plot. After witnessing Katsuki have a one-sided conversation with himself, Star decided to revoke the self-awareness order. Okay, might have made him a bit too self-aware, she said to herself. Katsuki may have lost his self-awareness, but the emotions from the experience still remained. I'm going home to rethink my life, he said as he walked off, his voice devoid of all emotion. With Katsuki gone, Star turned to Izuku. You okay there, kid? That guy didn't rough you up too hard, did he? Now, under any other circumstances, Izuku would have responded to the question. But in this case, being in the presence of a number one pro hero messes up his judgment. So he said the first thing that came to his mind. Oh my God. You're number one American pro hero, Star and Stripe. He pulled out a notebook from somewhere and opened it to a page with a drawing of the heroine in question on it. Can I have your autograph? Star let out a light chuckle. I'll take that as a sign that you're okay. But sure, I'll sign your book. The nearest pen will appear in my hand. Suddenly, a 3-foot-tall pen materialized from thin air and dropped into Star's open hand. That's weird. I must be near a Ripley's or something. She mused. As she signed her name on the notebook, Star couldn't help but read the theories and analysis surrounding her quirk on the page. Gotta say, kid, not a bad guess on my quirk. I mean, it ain't right, but you got a few details down. Izuku beamed at the praise. Really? Thank you so much. After Star finished writing down her name, she revoked the order and bent her knees, preparing to leap up into the sky. Welp, it's been fun, kid. But I've got a fireworks truck to catch. Hold on. I just have to ask you, wait, did you say fireworks truck? Izuku asked. Yeah. Blew up the Lincoln Memorial a few days ago. That truck wouldn't happen to be blue with tinted windows and yellow headlights, would it? It is. Have you seen it? I saw it parked in front of my apartment this morning. It might still be there. That's great. Where's your apartment? It's right at the end of Yavin Street. Star's smile widened as she grabbed Izuku and placed him on her back. Lead the way, kid. Izuku pointed to his left. It's that way. But why am I on your back? We're traveling in style. What's your name, kid? Izuku Midoriya. But what does that have to do with dash? Izuku Midoriya has the durability of All Might. Now hold on tight, it's gonna be a bumpy ride. That was the last thing Star said before she took off and soared through the air, dragging a horrified Izuku along with her, who clutched onto her back for dear life. This is the coolest and scariest thing that's ever happened to me. Izuku yelled over the rushing winds. Yeah, I get that a lot, Star nodded in return. Several seconds later, the pair landed right in front of the fireworks truck, right where Izuku said it would be. As the boy caught his breath, Star walked over to the truck and ripped the door off its hinges. Unfortunately, there was no driver to be found. Damn it, Star cursed under her breath. Looks like I'll have to get the boys to bring the tow truck around. She then turned to Izuku, whose face was still pale. You all right there, kiddo? Yeah, I'm good, Izuku huffed as he tried to regain his posture. Thank you for the ride home, I have a quick question for you. Okay, shoot. It's just, well, do you think someone could be a hero, even without a quirk? Star looked up as she scratched her chin in thought. Without a quirk, you say, yeah. It's just, I've always admired All Might and how he serves as a beacon of hope, and I've always wanted to do what he does. I've always wanted to save people with a smile on my face. So do you think I could do that? Do you think it's possible? Well, Star began to answer, I can't personally say I've seen a quirkless hero before. But just because I've never seen it doesn't mean it's impossible. I mean, most of my squad is quirkless. And while they're not heroes in the traditional sense, they're certainly my heroes. I don't think I'd be where I am without them. Izuku's eyes glimmered with hope. So you're saying, I'm saying I think you could. But it doesn't hurt to keep your options open. There are more ways to help people than just hero work. You seem like a smart guy, maybe the support course would be more your speed, who knows? In the end, the choice is yours. But as long as you got the drive and perseverance, I think you can do whatever you set your mind to. Izuku gave Star a watery smile as he wiped several tears from his eyes. Thanks, Star. You've given me a lot to think about. But whatever I choose, I promise I'll do my best. And that's all you can do. Well, that, and lift some weights every now and then. Never hurts to put a little meat on your bones. I will definitely keep that in mind. Great. Star shot Izuku a thumbs up, which the boy returned. Just then, a red tow truck pulled up in front of the fireworks truck. Welp, looks like I gotta go. Hope to see why around, kid. Before the tow truck could latch onto the hood of the fireworks truck took off in reverse at 1,000,000 miles an hour. What? How did? There was no. Star stood stammering for a moment before she took off after the truck, yelling, Get back here, you. The tow truck followed behind her shortly after, leaving Izuku standing there in shock and confusion. Izuku wasn't sure what he had just witnessed, nor did he understand what the whole fireworks truck thing was about. But that didn't matter since his mind was currently focused on what Star had just told him. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how useful the support course would be for him. After all, if he wanted to be a quirkless hero, he was likely going to have to rely on support items to make up the difference. And the idea of turning his analysis into a tangible asset seemed really appealing to him. Who knows? Maybe he had been looking at his dream from the wrong angle. 1 year later. And the winner of this year's sports festival, from Class 1H, Izuku Midoriya. Star watched from her flat-screen TV as the green-haired boy stood on the podium, crying his eyes out. Thankfully, all his support gear seemed to be waterproof. As All Might hung the first-place medal around his neck, Star nodded in satisfaction at the TV screen. There was no doubt in her mind that he had just earned a place in UA's heroics course. I knew you could do it, kid. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 burst into the room with tears in her eyes. Izuku, baby. Are you okay? I'm fine, Mom. Izuku gave a weak smile of assurance, it's just a broken arm. 𝐒𝐭 rushed over to the hospital bed and pulled her son into the tightest hug she could manage without hurting him. Please don't try to undermine this, Izuku. A broken arm is serious. It'll get better soon. I can learn to write with my left hand. You don't have to worry about me. 𝐒𝐭 let go of the hug and wiped a tear from Izuku's eye. Honey, it's a mother's job to worry. It's only because I don't like seeing you hurt. Besides, 𝐒𝐭 let out a small smile, I know if I were the one to break their arm, you'd be twice as worried. Okay, yeah, I guess you're right, Izuku reluctantly conceded. 𝐒𝐭 chuckled before her expression shifted back to worried. So tell me, how did you end up breaking your arm? She stared at her son with hopeful eyes, practically begging for him to be honest with her. Izuku tried to hide his conflicted look, but 𝐒𝐭 could see right through it. Well, I fell down the stairs. Nobody pushed me or anything, I just tripped. Oh, 𝐒𝐭 felt her heart ache at her son's answer. She knew he was being bullied for the longest time and wouldn't tell her out of fear of making her worry. But 𝐒𝐭 was more perceptive than her son thought. She noticed the burn marks on his uniform, the scratches and bruises that littered Izuku's body when he got home each day, and the medical equipment that would sometimes fall out of his bag. And worse yet, she knew the main perpetrator was Katsuki Bakugo. Even though her son was unaware, 𝐒𝐭 had tried countless times to stop the bullying. But no matter how many times she reported to the school, no matter how many times Mitsuki disciplined her son, Izuku would always come home the next day looking worse than the one prior. 𝐒𝐭 already struggled to accept this reality as it was. But this was when she would reach her breaking point. She had a strong suspicion that a certain someone pushed her son down those stairs. After learning Izuku would be out of school for a week due to the injury, 𝐒𝐭 decided this was the perfect time to take matters into her own hands. She knew she wasn't the best mother in the world. The guilt of not supporting his dreams still lay heavily on her conscience. But she would be determined if she let anyone hurt her son for a minute longer. Before she got her office job, 𝐒𝐭 Midoriya was a nurse. As such, she was incredibly grateful the old-school nurse got run over by a fireworks truck, allowing her to take their place. Now, if she wanted a quick and easy revenge, she could just use her quirk on Katsuki and be done with it. After all, the human body contained a multitude of small objects she could use her quirk on. Including but not limited to, eyes, teeth, finger and toenails, hair, most bones, testicles, but she wasn't going to do that. Not only was tearing out a minor's testicles illegal, but she wanted things to be a bit more personal. She would still be using her quirk, just in a different way. In fact, she read over Izuku's notes on said quirk to remind herself exactly what she could do. A lot. She could do a lot. And it all started after her first week on the job, which she would spend gathering information in preparation for her scheme. Monday every day, at exactly 7:46 a.m., Katsuki Bakugo would walk by the nurse's office on his way to class, flanked by one or two of his cronies. Thankfully, 𝐒𝐭's desk was just out of their line of sight, so Katsuki hadn't yet found out she was the new nurse. Heck, even if she wasn't out of sight, 𝐒𝐭 figured Katsuki would be too focused on himself to turn his head 90 degrees to the right. But that was neither here nor there. At the moment, 𝐒𝐭 focused on the explosive boy's shoes. All it took was one tug of the laces from her quirk to undo the knot. Several seconds later, 𝐒𝐭 heard the sound of a body faceplanting the floor. Who the F untied my laces? She heard Katsuki yell. Maybe they just came undone, one of Katsuki's cronies answered. Bullshit. I tie them tight. They never come undone. 𝐒𝐭 knew he was right, but fortunately for her, any knot will fall apart easily if you know where to pull. And sure, tripping Katsuki in the hallway seemed small in comparison to the burns he'd been giving her son on a daily basis. But 𝐒𝐭 knew better than anyone that sometimes the little things can really get to you if they pile up. And 𝐒𝐭 planned to keep on piling. Tuesday, it was the middle of the school day when 𝐒𝐭 walked into the empty shoe locker room. The first thing she did was use her quirk to mess up the chips in the security cameras, ensuring no one would see what she was about to do next. Walking over to Katsuki's locker, 𝐒𝐭 used her quirk to open the lock from the inside, just like Izuku's notes theorized she could do. Once it was open, 𝐒𝐭 took out Katsuki's shoes and replaced them with a pair of the same brand that was one size too small. Once again, it wasn't much. But 𝐒𝐭 knew the mild discomfort would increase Katsuki's agitation, making him more vulnerable to the next phase of her plan. But that was on Friday. She had to wait until after school to repeat this process with his school shoes. And maybe, if she had the time, she could do the same with his gym uniform. Wednesday, Katsuki passed by the nurse's office once again, looking far more agitated than usual. But 𝐒𝐭 couldn't focus on that for too long. She only had a small window of opportunity to use her quirk before he was out of her range. Focusing on the front pocket of his backpack, 𝐒𝐭 felt around with her quirk until she could sense all the pencils and pens stored inside. She focused on the ends of each writing utensil and pulled at different angles to snap them in two. Normally, broken pencils and pens would be seen as a minor inconvenience. But 𝐒𝐭 had read up on the teacher's schedules and knew Katsuki had a math quiz every Wednesday. If Katsuki didn't want to flunk this week's quiz and threaten his top dog status, he would have to ask to borrow someone else's pencil. But 𝐒𝐭 knew how prideful the boy was and how much he hated accepting help from others. No matter which option he picked, it would be a huge blow to his ego. Thursday, normally, if you wanted to mess with someone's food, you would make it super spicy. But Katsuki was a different breed. He only ate the spiciest foods imaginable. 𝐒𝐭 had no idea how his stomach survived half the things he ate. As such, when 𝐒𝐭 walked by the cafeteria and saw Katsuki distracted by yelling at another student instead of eating his bento, she took the opportunity to use her quirk to remove the spicy seasoning from his food. 𝐒𝐭 couldn't help the small giggle that came from her mouth when she heard Katsuki spit out his food and audibly yell, "What the F is this? Did someone mess with my goddamn food?" Of course, Katsuki would be looking for someone in his immediate vicinity to pin the blame on. 𝐒𝐭 knew he was petty like that. And she was also aware of how important this tidbit would be for tomorrow. Friday, someone's been messing with me, and I don't know who. 𝐒𝐭 figured Katsuki would want to vent to his cronies about the horrible week he just had, but she didn't expect him to do it right as he walked by her office first thing in the morning. But she figured she might as well take advantage of it. After pressing the record button on her phone, she threw it out into the hallway and used her quirk to stop it in place. She was once again grateful her son figured out she could freeze objects mid-attraction. Maybe it's just a coincidence. She heard one of Katsuki's cronies reply. What was his name again? Oh, right, Kusumoto. The one with the rocks for hair. Don't call me paranoid, rockhead. I know when someone's out to get me. Katsuki snapped back. I'm not calling you paranoid. I mean, it's just a few minor annoyances. It could all be a series of coincidences. Oh, really? 𝐒𝐭 could feel Katsuki's glare from where she was hiding. Kusumoto gulped. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't think I don't know what you've been doing. What do you think I've been doing? You think you could get away with messing with me and passing it off as a series of coincidences? Well, you're wrong. Yep, just as 𝐒𝐭 anticipated. All of Katsuki's built-up anger needed an outlet, which meant he would be willing to go off on the first person who even vaguely called him out. Kusumoto backed up against the wall as he nervously pleaded. Now hold on, Bakugo. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Katsuki popped several small explosions in his palms. Oh, I'm not jumping to any conclusions. This decision is completely sound of mind. Now die. Katsuki lunged at his classmate, about to release an explosion, when 𝐒𝐭 ran out into the hallway and used her quirk on Katsuki's hair to pull him sideways. Oh! What the dash! Before Katsuki could comprehend the situation, 𝐒𝐭 grabbed him by the ear and dragged him down the hallway. You're going straight to the principal's office, young man, 𝐒𝐭 scolded. Katsuki looked up in surprise and confusion. What, Auntie 𝐒𝐿? What the hell are you dash? Up, bup, bup. I don't want to hear another word out of you until we're there. 𝐒𝐿 was only dragging Katsuki to the principal as a formality. She knew this school wouldn't give him any actual consequences. But as she attracted the phone back to her hand, she thought of a few other schools that would. Hi, Mom. Izuku greeted as he walked through the door. Hello, sweetie. 𝐒𝐿 greeted in return. How was school? Better than usual. No one seemed to bother me today. Izuku caught what he just said and immediately went to correct it. I mean, it's not like they normally bother me or anything. It's just, Kaken seemed oddly quiet today. Of course, 𝐒𝐭 knew the reason for Katsuki's silence. Ever since she mailed off the footage to several hero schools, they collectively decided to blacklist him from their entrance exams. Mitsuki had told her he'd gone catatonic upon hearing the news. Well, maybe you should give him some space, sweetie, 𝐒𝐭 advised. Okay, I guess, Izuku nodded. I'll be in my room if you need me. Sounds good. Oh, and Izuku. Yes. 𝐒𝐭 walked over and pulled her son into a tight hug. I love you. Izuku returned the hug with equal force. I love you too, Mom. As Izuku ran off to his room, 𝐒𝐭 turned and opened a cupboard drawer. Inside was a list of the names of each of Izuku's teachers. Katsuki may have been taken care of, but she still had to deal with the teachers who allowed his bullying in the first place. Not to mention the other ways they mistreated Izuku in class. 𝐒𝐭 let out a small, devious grin as she stared at the list. Katsuki was only the beginning of her vengeance upon all Dera Middle School. As Izuku Midoriya walked past the abandoned office building on his way home, he allowed himself to reflect on his day. Besides the beating from Katsuki before lunch, it was pretty good. That might not sound like such a good day, but Izuku didn't even get blown up once. Izuku counted his blessings, not his problems. But none of that mattered as Izuku walked up to his apartment. He had about an hour until his mom got home from work, so he figured he might use that time to do some homework. And maybe work on his analysis. However, all those plans went out the window when he opened the door and was greeted with a man in a gray and black mask rummaging through his refrigerator. Ah! A burglar! Izuku instinctively shouted out. The masked man quickly noticed him and screamed as well, Ah! A not burglar. I like your hair. Izuku was taken aback by the burglar's odd behavior. But he was also flattered by his compliment. Oh, thank you. But how did you get into my house? Picked the lock like a pro. No. I pole vaulted through the window. I'm getting mixed messages here. Well, too bad for you. It's a quirk-related mental condition. Izuku embarrassingly scratched the back of his head. He could tell that it was a touchy subject for him. Oh, sorry about that. It's fine. I'll never forgive you. Even though Izuku was confused by the burglar, he didn't sense any malice or danger from him. Mostly just indecision with a twinge of desperation. If you don't mind me asking, Mr. Burglar, sir. What's your name? 𝐻, like I'm telling you. Jin Bubaigawara. Okay, Mr. Bubaigawara. I have about 55 minutes till my mom gets home. Would you like to join me for some tea? Jin smiled underneath his mask. Thank you, that's very kind. F you. That's very rude. Izuku decided to listen to the former response as he heated up the tea kettle. So, Mr. Bubaigawara, Izuku took a sip of tea. Why were you ransacking my fridge? I was hungry. Jin took a sip of his tea as well. But he was still wearing his mask, so none of it ended up in his mouth. Also, I'm unemployed. Unemployed? Izuku asked to confirm. Yeah. Accidentally ran over some guy with my bike, and then he blacklisted me from ever getting a job. But the crash was totally tubular, man. Izuku let out a quiet gasp. Well, that seems unfair. And that's not even the worst part. Jin bemoaned. A fireworks truck blew up my old apartment a week later. It's nice to have a fresh start. What? That's horrible. You're telling me? Still only the second worst thing to happen to me. Izuku's eyes widened. Second worst thing. Jin clutched his head in frustration. Why do I keep blurting these things out? Because I've kept them bottled up for so long and I'm desperate for an outlet. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. But if you do, then I'd be more than happy to listen. Izuku tried to put a reassuring hand on Jin's shoulder, but the man immediately flinched at the touch and made defensive karate motions with his hands. Hey! No touchy. I'm fragile. Or maybe I'm not. Nobody knows. But that wouldn't happen to have anything to do with that worst thing that ever happened to you, does it? Jin slumped over in defeat. Okay, you got me. Nope. Completely wrong. You lose at Jeopardy. The truth is, I have a quirk that lets me make clones. Oh, like ectoplasm. 𝐒𝐿 pointed out. Ectoplasm's a beach butt mothif. And unlike him, I don't know whether I'm the original or not. I love living a constant existential crisis. Upon hearing that, 𝐒𝐿 stood up and paced back and forth in contemplation. Man, that sounds incredibly nerve-wracking. Like, I couldn't even begin to comprehend the existential implications of a situation like that. Welcome to my life, population, your mom. 𝐒𝐿 paused his pacing as he came to a realization. But, maybe that doesn't matter in the long run. Jin raised an eyebrow in suspicion. What you talking about, fool? I'm just saying, whether you're real or a clone, you're still Jin Bubaigawara. Sure, you should probably live life assuming you've got the fragility of one of your clones. But even if you were one, that doesn't change the fact that you're the same person at heart. At least, I'm assuming your clones aren't wildly different in personality. You clones still have the memories of before they were made, right? They do, Jin whispered as he sat wide-eyed on the couch. He held up his hands to his face and began wiggling his fingers. Same memories, same personality. Even if I'm a clone, I'm still me. Jin didn't even notice the tears flowing through his mask, but 𝐒𝐿 did. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me get you a tissue or something. He was startled as Jin suddenly jumped off the couch and raised his hands up high as he cheered. Yeah, you're right. So what if I'm a clone? It don't matter. I'm still devilishly handsome either way. Oh, I'm glad you feel that way. 𝐒𝐿 smiled. Jin rushed over and pulled 𝐒𝐿 into a wild handshake. Thank you so much, green boy. I really needed to hear that. You're the worst person I've ever met. Before 𝐒𝐿 could respond, Jin bolted out the door, screaming, time to get my life back together. Smell why later. 𝐒𝐿 was left confused, but he was still happy he managed to help someone with their personal struggles. Still, it was a shame he'd probably never see that guy again. 1 week later. You can't run forever, Deku. 𝐒𝐿 was well aware of that fact. For some odd reason, Katsuki and his cronies thought it would be a good idea to chase him all the way home. He had managed to avoid them so far, but they were gaining on him, and he was running out of breath. He needed somewhere to hide. 𝐒𝐿 looked around for any spots, and his eyes zeroed in on the abandoned office building. Wait, no, it didn't look abandoned anymore. He saw someone with a bag of bagels walking in through the doors. Still, it was as good a hiding place as any. 𝐒𝐿 made a sharp right turn, ran through the office doors, and then tried to hold them shut as if he were blocking out a horde of zombies. He didn't know what he was doing. Why did he expect himself to actually be able to keep them out? There were, like 4 of them, and one of them was Katsuki. Though, to his surprise, none of them had made it in yet. They all stood outside, angrily pulling at the door. Did someone lock it the moment he ran in? This isn't over, Deku. Katsuki yelled from behind the glass. We'll get you twice as bad tomorrow. Did somebody say twice? Because that's not my name. 𝐒𝐿 heard a familiar voice say, Mr. Bubaigawara. 𝐒𝐿 exclaimed. In the flesh. I'm a figment of your imagination. I didn't think I'd see you here of all places. I thought you had a black mark. Screw the black mark. I made my own business. In a week. How did you manage that? Before Jin could answer, the office building's elevator opened and out came half a dozen people who looked exactly like him. 𝐒𝐿 came to a stunning realization. Wait, are you the only guy who works here? You bet. All the Jin clones answered at once. Welcome to One Man Army Incorporated. That's amazing. How did you do it? All the Jin clones spoke simultaneously. Anything's possible with enough manpower. It's all a fruitless endeavor. 𝐒𝐿 was beginning to feel a little creeped out. Okay, I know you're all the same person, but how are you all talking at the same time? Did you rehearse this in advance? We went through a quirk awakening. We're a hive mind now. Get out of my head. Cool, 𝐒𝐿 nodded. So, what does your company do? Business. 𝐒𝐿 wanted to argue against that, but he didn't know what most office buildings did either. Besides, Jin clearly seemed to be doing well for himself. Well, it was nice seeing you again, but I have to get going. Izuku went to open the door, but Jin stopped him by placing an arm on his shoulder. Hold on, those kids seemed really scary. You should beat them up. Izuku gave a nervous shrug. It's mostly just 𝐭𝐴𝐾 I have to worry about. And he's fine as long as I stay out of his way. That doesn't sound right. You should let him bully you. Izuku gawked. What? 𝐭𝐴𝐾 doesn't bully me. He just calls me names, and beats me up, and takes my stuff, and bullies me. Jin slammed a fist into his open palm. We need a revenge plan. I agree with me. Suddenly, all the clones took tape measures out of their pockets and began measuring Izuku from all sides. What are you doing? Izuku asked as he tried to remain as still as possible, which was his natural response to being measured. We're gonna clone you. The Jins announced, then you can gang up on your stupid bully. What? I don't wanna beat up 𝐭𝐴𝐾. Besides, I'm sure just the idea of there being two of me would be enough to make him go insane. As soon as the words left his mouth, Izuku's brain hatched a new idea. You know what? Yeah. That would work even better. How many clones of me can you make? As many as you want, sweetheart. Though I don't think there'll be a hive mind like me. Izuku's smile twisted into a devious grin. That's fine. I know we'll all be on the same page. The next day, Katsuki grabbed Izuku by the collar and slammed him against the wall. I told you today would be twice as bad. You know I never go back on my word. Katsuki sneered. I know, 𝐭𝐴𝐾. I know. Izuku nervously stuttered. How about we start small today? Give me your notebook so I can blow it up. I don't have my notebook on me. Oh, here you go, said a voice eerily similar to Izuku's. Katsuki slowly turned his head to see an exact replica of the boy handing himself a notebook. Katsuki dropped Izuku and furiously wiped at his eyes. I must be seeing things, he muttered to himself. When he opened his eyes, there was only one Izuku again. Thank God, there's only one Deku. After that brief scare, Katsuki lost the motivation to beat up Izuku, so he just left the boy trembling against the wall while he made his way to class. However, when he entered the classroom, he was shocked to see Izuku already at his desk, somehow having beaten him to the punch. Oh. Hi, 𝐭𝐴𝐾. Izuku waved. What? How the F did you? 1 second. Katsuki ran out of the room and back to where he was just tormenting Izuku. Sure enough, he was still there, trembling against the wall. Katsuki took a deep, calming breath as he pinched the bridge of his nose. No. It's just my mind playing tricks on me. There's only one Deku. As Katsuki slowly trudged to class, he noticed a student standing in the middle of the hall and shoved them out of his way. Move it or lose it, dips hit, he grumbled. Oh, sorry 𝐭𝐴𝐾. Katsuki immediately froze at the voice. He slowly shifted his gaze to see yet another Izuku, looking confused at his horrified expression. What? Was it something I said? Nope. Nope. There's only one Deku. Katsuki assured himself as he slowly backed away, only to bump into another Izuku. I'm sorry, there's only one of whom? Izuku asked innocently. He said there's only one of me, a third Izuku interjected. No. There's only one Deku. There's only one Deku. Katsuki yelled as he ran off. He didn't know where he was going. He just needed to get away from Izuku. His panicked eyes spotted the bathroom, and he immediately ran in, only to be met with two Izukus muttering to each other. Oh, hi 𝐭𝐴𝐾. They both greeted. Katsuki booked it out of the bathroom and ran into a nearby classroom which was usually empty this time of day. But it wasn't empty when he entered. Katsuki immediately noticed all the desks were filled by Izukus, while one stood at the front of the room, giving a lecture about All Might. That Izuku quickly noticed Katsuki's frantic entrance and said, 𝐭𝐴𝐾. You're just in time for class. Katsuki immediately slammed the door and ran down the hallway as fast as he could while frantically repeating, There's only one Deku, only one D, only one Deku. Screw school. He needed to get out of here. He ran to the school's front entrance and blasted the door off its hinges. But then he suddenly paused when he saw what waited for him outside. It wasn't an army of Izukus, it wasn't a dozen Izukus, it wasn't even 2 Izukus. It was just one Izuku, standing outside, looking nervously at Katsuki. "Are you okay, Kaken?" he asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Katsuki let out a crazed laugh as he breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. There's only 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐷eku. Oh, Kaken. Yeah. Turn around." Katsuki did as he was told, too tired to object, and was met with a wall of Izukus, each smiling at him incredulously. "Hi, Kaken," they all said in unison. It was at that moment when Katsuki felt his sanity shatter into a million pieces. "I need therapy," was the last thing he said before passing out. All the Izukus laughed in unison as one of them caught Katsuki's unconscious body. One clone turned to a nearby bush and said, "All right, Mr. Bubaigawara, I think that's enough. You got it, dude. This charade has gone on for long enough," Jin said as he popped out from the bush. He snapped his fingers, and all the Izukus except one dissolved into puddles of grey sludge with smiles on their faces. "Looks like Operation Make Kaken Think is crazy so he'll attend therapy was a success." Izuku cheered. "Well, that was fun, but I gotta go," Jin said as he walked off. "Remember, if you ever need a clone in the future, go to someone else, you freeloader." "I will, Jin," Izuku said as he waved goodbye. "I will." When Jin left, Izuku stared down at the unconscious Katsuki in his arms. "Okay, what the hell am I supposed to do with an unconscious Kaken?" "Oh, right." He took out a Sharpie and drew cat whiskers on Katsuki's face. Izuku glanced at his new seatmate as he kept up with the day's math lesson. Koji Koda was his name. Izuku assumed he had some sort of rock quirk based on his jagged-looking face, but that could just as easily be a secondary mutation. But Izuku wasn't focused on his quirk. He was concerned about just how silent the boy had been. Sure, he figured Koda would still be shaken by the whole fireworks truck thing. But he didn't even properly introduce himself to the class. He just quickly scribbled his name on the board and scrambled to his desk. Izuku wanted to give Koda a friendly greeting, to offer him a hand of friendship, to assure him Aldera wasn't as hostile as it initially seemed, which was a lie, but a little assurance could go a long way. But he just couldn't bring himself to say anything. Izuku could come up with several reasons for this. He was never much of a people person to begin with, he could have been having an off day, Koda's shyness could have been contagious, or he had just been burned by friends too many times both figuratively and literally. But Izuku knew deep down that he was just a coward, too complacent in his little bubble to reach out. It might have had something to do with Katsuki continuously beating Izuku back into his bubble every time he tried to crawl out, but the fact still remained. Izuku just hoped Koda could find some friends who were better than him. After an uneventful school day, Izuku stopped at a local park on his way home from school. It was a quiet place. Somewhere he could go to recuperate from any particularly difficult day he had. But today, he just wanted to take in the scenery. And take in the scenery he did. Izuku sat on a bench and closed his eyes as he breathed in the fresh air around him. It was practically dead silent, save for the rustling leaves caused by a light breeze. As Izuku's ears instinctively focused on even the quietest sounds he could hear, he caught wind of something he never thought he would hear. Was that singing? It was. Izuku turned to the source of the singing and was met with a small clearing in the forest. Letting curiosity take hold, Izuku got up and trekked his way through the woods. The further he got, the more he could make out the singing. It was a deep voice, seemingly male, and he seemed to be singing opera. And DMN, he was singing good. Izuku wasn't much of a music aficionado, but even he could recognize when someone had a voice like honey butter. When Izuku pushed past the last of the branches blocking his way, his jaw dropped in surprise when he saw Koji motherfucking Koda singing his heart out in the middle of the forest. He wasn't alone, either. He was surrounded by a small audience of forest critters. Birds, deer, squirrels, bunnies, and mice. Needless to say, Koda was looking like a real Disney princess. When the song finished and 𝐭𝐸𝐻 bowed to his animal friends, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 couldn't help but let out a quiet little clap and cheer, attracting the attention of both the singer and the audience. The forest critters immediately scurried away while 𝐭𝐸𝐻 stood there and buried his face in his hands, looking embarrassed beyond all belief. "Oh, sorry." 𝐒𝐿𝐵 apologized, "I didn't mean to intrude. It's just, you have a lovely singing voice." 𝐭𝐸𝐻 peeked an eye out from his hands, but otherwise didn't react. So 𝐒𝐿𝐵 continued. "I mean, the animals certainly agreed with you. Is your voice just that good?" 𝐭𝐸𝐻 shook his head no. "Oh. Well, does it have something to do with your quirk, by chance?" 𝐭𝐸𝐻 nodded his head yes. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 figured the rock-headed boy wasn't the talkative type, so he aimed to keep his questions simple from that point forward. "Does it allow you to communicate with animals?" He nodded yes. "Really? That's amazing. There are so many applications for a quirk like that. You could be a zookeeper, or an animal tamer, or a vet, or maybe even a hero." At the mention of the word hero, 𝐭𝐸𝐻 removed his hands from his face and pointed excitedly at 𝐒𝐿𝐵. "Oh, you're aiming to be a hero. That's great. I mean, you seem to be good at getting animals' attention. I bet you'd be a shoo-in for UA's heroic course." 𝐭𝐸𝐻 shrugged as he waved his hand in a SOSO gesture. "What? Why not?" 𝐒𝐿𝐵 asked before coming to a realization. "Oh, right, your shyness. Is that your biggest issue right now?" 𝐭𝐸𝐻 shook his head no before pointing down at the dirt beneath him. "Dirt? What does that have to do with your quirk?" 𝐭𝐸𝐻 shook his head and crouched down to the dirt, where he made a scuttling motion with his fingers at ground level. It took 𝐒𝐿𝐵 a moment to figure it out. "Is it bugs? Do you not like bugs?" 𝐭𝐸𝐻 snapped his fingers and nodded yes. "Why's that? Is it because they are hard to communicate with?" He frantically nodded yes. "Ah. That makes sense. But still, you seem to have great quirk control. And with a voice like that, you're bound to have a successful hero career." 𝐭𝐸𝐻 blushed in embarrassment at the praise. "I mean it," 𝐒𝐿𝐵 insisted. "It's a very powerful voice. I know you're shy and all, but maybe it would help if you had just one person to practice on. If you don't mind, that is." After biting his lip and mulling it over for a moment, 𝐭𝐸𝐻 clenched his fist and nodded determinedly. He took a deep breath and then sang out another operatic tune. He seemed a little tense while singing at first. But after about a minute, 𝐭𝐸𝐻 began to relax his shoulders and loosen his posture, possibly forgetting there was a human audience at all. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, for his part, sat back and enjoyed the music. He knew 𝐭𝐸𝐻 had a gift, and he'd be DM'd if he didn't help his new friend nurture that talent into something the world could enjoy. But for now, he was content to just wait out in the woods. With introductions out of the way, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and 𝐭𝐸𝐻 could now truly appreciate the others' company as they sat next to each other in class. 𝐭𝐸𝐻 still wouldn't talk directly to 𝐒𝐿𝐵 or anyone, for that matter, but 𝐒𝐿𝐵 had gotten better at understanding him through his gestures and body language. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 quickly found that with this new friendship came the discovery of certain, unexpected things about 𝐭𝐸𝐻. For starters, his backpack was unusually heavy, but not because he had a lot of school supplies. 𝐭𝐸𝐻 brought his pet bunny to school every day. When asked about it, 𝐭𝐸𝐻 sheepishly explained that UI gets extremely lonely when he's not around. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 wasn't sure about the implications of stuffing a rabbit in a backpack for hours at a time, but he wasn't the animal expert here. Another thing 𝐒𝐿𝐵 noticed was that 𝐭𝐸𝐻 seemed to have formed a friendship with the mice infecting 𝐒𝐵𝐿𝐵. He'd sometimes noticed the boy disabling mouse traps and sneaking cheese into the holes in the wall. This relationship seemed to be a two-way streak, because 𝐒𝐿𝐵 swore he saw the mice help 𝐭𝐸𝐻 cheat on his last math test. The weirdest thing, however, was when 𝐒𝐿𝐵 caught a glimpse of 𝐭𝐸𝐻 doodling in his notebook during class. It was mostly sketches of animals and nature, but what stood out to him was a drawing of Katsuki Bakugo getting clawed at by birds. And just next to that was a sketch of Katsuki getting tied down by mice and force-fed cheese. Now, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 was no stranger to doodling his revenge fantasies. He was only human, after all. But throughout his weeks at 𝐒𝐵𝐿𝐵, he hadn't seen Katsuki speak a single word to 𝐭𝐸𝐻. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 felt his curiosity grow, and he quickly decided to figure out what beef 𝐭𝐸𝐻 had with the explosive blonde. "𝐭𝐸𝐻, do you not like 𝐿𝐵𝐻?" Izuku asked as they walked through the park. Koda raised an eyebrow in confusion, clearly not knowing who Izuku was talking about. I meant Katsuki Bakugo. Do you dislike him? Koda nodded in confirmation, a bitter expression growing on his face. Can I ask why? Koda expanded his hands outward in an explosion-like gesture. Oh, you don't like his explosions. Yeah, they can be HRD on the ears sometimes. It was at that point that Izuku noticed Koda didn't even have ears. But he decided not to say anything. Koda violently shook his head no as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small mouse. It took Izuku a few moments to figure it out. Oh, is it the mice who don't like 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿's explosions? Koda nodded before pointing to a nearby bird nesting in a tree. Birds too. I'm guessing this extends to all the animals in 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿's vicinity. Koda gave an unfortunate nod. Well, maybe we can fix this. I'm sure 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿 wouldn't mind toning down the explosions a bit. I'm sure if we ask him, we can dash, like hell, I care about some dumbass rats, you dumb nerd. Katsuki yelled as he elbowed Izuku in the gut. Okay, maybe I thought too highly of 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿 there, Izuku admitted. Do you have any ideas? Koda reached into his backpack and pulled out the sheet music for one of his opera pieces. Oh, I get it. Izuku nodded. You want to sing at 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿 to convince the animals to rise up against 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿. Koda nodded, but Izuku noticed he looked a little unsure of himself. You're still nervous about performing around actual people, aren't you? Koda slumped over in defeat. Izuku immediately went over to comfort him. Hey, it's all right. I get it, anxiety 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿. Koda clenched his fists in frustration. Izuku could tell he really wanted to do this, but he still found himself held back by his own stage fright. Suddenly, an idea formed in Izuku's brain. Hold on a moment. You're only comfortable performing in the forest, correct? Koda hesitantly nodded, not knowing where Izuku was going with this. Obviously, we can't bring 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿 to the forest. But what if we brought the forest to 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿? Koda suddenly found himself intrigued by his friend's idea. The next day, Izuku and Koda arrived at the front of the school early enough to set Koda up for his big performance. It was simple, really. All Koda had to do was blast stock nature sounds into his ears at full blast while he wore a VR headset that played stock nature footage. Koda's family was wealthier than Izuku thought if they could afford VR. Sure, he couldn't see or hear anything besides his voice, but he felt like he was standing right in the middle of the forest. Oh, here he comes, Izuku whispered to Koda, forgetting he couldn't hear him. Are you doing something stupid again? Katsuki frustratedly asked as he walked up to the pair. No, we're not, 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿. We're giving you one more chance to tone down the explosions. If you don't, Koda's going to sing his heart out and turn all the animals against you. Katsuki gave a hoarse laugh. Ha! You think I'm scared of some stupid butt rats? I'd like to see you try. Izuku shrugged. Okay. You literally asked for it. He tapped Koda twice on the shoulder, signaling that he should start the song. After a deep breath, Koda started his operatic singing. It only took a few bars for all the animals in the vicinity to hear the song and spring into action. Katsuki stared at the school's entrance, expecting mice to burst through the doors. Unfortunately for him, he was blindsided when a flock of birds dived down and started clawing at him. Hey! God damn it! Katsuki tried to blow up the birds, but they were fast, and it was hard to catch them in the middle of a dive bomb, much less a dozen dive bombs at once. Eventually, the birds backed off, and Katsuki let out a satisfying grin, thinking he scared them away. He was quickly proven wrong as he felt something bite his ankle. He looked down to see he was surrounded by dozens of mice slowly climbing up his legs. Katsuki squealed as he jumped around, trying to shake them off. He couldn't use his quirk to blow them off his legs because that would end with him blowing off his legs. Had enough yet, 𝐭𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿? Izuku asked. F you, was Katsuki's response. Suit yourself. I just hope you'll change your mind after the squirrels. What 𝐒𝐻𝐽? Katsuki was cut off as he felt acorns and nuts rain down on him. Sure, they weren't that painful on their own. But put a bunch of them together, and they were bound to bruise. Just then, the birds returned and pecked at Katsuki's face, and Katsuki decided he had enough. Forcing all the sweat he could into his palms, he pointed his hands down and launched himself into the air with a huge explosion, sending all the animals flying off him. When Katsuki landed on his feet, he rushed over to Izuku and let out an explosion in his chest, sending him sprawling on the ground. "I bet you put Rockface up to this, didn't you, Deku?" Katsuki accused. "I bet you had yourself a good laugh watching me get my butt kicked by a bunch of rats. Well, guess what? What goes around comes around, you useless F." Katsuki charged up another explosion in his palm, but paused when he noticed the singing had stopped abruptly. He slowly turned to where the singer once stood, where he was then met with a furious-looking Koda with his arm already wound back in a right hook aimed at the face. Too slow to dodge, the fist connected with Katsuki's cheek, sending him to the ground. "Don't you dare hurt him," Koda whispered menacingly. Before Katsuki could let up, Koda tore off his headphones and headset, got down to dirt level, and belted a powerful note into the ground. Within seconds, a colony of red fire ants burst out of the ground and attached themselves to Katsuki, who screamed and writhed in pain at their fiery bites. "Oh, I'm gonna, get you for this, oh god. You nerds. Oh god, it burns." Katsuki yelled through the bites. Koda ignored Katsuki's wails of agony as he rushed over to Izuku and helped him up. "I'm fine, Koda. I'm fine." Izuku said, "I'm just glad you're alright." "Me too," Koda whispered. "But hey, look. You sang. And you saved me. You're becoming more confident already." "Thank you. Now come on." Izuku walked over to Katsuki's swollen body. "We should probably get Kaken to the school nurse." "I don't need your pity, Deku." Katsuki weakly yelled as he forced himself up and hobbled over to the nurse's office, wincing in pain at every step. Izuku shook his head. "I worry about him sometimes." "I don't," Koda smirked. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at his friend's joke, and Koda couldn't help but join in, too. "Stop laughing." Katsuki turned and yelled, but to no avail. When Setsuna Tokuge heard that a fireworks truck had destroyed her old school, she took that as a fresh start. So she ditched the Gyaru look in preparation for her first day at Old Dera Middle School. There was only one problem, however: she was freaking bored. After she introduced herself in front of her class, absolutely nothing of note happened for the rest of the school day. It was hard to have a new beginning if nothing's begun. Setsuna sighed as she closed her shoe locker. She was practically begging for some last-minute excitement. To her surprise, she would get her wish when she heard a loud "OW" coming from a few rows down. Peering around to the source of the scream, she saw a boy with green hair that kind of looked like parsley picking a tack out of his shoe, while a blonde boy with spiky hair resembling a pineapple lorded over him. What was that for? The green-haired boy whom Setsuna decided to nickname Parsley asked the blondie. Someone was getting a little too complacent and needed to be reminded of their place. The blonde boy whom Setsuna decided to nickname Pineapple sneered at Parsley. "Now get out of here before I really mess you up." As Parsley frantically ran out of the shoe locker room, Setsuna couldn't help the feeling of annoyance directed at Pineapple. She'd encountered her fair share of bullies at her old middle school, and this guy fit the bill to a T, especially with that cocky smirk that just made her want to strangle him. Setsuna realized there were two options available to her. Option A: befriend Parsley and help him stand up to his bully. Option B: conduct an elaborate series of pranks on Pineapple in hopes that it will somehow make him want to change his ways. She was going with option B. There was zero hesitation. Setsuna's one-sided prank war started small, just a simple wet willy. There was only one problem: she was in a different class than Pineapple. Though, that could also be seen as a good thing since it would make it harder for Pineapple to pin the blame on her. Either way, Setsuna was glad her quirk allowed her to split off and individually control her body parts. All she had to do was style her hair to cover her ears and one eye, and no one would notice anything was off. At least, as long as she kept her floating body parts hidden from plain view. But she had years of experience from trying to steal the cookie jar from the kitchen. That day in class, when she was sure no one was looking, Setsuna coated her finger in saliva before detaching it from her body, along with an eye and an ear. She quickly slipped those parts under her classroom door and floated them across the hall. She made sure to keep them near the ceiling and out of sight. After a few minutes of checking random rooms, Setsuna spotted Pineapple and Parsley sitting at their desks through one of the classroom windows. Sneaking her parts in, she slithered her disembodied finger up the back of Pineapple's chair before quickly sticking it in his ear. "Gah! Who did that?" Pineapple yelled as he shot up from his desk. He glared at the person behind him. "It was you, wasn't it?" What are you talking about?" asked Pineapple's seatmate. "Quiet down, Bakugo. We have a lot of material to get through today," the teacher instructed. Setsuna might have just figured out Pineapple's real name, but she decided the nickname was more fitting. Fine. Pineapple crossed his arms as he slumped back in his seat. Setsuna let out a satisfied grin. Prank number 1 was a smashing success. Sure, it might have been a little elaborate for a wet willy, but that made successfully pulling it off all the more satisfying. The next prank was much simpler in comparison. All she had to do was place a "Kick Me" sign on Pineapple's back while he walked down the hallway. With the general commotion that came from the lunch bell, Setsuna found it easy to detach a hand and place the sign on her target without anyone noticing. She inconspicuously followed Pineapple down the hallway, waiting for someone to take the bait. But to her disappointment, everyone else in the school seemed to be either too scared or too respectful of Pineapple to kick his butt. Oh well. If you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. Setsuna flew a detached foot over to Pineapple and kicked him in the butt so hard he fell flat on his face. She had to bite her tongue and hold her nose to keep herself from laughing. "Who the F did that?" Pineapple yelled as he got up. Rubbing the bruise on his butt, he felt the paper taped to his backside and held it in front of his face. After reading it, he angrily blew it up with his quirk and yelled, "Whoever did this to me is Fing dead. You hear me? F dead." Setsuna wasn't intimidated by Pineapple's threat in the slightest. And even if she was, she could always regenerate missing or lost body parts. By now, Setsuna figured Pineapple would be on the lookout for pranks, and she planned to take full advantage of that. The next day, she once again trailed behind Pineapple at a safe distance on his way to class. She made it look like her hands were buried in her pockets, when in reality, they were floating off somewhere else. When Pineapple got to his classroom, he slowly and carefully opened the door, seemingly paranoid that someone would pull the old water bucket on the door prank. But Setsuna never liked predictably, which was why her floating hands held the bucket of water instead. Before Pineapple could catch a glimpse, Setsuna's hands dumped the ice-cold water on his head, then dropped the bucket on him for good measure. "F, that's cold." Pineapple yelled to the laughter of the entire class. Even Parsley got a few chuckles in. "Anyone who just laughed is gonna Fing die," Pineapple yelled. Most of the class shut up after that, but they quickly continued when Pineapple left to get a spare uniform. If they thought that was funny, they were gonna love the next one. At the end of the school day, Setsuna watched from around the corner as Pineapple walked out of the classroom and stared unimpressed at her latest prank. "Really? A banana peel? How stupid do they think I am?" He made his way around the banana peel, only to slip on the wet floor Setsuna had prepared beforehand and fall flat on his back. This time, Setsuna couldn't help the full belly laugh that erupted from her stomach, catching the attention of an angry-looking Pineapple. "It was you, wasn't it?" he yelled as he stomped up to her. "Guilty as charged." Setsuna smirked. A slightly insane smile grew on Pineapple's face. "Well, I hope you heard what I said after the last 2 pranks, because you're gonna Fing die." He released an explosion right at Setsuna's head, who simply detached it and let it fall to the ground. When the smoke cleared, Pineapple was met with a seemingly decapitated Setsuna whose headless body collapsed right in front of him. After a few moments to digest the scene, Pineapple's eyes widened as he let out a silent scream, seemingly believing he killed her. As soon as Pineapple got his bearings and realized the gravity of the situation, he booked it out of the hallway as fast as humanly possible, and Setsuna got up to screw her head back on. "Wow. I wonder what's gotten 𝐒𝐿𝐵 so shaken up." She heard Parsley wonder to himself as he stepped out of the classroom. "Oh, don't worry, Parsley. I bet he'll be too traumatized to mess with you anymore," Setsuna answered, only to be met with a confused look from the boy. Have we met somewhere before? Oh, right. Setsuna never actually introduced herself to Parsley. She knew she was forgetting something. Oh well, no time like the present. Name's Setsuna Tokuch. Saw that pineapple guy messing with you and was like, what goes around comes around. Parsley's eyes sparkled as he gave a teary-eyed smile. You do that for me? Yeah, sure. Why not? Setsuna shrugged. Anyway, I'm hungry. Could really go for some Dino nuggies right now. Up for some fine cuisine, Parsley? Of course. I'd love to. Parsley nodded. Great. Because I just moved here, and I have no idea where anything is. Later that night, Katsuki rushed to fit as much into his suitcase as possible. He had just killed someone not too long ago. It was only a matter of time until they looked through the security footage. He had to run away, change his name, forge a new identity, then attend UA and become a hero with that new identity. As Katsuki stuffed another handful of clothes in his bag, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Checking it, he was met with a call from a number he didn't recognize. He immediately hung up, but was surprised when a voicemail appeared in his inbox a few minutes later. Praying it wasn't the police or a detective, Katsuki pressed play on the voicemail and listened in closely. Hey, Pineapple. It's Setsuna Tokuch, the girl you thought you killed. Guess what? You didn't kill me. My quirk just lets me detach my body parts at will. I would have let this charade continue for a few more days, but Parsley guilt-tripped me into coming clean. Man, the power of that boy's puppy dog eyes cannot be understated. Anyways, I hope you learned a lesson from this, or whatever. Just leave Parsley alone, and try not to actually kill anyone with your quirk. Okay. CYA. When the voicemail ended, Katsuki collapsed on his bed in relief. He thought he had just lost his entire hero career for a minute there. Considering his explosions killing someone wasn't out of the realm of possibility, he did not want a repeat of what he thought had just happened that day. Maybe I should stop screaming there all the time. Excuse me, Lord. I had a question. All for One turned at the doctor's voice. It seems he had one of those questions that could qualify as stupid enough to get him killed. If All for One still had eyes, he would have loved to see the nervous look on his face. Yes, Doctor. All for One replied, it's about Tomura. It's not that I'm questioning your methods or anything, but why did you transfer him to Aldera Middle School? All for One figured the doctor would have asked eventually. Thankfully, he was eager to share his latest ingenious plan. Do you remember our goal with Tomura, Doctor? Instill in him a fundamental hatred for hero society, and by association, All Might. Correct. But lately, I feel as if that hatred has been waning. So I decided to show him what the society he's supposed to destroy thinks of a quirk like his. After all, children can be cruel. That makes sense. The doctor nodded, but why Aldera in particular? I'll admit, it wasn't my first choice. But sometimes things happen. And you have to accept the fact that your number one option was blown up by a rogue fireworks truck. What? Nevertheless, All for One continued, I have taken extra precautions to ensure that by the end of the day, Tomura will want that school decimated. If I may ask, how did you do that, Lord? Tomura Shigaraki grumbled as he sat at his desk on the first day at his new school, making sure to keep at least one finger off the table at all times. Why the hell did Sensei not let him wear his gloves? Better yet, why did he explicitly instruct Tomura not to kill anyone on his first day? What kind of lesson was this supposed to teach him? Because all it was teaching him right now was that school is a boring waste of time. Regardless, Tomura had to go along with Sensei's stupid plans, lest he get his gaming privileges revoked. And if Sensei wanted him to go to school, he probably also wanted him not to flunk his classes. Tomura picked up his pencil and began following along with the teacher's lesson. That didn't last long, however. The moment he got too complacent in his writing, he let his pinky tap the side of the pencil, and it all collapsed into dust. Furrowing his brow at the inconvenience, Tomura went to unzip his backpack to get another pencil, only to find the zipper jammed in place. He grabbed the backpack and yanked as hard as he could. Unfortunately, he didn't realize he had grabbed the bag with all 5 fingers until he heard his school supplies fall out of the newly created hole and clatter on the ground. Sighing, he picked up a pencil off the floor and made sure he was extra careful not to let his pinky touch the wood. But with all the attention he was giving to his right hand, he didn't notice his left hand slowly decay the paper it held in place until it was already half dusted. Tomura grit his teeth as he slammed his pencil on his desk in frustration, his 5 fingers making contact with the wood in the process. At that moment, the entire desk collapsed in on itself and shattered into dust, attracting the attention of the entire class. After a moment of silence, the teacher spoke up. Perhaps this would be a good time to wrap up the lesson. With that, the lunch bell rang, and most of the students funneled out of the classroom. Tomura noticed the nervous and scared expressions directed at him and clenched his fist in frustration. It wasn't his fault he had bad quirk control. As Tomura bent down to pick up the school supplies that fell out of his partially decayed bag, a shoe suddenly stomped on the back of his hand. Looking up, Tomura was met with an angry-looking blonde boy staring at him like he was the sum of the earth. Standing up and rubbing his hand, Tomura grumbled, "Who the hell are you?" "Katsuki Bakugo," the blonde boy replied, "and I saw what you did to that desk. I know your type. You're just a villain waiting to happen. F off." Tomura spat as he turned to leave the classroom, but Katsuki grabbed him by the shoulder and spun him back around. "Don't think you're getting out of this so easily." Katsuki sneered as he popped an explosion in his hand. "If you won't learn your place, I'll just have to teach you." Before Katsuki could do anything, however, another boy with green hair and freckles got between the two of them. "Leave him alone, Kaken," he said. Katsuki shot the green-haired boy a glare full of murderous intent. "Get the hell out of here, Deku. Are you that much of a dumbass that you can't tell a villain from a hero? He didn't do anything wrong. You're only angry because you feel threatened by his presence. He should be the one who feels threatened." Katsuki yelled, "And so should you, because you look like you need to be reminded of your place, too." Without another word, the green-haired boy grabbed Tomura by the wrist and booked it out of the classroom. Katsuki didn't bother chasing after them. Instead, yelling, "You DMN cowards. You're gonna regret running, Deku. You too, HNDJB." Tomura had half a mind to pull himself from the boy's grasp and kill that explosive nutjob right then and there. But Sensei's orders echoed in his head, and he ultimately decided against it. He just hoped that wherever this Deku took him was quiet enough for him to game his frustrations away. "Sorry about Kaken." Izuku apologized as he shut the door to the roof. "He usually only goes after me. I guess he must have gotten freaked out when he saw you disintegrate that desk. I mean, I'm sure you didn't mean to do that or anything. It's just, you know what? Let's start over. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Tomura Shigaraki." The boy glared as he pulled out a Nintendo SWCH from his tattered-looking backpack and handed him a Joy-Con. "Now if you aren't gonna shut up, the least you can do is let me own you in Street Fighter." And own him he did. Izuku had never played Street Fighter before, so he barely got a few hits in before Tomura comboed him into next week. "I figured you'd be a noob, but this is just depressing," Tomura taunted. Izuku felt shame from his loss, but he also felt the drive to improve. "Hold on. Let's go another round." "Fine. If you like losing so much." The second game went better for Izuku compared to the first. He managed to get Tomura's health halfway down before losing this time. By the third game, Tomura had only won by a small margin. By the fourth, Izuku managed to squeeze out his first victory. And by the eighth, he had a winning streak going. "What the hell? You scared but at this game 15 minutes ago." Tomura yelled upon Izuku's fifth victory in a row. Izuku gave a sheepish grin. "I mean, once I noticed the patterns in how you play, it wasn't too hard to exploit openings in your attacks." Whatever. I'll rematch you later. Give me your phone so we can exchange friend codes." Izuku quickly fumbled his phone out of his pocket and handed it to Tomura, who proceeded to punch in his number. Izuku didn't have the heart to tell him he didn't have a SWCH. He was just too excited to finally have a friend's phone number. However, there was still something about the blue-haired teen that itched his brain. So, Shigaraki, if you don't mind, I had a quick question or two about your quirk. Tomura gave a long sigh. It's called decay. It destroys anything I touch with all 5 fingers. Happy now? Izuku nodded as he paced back and forth, deep in thought. Okay. Now that I know that, maybe I could help figure out your quirk control. The last thing you need is to give Kaken and his cronies another excuse to pick on you. Tomura huffed as he crossed his arms. It wouldn't be a problem in the first place if I just had my DMN gloves. Maybe you're looking at your quirk the wrong way. I mean, I'm sure it can be useful in the right hands. Tomura didn't look impressed. Oh yeah. How so? It would be great for eliminating waste and unwanted garbage. You could terraform land and make it easier for construction workers to build things on. And it would be far more effective at demolition than a wrecking ball. I don't care about doing any of that, Izzy. I'm not saying you have to take up any of those. I just think that having an open mind about your quirk will help you understand it on a more subconscious level. Oh, please. What would you know about quirks? Izuku felt himself subconsciously shrivel up at that question. Well, I guess there's only so much I can know compared to you. You know, since I'm quirkless. Tomura raised an eyebrow at that. Quirkless? Well, that explains why you're so obsessed with mine, he drawled. Sorry. I know a quirk like yours isn't all sunshine and rainbows. And I'm sure it runs a real risk of hurting someone. Like you wouldn't believe. But I can't help but look at the positives. I like to think every quirk has their own applications. Sure, you might not want to be a rescue hero like 13, but that doesn't mean you can't use it for good. Tomura stared at Izuku in confusion, like he viewed Izuku's words as a puzzle and was trying to decipher them. He seemed to give up partway through, because he just shrugged and said, "Thanks, I guess." Before Izuku could reply, the door to the roof was suddenly kicked open by Katsuki, who walked in with a cocky smile on his face. Kaken. Izuku yelped. I knew I'd find you two up here, Katsuki said as he cracked his knuckles. At least the freaks know when they're not wanted. Tomura rolled his eyes. Did you come up here to insult us, or do you just like wasting everyone's time? As he said this, he reached behind him and decayed a chunk of the roof into dust, which he held in his hand. It looks like you forgot about my promise from earlier. I thought it was a threat. Izuku stuttered out. No. Threats are when I go easy on you. Katsuki said as an explosion flared out of his hand. But before he could go any further, Tomura chucked the handful of dust into his face. Gah! God damn it! Izuku quickly got the message. He and Tomura ran around Katsuki to get the door. But before they could make it, Katsuki grabbed them both by the back of their shirts and threw them to the ground. Just because he could see didn't mean he couldn't hear. Bet you think you're smart, don't you? Katsuki yelled as he loomed over the boys, wiping the dust out of his eyes. Well, guess what? If you thought you were in trouble before, now you're really gonna get it. Izuku and Tomura both winced as they prepared for the incoming onslaught of explosions. Once the school day was done, All for One watched Tomura limp through the portal back into his secret base. He was covered in scratches and burn marks, no doubt delivered to him by a bully. It seemed like his plan was going better than expected. How was your day, Tomura? All for One asked innocently. Terrible. Tomura spat. I got beat up for accidentally dusting my desk. None of this wouldn't have happened if you let me wear my gloves. There was a good reason I did that, Tomura. Today was all a test, and you passed. Tomura looked up at All for One in confusion. Hey. I wanted you to experience the worst of what quirk discrimination had to offer in order to better prepare you for the world. And it looks to me like you got the message quite well. As a reward, I'll allow you to destroy the entire school tomorrow morning. Tomura looked at All for One with an expression of what he assumed to be disbelief. Really? Of course. All for One clapped his hands together. After all, I said you could destroy everything you hated. And I'm sure you hate that school more than anything. Later that night, Tomura sat at his gaming PC and played an FPS, but his mind was occupied somewhere else. By all accounts, he should be thrilled by destroying the school that targeted and attacked him. But for some reason, he just wasn't. He tried to picture himself dusting the entire school down to its foundation and watching the falling rubble kill everyone inside. But there was a small part of him that pictured Izuku among that rubble, and a feeling of discomfort wriggled around in Tomura's stomach. Throughout the shitshow that was his first day of class, Izuku was the one thing that he could consider even moderately positive. It wasn't every day Tomura met a worthy opponent in Street Fighter. And even though he wasn't quite sure what to think about what he said about his quirk, he could at least appreciate the gesture. It was almost like he didn't want Izuku to die or something, like he was worried about him getting caught in the crossfire. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. After about a minute, he clenched his fists and slammed on the keyboard in frustration. That might have caused his death in the game he was playing, but he couldn't bring himself to care. Sensei had always told Tomura to destroy the things he hated, but he never told him what to do about the things he didn't hate. Simple logic stated he should do the opposite of destroy, so that's what he decided to do. Okay, he wasn't going to create, but he would do the next best thing. Pulling out his phone, Tomura scrolled over to Izuku Midoriya's contact and texted him one simple message. "Don't come to school tomorrow." Izuku had no idea how long he stared at the message on his phone. But no matter how long he did, he still couldn't fully process it. He'd seen enough movies to know what this meant. And knowing full well what Tomura's quirk was capable of, he could deduce how he would do it tomorrow. His entire body screamed for him to tell someone. His mom, the school, the police, a hero, anyone. But he just couldn't. Call him selfish, call him an idiot, call him naive, call him a sentimental fool. He knew it was all true. But Tomura had been the first person Izuku could call a friend in nearly 9 years. He didn't want to lose his friend. Both trust-wise, and to the law. He knew he was making the objectively wrong choice, but he couldn't live with himself if he didn't at least try to talk his friend down from making the biggest mistake of his life. The next morning, Tomura stood in front of the towering wall at the school's backside. Classes were set to start soon, and there was no doubt in his mind that Katsuki was already in the building. Grinning, he raised his right hand and slowly placed all 5 fingers on the wall one by one, and small lines of crack began to form. "Stop!" Tomura instinctively pulled his hand from the wall, and the cracking halted. Turning to the source of the sound, he saw Izuku running up to him while breathing heavily. "What are you doing here, Midoriya?" Tomura asked flatly. "Don't do this, Shigaraki. Please." Izuku begged. "Why shouldn't I? You saw how they treated me, treated us for being outcasts. That Bakugo guy blew us up. And for what? Having a dangerous quirk. Having no quirk at all. You of all people should understand." "I do understand. I really do. I've gone to this school district my entire life. I probably understand better than anyone. But this isn't the right way to deal with it." "Why not?" "Sensei told me I could destroy anything I hate. And right now, I hate the school more than anything." "You can't kill everyone in the school, Shigaraki." Izuku shouted. "Sure, the teachers are terrible, but not everyone is like Kaken. I saw the looks they gave me when I disintegrated that desk. They are scared of me. They see me as a villain. Bakugo is just the only one willing to act on it. So that's what you're gonna do, here. Lean into the stereotype. It won't make any difference when they're all dead." Tired of the back and forth, Tomura shot his hand out toward the school wall, but Izuku grabbed his wrist and looked him in the eyes with a steely, determined glare. "Let go, Midoriya." Tomura said coldly. "I won't." Izuku flatly replied, "If you want to do this, you'll have to go through me first." There was a long, tense silence between the pair. Tomura looked deep into Izuku's eyes, looking for even the slightest bit of hesitation. But he didn't find any. He was completely serious about this. Tomura would have laughed if it weren't for the silence. It would take barely any effort for him to break out of his grasp and turn him to dust. Izuku would be dead in seconds, and yet he still looked as determined as ever. Was he really willing to die like this for someone he just met? Tomura glanced at his determined expression and reminded himself that he was. Izuku Midoriya was willing to die to save this stupid school because he saw the good in him. He might have been the first person to ever see good in Tomura. And to be honest, he wasn't sure how to react to that. Tomura sighed as he dropped his hand. You know what? Screw it, he grumbled to himself. Izuku didn't quite pick up on that. Hey! I said screw it. Tomura suddenly yelled, tears forming in his eyes. There. Happy now. I didn't dust your thing school, and now I don't know what to feel. Is that what you wanted? Were you just trying to confuse me? And no. Please, just calm down. We can talk about this. There's nothing to talk about. I get it. You're too stubborn to stay away to save your own hide, and I'm apparently too much of a wuss to do what Sensei told me. Listen, Shigaraki. You don't have to have this all figured out right away. I know you have a lot of conflicting emotions right now, but can you just take a moment to decompress? Please. Just breathe. Izuku took a deep breath in and out and gestured for Tomura to follow along, which he reluctantly did. After a few deep breaths, Tomura calmed down as his posture slumped. How are you feeling? Izuku asked. Terrible, Tomura answered bluntly. Now my stupid butt brain's questioning everything Sensei's ever told me. Listen, Izuku began, it's been a rough day. It's not even 8 o'clock. So how about we just skip school for today and stop by a nearby gaming cafe? Sound good? Sure. Fine. Tomura drawled, already feeling the emotional toll of the morning's events. Great. Izuku gave a weak nod. While we're doing that, do you think you could tell me about his sensei person? Preferably what he looks like and where he lives. Hello. Is this Child Protective Services? Izuku asked from inside the bathroom of the gaming cafe. Yes, this is Detective Naomasa Tsukochi. Is there something or someone you'd like to report? The voice on the other phone asked. Yes. It's about a friend of mine, Tomura Shigaraki. I don't know much about his situation, but I know his father instilled in him some very murderous values. I don't know the first name of the father, but my friend says he goes by All for One. The phone went silent for a moment before Tsukochi spoke up. I'm sorry. Did you say All for One? Yeah. I don't know what it means, either. But my friend told me he wears an intimidating black mask and a ruffled black suit. I'm sorry, this probably isn't enough information to make an actual case off of. No, it's fine. The detective was quick to correct. You wouldn't happen to know where he resides by any chance, would you? My friend said, under Jaku Hospital. I think he might have been joking about that part. Sorry for wasting your time here. No, it's fine. We'll get on it right away. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Tsukochi frantically responded. By the time Izuku and Tomura left the gaming cafe, All Might had apparently gathered most of the top heroes to storm Jaku Hospital and apprehend All for One. The raid went off relatively smoothly since they caught him off guard, only resulting in a few injuries on the hero's side. It was quickly decided that Tomura would stay with the Midoriyas for the time being while he got enrolled in therapy. All in all, he took the news relatively well. He was still rethinking a lot of the philosophies All for One instilled in him, and this gave him the space to do so. A few days later, Izuku was alone at home when he heard a knock at the door. Opening it, he experienced an extreme case of whiplash when he was met with All Might standing at the door in his trademark pose. All Might. Izuku shouted in disbelief. Yes. All Might boomed. I am here to thank you personally. The man you reported several days ago was a world-renowned criminal thought to be dead for years. If you have not brought him to our attention, who knows what kind of devious plans he might have enacted. Izuku struggled to form a response to being praised and congratulated by the number one hero. But he tried. It was nothing, I guess. I don't know what to say. Well, besides this. He pulled out a notebook from behind his back and opened it to an empty page. Of course, young man. All Might took out a pen and wrote his autograph on the paper. Should I make one out to young Tomura as well? Probably not. He's still trying to figure out his stance regarding heroes and heroics in general. Izuku's voice lowered to a mutter. I'm not sure online school is helping him either. But with how he got treated at Aldera, All Might raised an eyebrow at that. Young man, if I'm reading this correctly, was your friend bullied at school? Izuku rubbed his arm nervously. Yeah. Then please excuse me for one moment. All Might took out his oversized phone and dialed a number. Hello. Naomi-sir. I need you to launch an investigation on a certain middle school. With All Might's influence, Aldera Middle School was shut down in a matter of days, and many of its teachers were arrested. As for Katsuki Bakugo, he was sentenced to a nauseating amount of hours of community service. Why the hell do I have to pick up my weight in trash? Katsuki complained. Keep complaining. It'll only get you more hours. The officer smirked. When the bell rang, Denki Kaminari slumped out of his classroom dejectedly. Even before he transferred schools, he was having a hard time. But it seemed like this new environment was somehow even more stifling than the last. He knew the problem, he was just too much of an idiot to solve it. He was suddenly pulled from his thoughts when he heard an explosion from a nearby classroom. Peering through the window, he saw a blonde-haired boy towering over a nervous-looking green-haired boy with freckles. Kaminari might not have been the smartest guy in the world, but he could recognize a bully when he saw one. And since he was an aspiring hero, he figured the best thing to do was get between the two boys to prevent any further violence. Hey man, that's not cool, Kaminari said as he shielded the green-haired boy. Who the hell are you to think you can get in my way? The blonde growled. Denki Kaminari. Who the hell are you to think you can pick on someone like that? Katsuki Bakugo. And I'll pick on whoever I DMN well please. In fact, you'll sing me off right now. Either F off or get blasted to hell. Kaminari shifted to a defensive stance. Hey now. If you try anything, I'll be forced to unleash my secret weapon. And let me tell you, it'll mess you up pretty good. Katsuki gave an amused chuckle. Really? I'd be worried right now if you didn't look like such a dumbass. Kaminari quietly winced as he looked over his defensive pose. Even he could admit it looked sloppy. Despite all his training and practice, he could never quite get it down. Nevertheless, he chose to stand his ground. All right, you asked for it, Kaminari called upon his quirk as he prepared to release as much electricity as possible. Indiscriminate shock. 1,000,000 volts. The last thing he saw before blacking out was Katsuki using an explosion to blast himself away from the wall of electricity. Hey, are you okay? Kaminari felt himself regain consciousness as a hand tapped him on the shoulder. He turned to see the green-haired boy from earlier nervously eye him up and down. Kaminari instantly noticed how beaten up the boy looked and feared the worst. Am I okay? You look like you just got beat up. What happened while I was out? The green-haired boy winced at the memory. Kaken dodged your electric attack, then you went into a catatonic-like state. He pushed you aside, then he beat me up. Kaminari couldn't help the disappointment welling up in his chest. What kind of hero couldn't stop a simple bully? Sorry I couldn't help you. It's fine, the boy insisted. No one ever stands up against Kaken, so I appreciate the effort. I haven't seen you around here before. You said your name was Denki Kaminari, right? I'm Izuku Midoriya. Kaminari grinned as he took Izuku's hand and gave it a hard shake. Nice to meet ya. I transferred here last week due to a fireworks truck-related incident. Nice to meet you, too. Izuku smiled. If you don't mind me asking, did you go catatonic earlier because of quirk overuse? Kaminari inwardly sighed. Might as well rip off the band-aid now. Yeah. I have an electricity quirk, but I turn stupid whenever I use too much. His voice lowered to a mutter. I mean, I'm stupid enough before I overuse my quirk, so there's not much of a difference. Izuku looked like he picked up on that last part as a look of concern grew on his face. I don't think you're stupid, Kaminari. Thanks, but I know myself. You know that big school-wide exam we have next week. I just flunked the practice test. Kaminari paused as he realized what he was saying. Sorry, I didn't mean to vent. I mean, you just got beat up. You got bigger things to worry about. No, it's fine, Izuku insisted. I get beat up all the time. It's no big deal. That sounds like a pretty big deal to me, man. We should probably tell someone. There's no use in comparing issues. Why don't we focus on yours first? You said you were having trouble in school. Kaminari considered himself a people person, so he was easily able to deduce that Izuku was trying to avoid bringing up his own problems. He made a mental note to try and steer the conversation back to his new friend's issues when he got the chance. Hopefully, he wouldn't forget. Yeah. Kaminari nodded. All the information just goes in one ear and out the other. My family's tried hiring tutors, but the same thing happens with them. Izuku paced back and forth in thought before he came to a conclusion. This might be the quirk nerd in me talking, but maybe it has something to do with your electricity. Can you elaborate? When you overuse your quirk, you, for lack of a better term, turn into an idiot. How often do you use your quirk? Pretty much every day. It makes for a great phone charger. So if you become dumb when you release electricity, what if the opposite were true? I get smarter the more electricity I build up. Maybe not smarter, but you might have an easier time processing information. Like overclocking a computer. Dude, that sounds sick. But how can we know for sure? We do what all smart people do, experiment. Kaminari sat on the sofa at Isuku's house as he watched his friend shuffle his feet on the carpet while wearing a pair of All Might branded socks. Okay, I think I have enough static electricity, Izuku said as he shuffled over to Kaminari. Tell me if you feel anything in your head. Izuku tapped Kaminari on the arm, and he felt a small surge of electricity travel up his body and stop at his brain. I think I felt a spark. And not just where you tapped me, he said excitedly. Izuku nodded as he wrote down the results in a notebook. All right. Let's kick it up a notch. He slipped a joy buzzer on his finger and extended his hand to Kaminari. Put it there. Kaminari took his hand and immediately felt another surge of power flow through his brain. That shock was greater than the last one. I really felt it in my cerebellum. Izuku quickly scribbled down the results. Possible change in vocabulary. Needs further testing. He muttered to himself before asking out loud, did it hurt? Surprisingly, not that much. I suppose my nervous system is already used to this kind of STMLTN thanks to my quirk. It looks like it's already working. Izuku cheered. Then why don't we accelerate it up an octave? You mean kick it up a notch? That's what I said. Kaminari ran over to the kitchen and got a fork from the cupboard. Then, running over to the nearest outlet, he stuck the utensil straight in, and his body convulsed for a few seconds before flopping to the ground. Kaminari, are you okay? Izuku tried to help his friend up. But upon touching him, he felt a painful shock and instinctively flinched back. There is no need to worry, Midoriya, Kaminari said as he got up. I am both physically and emotionally unharmed. Though it seems as if I overcharged my own body. And now the excess electricity is spilling out. But it should be fine so long as you avoid physical contact with me. It was at that point that Izuku realized his friend was emanating a light glow as yellow streaks of electricity danced around his body. How do you feel, Kaminari? Smarter. I certainly feel smarter, but there's only one way to test that hypothesis. Kaminari reached into his bag and pulled out a series of practice problems. He began filling in bubbles and answering questions in the blink of an eye as he found his brain was able to recall all the lessons he'd previously forgotten. Once he finished, Izuku skimmed over his friend's answers. Or at least, the answers he was able to make out. His handwriting was pretty sloppy. Yep, these all seem good. Though, I have a question. Please, do tell, Kaminari said as elegantly as he could. Are you just using big words in order to sound smarter? Kaminari slumped over in defeat. Yeah, I am. I didn't want you to think I was still dumb. I never doubted your intelligence, Kaminari. Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder, trying his best to ignore the pain. I know I haven't known you for too long, but I kinda like you better when you talk all cool and stuff. Besides, actions speak louder than words, and these practice questions don't lie. Kaminari's grin practically blinded Izuku with its radiance. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. But there's one more problem. Does it have to do with you electrocuting everyone who gets close to you? He pointed a finger gun at Izuku. Bingo. Well, first of all, I should probably back up if I want to stop getting electrocuted. He proceeded to do just that. Second of all, what's stopping you from wearing a RBB jumpsuit to absorb the excess electricity? Kaminari smacked the side of his head. Duh. Of course. I guess D&D was right. Intelligence and wisdom are two completely separate things. Don't beat yourself up over it. I'm sure you'll smash that test next week. Hell yeah. Kaminari reached out for a fist bump, only to remember he was radiating electricity. Oh, whoops, sorry. 1 week later, Kaminari looked over the student rankings for the latest test. Meanwhile, Izuku tried to stop himself from staring at Kaminari in his form-fitting RBB jumpsuit. Overcharging his quirk before school each day became a common occurrence. So he had to keep his jumpsuit and gloves on at all times. Izuku was glad they were in different classes, or that would have been a huge distraction. Look, Mido. There I am. Kaminari pointed to the right side of the rankings, where his name was in the number 1 spot. I knew you could do it. Izuku cheered as he slapped his friend's hand. You even managed to beat out Dash, god damn it. Katsuki yelled. Who the hell got a better score than me? I did. Kaminari innocently raised his hand. To which Katsuki angrily stomped over to them. There's no way you of all people beat me. Katsuki spat. I know a cheater when I see one. He's smarter than you think, Kaken. Izuku rose to Kaminari's defense. Stay out of this, Deku. I'm in a bad mood right now, so I wouldn't mind blasting both your worthless buttes to hell to blow off some steam. Before you do that, there's something I gotta say. Kaminari spoke up as he removed one of his gloves before pointing a finger at Katsuki's chest. There's something on your shirt. Katsuki instinctively looked down, only for Kaminari's finger to go up and flick against his nose. Upon contact, several thousand volts of electricity zapped Katsuki, and he spasmed in place for a few moments before falling flat on the ground. If you really want to beat me, you should try studying harder, Kaminari taunted as he and Izuku walked away. A few days later, Izuku and Kaminari hung out on the roof during lunch when Izuku decided to speak up. Kaken took your advice from a few days ago. Kaminari made sure to swallow his food before asking, what advice? When you told him to study more if he wanted to beat you. He's been so focused on studying that he hasn't found the time to bully me. Izuku could feel his cheeks redden. I just wanted to say thanks for all you did to help me. Oh, it was nothing. Kanemari let out a small blush as well. Besides, you're the one who helped me figure out my quirk. None of that would have been possible if it weren't for you. Yeah. Well, none of that would have happened if you didn't jump in to save me a few weeks ago. Well, that doesn't mean I still can't appreciate what you did for me. Kaminari let out a playful smirk, to which Izuku returned, albeit a bit more nervously. Well, I appreciate you more. I appreciate you even more than that. I appreciate your appreciation, which means I appreciate you more. Oh yeah. Well, I appreciate you so much that I might actually like you. Kaminari suddenly realized what he had just said. But he decided to roll with it. I like you. Izuku's face turned bright red, but he still managed to squeak out a sentence. Like you more. Kaminari let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding as he felt the playful mood from earlier return. Oh yeah. Well, I like you more. What do you have to say to that? Izuku let out a soft chuckle. I'd say that I like you more. Kaminari couldn't help the grin on his face, even as he looked down and shook his head. This is so dumb. I kinda like dumb, Izuku smiled. I like dumb, Kaminari added. This went on for 20 more minutes before Izuku and Kaminari agreed to go on a date. A middle-aged man sat in a beach chair with a book in hand on the sandy mounds of Dagobah Beach. The man had the appearance of a demon, with red skin, long horns, and sharp teeth. But perhaps the oddest aspect of this man was the way he dressed. He wore a white shirt, a black leather jacket, and a white biker helmet with goggles. The man paused his reading and shut his book when he realized he was being watched. Hey, what's up? He greeted in a slightly raspy voice. You almost startled me a bit. Guess you're wondering who I am. Well, guess no longer. You know that fireworks truck that blew up that school last week? That was me. I drove the truck. In fact, I've been doing it so much they've started nicknaming me the driver. I think I'll stick with that. It sounds wicked. I bet you're also wondering why I drove that fireworks truck into the school in the first place. Well, it has to do with my quirk. In addition to my stunning appearance, he ran his hands across his horns to accentuate his point. It also lets me spit out explosive fireballs. So, you see, there's this one kid. His name is Katsuki Bakugo. He's a real violent type, let me tell ya. He gives explosion quirks like mine a bad name. So I called up a friend with a multiversal transportation quirk to send me to different universes, where I started ramming into things with my truck. Most of the time, it triggers a butterfly effect that ends in Bakugo getting a nice slice oh humble pie. Except for that one time I just accidentally ran him over. But you know what they say, devil's in the details. But enough about me. You're here for the sequels, ain't ya? The driver grabbed the book he was reading and quickly flipped through the pages. This first one's a continuation of Chapter 23, Twice the Duplicator. If you'll recall, Jin made a bunch of clones of Izuku to mess with Bakugo. But clones can be used for more than just that. Let's take a look. Hey, Midoriya, can I ask you something? Okiko asked as Izuku sat down to lunch. Sure. What do you need to ask? Do you have any siblings? Izuku lowered an eyebrow in confusion. No. I'm an only child. What gave you that impression? I believe I know what Uraraka's referring to. And I'll admit, I've grown curious as well, Ida butted in. Okiko nodded, yeah. I've seen people who look like you around the hallway holding stuff like support equipment, piles of paperwork, and managerial documents. Please, Uraraka. The most logical conclusion is that Midoriya is simply a dual-core student, Ida explained. Oh, that would make more sense. But wait, why would you need managerial documents if you were in the support course? I can answer that, Izuku said with a smirk. Have you ever heard of One Man Army Incorporated? How could I have not heard of them? Ida responded rhetorically. They're only the year's fastest-growing corporation. Yeah. What does that have to do with? Okiko paused as she came to a realization. Midoriya, she said quietly. Have you been getting clones from the CEO of One Man Army Incorporated? And the accountant, and the secretary, and the janitor. They're all the same person, Izuku added. How? Okiko asked in disbelief. I helped him figure out his quirk last year, and he lent me some clones as thanks. Ida cleared his throat as he recovered from the shock. And these clones are all enrolled in UACE various courses. Yup. They can't use my quirk because, you know, it breaks my bones. So they take pride in making me the best hero I can be. Izuku glanced over to the cafeteria entrance as several people walked in. Oh look, here they come now. We're here for your weekly updates. Announced Support Izuku. Your gauntlets should be completed by the sports festival. Hopefully, they'll be able to mitigate some of the damage from your quirk. I thought Hero Core students couldn't use support items in the festival. Hero Izuku said. They normally can't. But I've been looking over the official rulebook, and I think I've found a few loopholes. Said Business Izuku. Hold still. Said Manager Izuku as he fumbled with his phone. I need to get a picture of you eating your lunch. Social media is important for any up-and-coming hero's image. As the Izukus continued their meeting, Okiko and Ida looked on in bewilderment. I am so jealous right now, Okiko stated to Ida. Ditto. Ah, what fun. The driver mused as he continued flipping through the pages. This next one's from Chapter 5, Eri the Yakuza Princess. The one where Izuku befriends the shy Hassaikai. Here it is. The bus ride on the trip back from the USJ was eerily silent. None of Class 1A was in a particularly chatty mood after that day they just had. It was only their third day of school, and they had already had their first taste of fighting villains. Some time for adjustment was to be expected. Hiro Kirishima sat as still as he could, not wanting to be the one to break the silence. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the person sitting next to him, Izuku Midoriya, dial a number on his phone. Izuku spoke in a mutter, but Kirishima still picked up on every word the boy said into the receiver. Hello. Chisaki. It's Midoriya. I was wondering if you could do me a solid. You see, our class was attacked by villains. That's right, real villains. They called themselves the League of Villains. You have underground connections, right? I was wondering if you could find the leader, Tomura Shigaraki, and maybe rip a few of his fingers off. Yeah, he has a quirk like yours, except way worse. No, he just decays things. Can't even rebuild. You'll look into it. Thanks, man. Make sure to save a finger for me. Oh. Yeah, I'd love to have a playdate with Ei tomorrow. Okay, see you soon. Bye. As Izuku hung up, he noticed the concerned look Kirishima was giving him. What? I was just talking with someone. About ripping someone's fingers off. Kirishima asked incredulously. Heroes have to be proactive. And it pays to have connections. I'm not sure if I want to ask. You don't. The driver chuckled in amusement. Yup. Shiggy's screwed. No doubt about it. Next up is one from Chapter 16, Kinoko the Mushroomer. If you'll recall, Bakugo blew up some hallucinogenic mushrooms and had a bad trip. But if you think something like that is gonna stop him from trying again, you don't know the definition of insanity. Katsuki looked at Izuku with an uncharacteristically kind smile and droopy, tired eyes. Izuku cowered in fear at the sight. Why are you looking at me like that, Katsuki? Stop it. Diu, Katsuki giggled as he stumbled toward the green-haired boy. You're my bestest friend in the whole world. Katsuki lunged at Izuku and pulled him into a tight hug. He tried to wiggle his way out, but Katsuki was much stronger than him. Katsuki, what are you doing? Your hair is so fluffy, Katsuki responded as he nuzzled his face in the boy's mop. Izuku felt like he wanted to barf. Bakugo, there you are. Kinoko said as she ran into the room. Kinoko, what the heck is going on? Izuku asked, his voice laced with panic. I'll spare you the details, but Bakugo threatened me this morning, so I grew a big shroom in between us. You can guess what happened after that. He blew it up and inhaled the spores. Correctamundo. Izuku sighed. This is, like, the 20th time this has happened. You'd think he'd wear a gas mask at this point. Then again, that would require him to acknowledge his own faults. Kinoko nodded in agreement. The day he learns from his mistakes is the day I get bored of mushrooms. Well, if he doesn't, he's not gonna pass UA's drag test at this rate. I can't wait to see the look on his face when that happens. That's a moment I'd like to capture on film. Yeah, I can't wait. Anyway, did you bring a crowbar or something? Of course I did. She pulled out a comically-sized crowbar from her handbag. After all, what are friends for? Wendy, I'm glad that's over. If I had to sit through one more mushroom pun, I was going to scream. Anyway, let's go all the way back to Chapter 2, Ida the delinquent for this next one. To summarize, Ida beat Bakugo in a fight and is now the top dog in this school. How will he abuse this power? You'll just have to wait and see. Thank you for meeting with me today, Mr. Ida, greeted the principal of Aldera Middle School. No problem, greeted Tensai in return. I assume this is about my brother. Sorry Mom and Dad couldn't be here, they were in the middle of a drag bust. It's quite alright. And you are correct and assuming this meeting is about tenure. While we are very pleased to have the child and brother of such prolific heroes grace our halls, it seems as if tenure's run into some behavioral issues. Tensai noticeably perked up at that. Behavioral issues. From tenure. I never thought I'd see the day. Unfortunately, yes. The principal sighed, he's become rather controlling of his fellow students. How so? He claims to be a delinquent. When in reality, he's just taking his rule enforcement to its logical or perhaps illogical extreme. He is very willing to employ threats of violence in order to get people to wear their uniforms correctly, cease their running in the halls, and show up to class on time. This is a very problematic. Why are you laughing? Tensai clutched his gut as he tried to rein in his laughter enough to blurt out a response. I'm sorry. It's just, I knew he'd snap one day, But I never thought he'd turn to delinquency as a means of enforcing the rules. The principal stared at him judgmentally but continued on as normal. Yes. Well, his most frequent victim seems to be our star student Katsuki Bakugo. I suggest you or your parents to DSPLN your brother, or he might get into serious trouble. No. I don't think I will, Tensai grinned. You what? Tenya told me how your school operates, how you let students like Bakugo get away with bullying so long as they have a powerful quirk and a future as a hero. If you punished Ida, that would seem a bit hypocritical, wouldn't it? Tensai's grin turned devious. You know, as a pro-hero, I have the influence to get your whole school district shut down on the basis of quirk discrimination. But I haven't seen Tenya cut this loose in years, so I'm gonna let him have his fun for a while. Just remember, you dug this grave, now you gotta lie in it. With that, Tensai confidently walked out of the room, leaving the principal sitting there slack-jawed on his desk. He knew it was going to be a long year. Let me tell you this, I would not want to be a student at Aldera right now. I hate wearing uniforms correctly, that's why I'm a biker. This next one's a sequel to Chapter 20, Stain the Killer. To make a long story short, Izuku befriended Stain, who caught wind of Bakugo's bullying and proceeded to corner Bakugo and stab his palms, thereby making his quirk unusable. But what happens afterward when Izuku gets into UA? Let's find out. Tenya Ida expected someone to confront him about his brother's injury. He even suspected Izuku to be the one to do it. But he didn't think he would do it after class in the boys' locker room, a spot that was devoid of all security cameras. So, I heard about your brother, Izuku said in a tone unfamiliar to Tenya. He sounded concerned, but Tenya sensed an air of coldness in his voice. Nevertheless, he did his best to brush off all concerns. Do not worry about me, Midoriya. What happened to Tensai was unfortunate, but I shall not let it impede my studies. Izuku didn't look convinced. Who did you put down for internships again? Excuse me. Internships? Whose request did you take? The normal hero, Manuel. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Isn't his agency stationed in Hosu? Tenya did his best to fake offense. Midoriya, I hope you're not suggesting what I think you are. The coldness in Izuku's tone vanished as he looked at Tenya with a face of recognition. I saw that look in your eyes, Ida. And trust me, I'm in the same place. Tenya's train of thought came to a screeching halt at that sentence. What do you mean? Izuku sighed as he sat down on one of the benches. The news never reported it, but one of my friends was attacked by Stain a few years ago. He wasn't a hero, but he held very controversial takes on heroism that the hero killer didn't agree with. He stabbed right through his palms, rendering his quirk unusable, and effectively tanking his chances at becoming a hero. Tenya believed he understood what his friend was trying to say. Midoriya, if you think this will get me to give up my crusade against Stain what? No. Izuku shot Tenya a shocked expression. I want to join you, Ida. Join me. Let's be real here, Ida. Stain's combat prowess is near unmatched. If either of us try to take him, we're practically dead. But if we work together, we might have a fighting chance to put the hero killer behind bars. Together, Tenya said to himself as he considered the possibility. After a moment, he came to a decision and gave a sharp nod. Yes. Our combined skill may very well be enough to take down Stain once and for all. Good. Izuku nodded in return. I got a lot of internship offers from winning the sports festival, so I'll request as many agencies in Hosu as I can. Very well. Tenya stuck out his hand toward Izuku. I look forward to working with you, Midoriya. Izuku took his friend's hand and gave it a hard shake. Here's to finally getting the hero killer arrested. As the pair walked out of the locker room, Tenya's expression turned dull and stony. He knew Izuku was too idealistic. He wanted to put Stain behind bars, but the man had caused too much pain to warrant a punishment that lenient. But if all went well that night, and Stain just so happened to drop one of his blades, Tenya knew he would give the killer a true taste of justice. The justice he gave to all the heroes who fell to that very same blade. Ain't that foreboding? Stain's in for a real surprise, let me tell way. And just so you know, Izuku still got one for all in that universe. In fact, he gets All Might's quirk in most of these universes. I've got one more snippet for you guys today. Chapter 21, Star and Stripe the Reality Warper. To recap, Star met Izuku, encouraged his dreams of heroism, and then flash forward to the sports festival, where he won using only support gear. And I know what you're thinking, what happens exactly 24 hours later? Well, that's why I'm here. Buckle up, chucklefucks. Hey, what's up, Prez? Star and Stripe causally greeted as she walked into the Oval Office. I'm sure you know why I called you here, Star, said US President Willem Dafoe, no relation to the actor, despite what the uncanny resemblance would have you believe. This about the guy with the laser quirk on trigger from this morning. He only got me in the arm. Yes. And if what I heard is correct, a permanent order was the only thing standing between you and amputation. This country can't afford to lose you, Star. Star sheepishly scratched the back of her head. Okay, you might have a point there. That one was a close call, even for me. Right. I know how you don't like messing around with permanent orders, but it might be beneficial to have an extra copy of your quirk on hand for emergencies. Star smiled as she scratched her chin thoughtfully. You know, that's not a bad idea. I've always wanted to have a little protégé of my own. I'm glad you agree. I assume you'll be choosing one of your squad members. Nope. No way. No how. Star was quick to shoot down. You'll know I don't play favorites with my brothers, and there's no way in hell I'm giving them all new order. All right then. I'll have someone gather a list of potential candidates. As the president grabbed the phone to start making arrangements, Star's mind couldn't help but flash back to the UA Sports Festival from yesterday, her mind focusing specifically on the winner. Izuku Midoriya. Not only was he quirkless, making him the perfect blank slate, but from what she'd seen of his performance, he was smart, cunning, strategic, and had the heroic drive to win the whole sports festival with support equipment alone. If anyone could handle New Order, well, he was the first person that came to mind. Hold up, Star commanded, and the president hung up his phone. I think I know who to give my quirk to. Please don't tell me they are from Japan. The president groaned. You know me so well. Star cheered as she ran out of the office. I'd fire you if I could. Thank you for allowing me in your home on such short notice, said Toshinori Yagi as he sipped his tea. No problem, Mr. Yagi. Izuku smiled. I mean, it's not every day All Might's secretary wants to meet with me. Indeed. I wanted to congratulate you on your recent win at the sports festival. All Might told me he looks forward to seeing you in his heroics class. Izuku blushed at the praise. He really said that. I know he hugged me when he handed me the medal on the podium. But I thought that was just a formality. It was, but he was still very impressed by your performance. In fact, we both wanted to know more about your heroic drive and why you want to be a hero. Why do I want to be a hero? That's easy. I always wanted to be like All Might. The kind of person who saves people with a smile on their face and inspires them to do better. Izuku noticed Toshinori's smile at his answer. A very noble goal. And I have no doubt you'll be able to achieve it on your own. However, I would like to make an offer with you. Izuku gasped. An offer? Like an internship? At Might Tower? Even greater than that, young Midoriya. Toshinori's smile quickly morphed into a serious look. But first, what I'm about to show you must remain secret. Can I trust you not to tell anyone? Of course. Very well then. Please try not to freak out at what I am about to show you. Toshinori got out of his chair and slowly puffed up into his muscle form. Do not despair, for I am here. Thankfully, All Might was able to catch Izuku before he fainted. All Might, could you please slap me across the face? I think I'm dreaming, Izuku said tiredly. This is not a dream, young Midoriya. I am the real All Might, standing in your kitchen. After pinching himself to double-check, Izuku shot up like a bullet and yelled. Toshinori Yagi is All Might. This is the craziest thing I've ever dash. All Might smacked a hand over Izuku's mouth. I know you're shocked, but you promised to keep it a secret. Sorry, 𝐒𝐿 said as All Might removed his hand. It's just, there were people on the hero forums who had this exact same theory, and they were written off as crack conspiracy theorists. All Might unleashed a booming laugh before puffing back down to his smaller form. I'm sure you're wondering about how this relates to you and my mention of an offer. 𝐒𝐿 just nodded. Toshinori lifted his shirt, revealing a particularly nasty scar. It all begins with a villain I faced several years ago, one explanation about one for all later. So, what do you say, young Midoriya? Would you like to inherit my quirk and become the 9th weirder of One for All? All Might asked in his muscle form. 𝐒𝐿 beamed at the opportunity, about to say yes, before he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Who is it? 𝐒𝐿 asked. Star and Stripe, answered a voice that very much sounded like Star and Stripe. 𝐒𝐿 turned to All Might, who just shrugged. Come in. Thanks, kid. Sorry for coming in unannounced. I just wanted to. Star paused as she realized the All Might-sized elephant in the room. That's a pretty realistic All Might statue you got there. I got one just like it back home. Greetings, young Kathleen. What a pleasant surprise. Greeted All Might, who was very much not a statue. Star paused for a moment before calmly asking, Kid, why is All Might in your house? I could ask you the same thing, young Kathleen. I was impressed by Midoriya's performance at the sports festival and wanted to offer him a copy of my quirk, Star answered flatly. 𝐒𝐿's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, seriously? For real life? For real life? 𝐒𝐿's shock quickly turned into awkwardness as he nervously shuffled in place. Well, this is kind of awkward. Why's that? Is All Might giving you his quirk, too? Star jokingly asked. 𝐒𝐿 and All Might nervously glanced at each other before All Might cleared his throat and spoke up. You hit the nail right on the head, young Kathleen. In hindsight, I probably should have told you sooner, considering you were once my protégé, but better late than never, I suppose. Another explanation about One for All later. Again, I'm sorry for not telling you sooner, Toshinori apologized. Don't worry about it, Star brushed off. You're entitled to your secrets, I'm entitled to mine. I'm glad you understand. Toshinori nodded. But now that everything is explained, there is still the question of which quirk young Midoriya will choose to inherit. Right? 𝐒𝐿 muttered as he paced back and forth. I don't know how I'm gonna choose. On one hand, to have All Might's power and become the next symbol of peace is an opportunity one never could have dreamed of. On the other hand, Star's quirk can basically do anything. I'd be an idiot to pass that up. I wish I could just choose both. I mean, what's stopping 𝐻𝐻? Star suggested. 𝐒𝐿 turned to Star with a confused look on his face. Hey. She has a point, young Midoriya. Toshinori continued, One for All enhances any other quirk the holder possesses. New Order would be an invaluable tool to add to your arsenal. Plus, I use one of my orders to give me All Might level strength anyway. If you already have it, that leaves you with a free order, Star added. You're both okay with this? 𝐒𝐿 asked in disbelief. Sure, kid. Why not? As long as you are, young Midoriya. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't help the smile that appeared on his face. Sure, he would never neglect his support gear. But to inherit the quirks of two #1 heroes. Forget a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, this was a once-in-a-million lifetimes opportunity. And 𝐒𝐿 was never one to turn down an opportunity. One for All and New Order. All we need now is All for One, and we've completed the overpowered quirk trifecta. Also, fun fact, I can drive my truck remotely if I want to. That's actually how I evaded Star at the end of her chapter. Consider that plot hole resolved. The driver hopped off his chair and shut his book. Speaking of my truck, that's all I've got for today. Maybe we'll do another one of these. Who knows? Right now, I gotta get back to driving. I've got a real funny idea involving Pony Tsunotori and a boatload of spicy peppers. I don't know how to end this. Get out. Heya. I'm Pony Tsunotori. It's great to be meeting you. 𝐒𝐿 Midoriya experienced a bit of whiplash from that greeting. Not because of the girl's obvious American accent, nor the fact that a cute girl was talking to him. He just wasn't used to polite greetings, as low as a bar that was to cross. But it made sense. This was Pony's first day of school, and she had sat next to him the entire day so far. She was just trying to make friends with the first person she saw. Who was Izuku to get in the way? I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you as well. He replied in English, to which Pony immediately perked up. Oh, you speak English, too? A little. I wanted to understand some old All Might interviews from his time in the States. Ah, you are fan of heroes. Heroes are my lifeblood. Though, I haven't been able to get as much info on the American ones. Ooh. We can talk about it during lunch. Pony suggested as she stood up from her desk and made her way to the door, waiting for Izuku to follow suit. Come on, slowpoke. All right. Izuku hesitantly followed her. He knows the risks of the cafeteria, what with Katsuki being there and all. But he wanted to make Pony feel comfortable on her first day. Pony eagerly skipped down the hall next to Izuku, eager to pick up the conversation from where it left off in the classroom. So, Izzy, what American heroes were you being curious about? Izuku couldn't help the red tint that dusted his cheeks. A nickname mere minutes after they met. Even though he knew Americans were much more casual with names, he was still flattered. Well, I never got all the details on Cow Lady's retirement. Izuku noticed Pony's expression sour at the mention of retirement. Some beach butt thug with a laser eyes quirk got a lucky shot in. 𝐶𝐶𝐻𝐿. Language. Pony slapped both hands over her mouth as she froze in embarrassment. Sorry. Used to people not understanding me. It's fine. It's fine. Izuku frantically assured, I just didn't think you felt so strongly about that. I mean, Cow Lady was already getting close to retirement age. At least for heroes. She had a few good years left in her. I get it. Izuku waved his hands defensively, she didn't deserve to go out on a sour note like that. The anger quickly left Pony as she slumped with a sigh. Sorry I got angry. She was just a big inspiration to me. Because, you know. She reached up and rubbed her horns. Yeah, I get it. But look at it this way, if she inspired a bunch of people like you, it's only a matter of time until another hero steps up to fill in her place. Who knows? It might even be you. Pony let out a huge smile as she slapped Izuku on the back. Thanks, Izzy. That's some pretty good advice. Did you just say advice? No. Shut up. Thankfully, before Pony could continue to dwell on her grammatical error, the two finally arrived at the cafeteria. Pony quickly rushed to an empty table and took out her lunchbox, and Izuku did the same. What do you have there? Izuku asked as Pony twisted open a thermos. My favorite. Mama's signature spicy, smoky, sweet chili. The moment Pony removed the lid, Izuku got hit in the face with a fiery hot aroma, the likes of which he had never felt before. He could already feel his eyes water and sweat leak at his pores. He was forced to slide back a bit to avoid being overwhelmed by the sensation. Spicy is right, 𝐶𝐿. I can feel my tongue burning from here. Pony shrugged as she stuck a spoonful of chili in her mouth, savoring the taste. What can I say? I'm from Texas. I didn't know they were known for their spice tolerance. They're not, but I am. I'll say, Izuku coughed. As he tried to wave the aroma away, in fact, you remind me of somebody I know. Speak of the devil, the pair's conversation was interrupted when a new pair of hands slammed on their lunch table. Turning to the source of the disruption, Izuku was met with none other than Katsuki Bakugo, looking as sessed off as ever. You got some nerve showing your ugly butt around here, Katsuki spat. Izuku instinctively shrank at the blonde boy's presence. I'm not that ugly, Izuku weakly defended. Do I look like I care? I thought you knew your place here, but I guess I gotta remind you. So get out of my sight, or I'll blast you to -A. Pony shouted as she stomped over to Katsuki, who looked her over with an unimpressed glare. What is your problem? This is none of your business. So quit trying to stand up for this quirkless freak. Katsuki tried to shove Pony away, but her hooves were strongly planted on the ground. She didn't move an inch. Why would I be caring if he was quirkless? Pony pointed a finger right in Katsuki's face. That's giving you no excuse to bully him. Katsuki slapped Pony's hand away from his face. You think I'm threatened by some weak butt horse speech? Go back to the stables, you fing show pony. Don't call me a show pony, you beach butt pee sking butt fing self-centered butt. Katsuki didn't understand what Pony had said, but the tone made it sound very insulting. What the hell did you just call me? I don't think you want to know, Kaken, said Izuku, who knew enough English to understand Pony's insult, and was rendered slack-jawed as a result. Shut the F up, Deku. Katsuki readied a pair of explosions in his palms. I'll kill both of you if I dash. He suddenly paused as he caught a whiff of a spicy aroma that, for once, didn't belong to his own lunch. Following the scent, Katsuki led himself to Pony's chili thermos, which he immediately recognized as belonging to her based on the American lunchbox right next to it. Kaken? Izuku asked, confused that Katsuki had stopped his threat mid-sentence to gaze at Pony's lunch. Katsuki whipped his head around to face Pony, a sinister grin adorning his face. I just got a better idea, horseface. Instead of beating you with my fists, I'm gonna beat you at your own goddamn game. Pony's eyes narrowed at the mention of a game, her natural competitive instincts taking over. Be correcting me if I am wrong, but are you asking for a spice-off? Hell yeah, I'm asking for a spice-off. And I'm gonna kick your butt so hard, you won't be able to even look at a pepper again. So are you gonna step the F up? Or do I have to punch you back to the ranch? Oh, it's on like Donkey Kong. Pony replied with a snort. Before Izuku could speak up and ask the obvious question of, where are we going to get the materials for a spice-off? A fireworks truck burst through the cafeteria wall and unloaded several boxes of some of the spiciest peppers known to man, before leaving as quickly as he arrived. Well, that was convenient, Izuku stated. Pony and Katsuki sat side by side, each glaring murderously into the other's eyes. In front of them was an assorted collection of peppers, sorted from least to most spicy. Alright, here's how it's going to work, Izuku announced to not just the contestants, but to the large crowd watching them. You'll each take turns eating peppers of increasing spiciness. The first one to yield, submit, or chicken out loses. Also, you can't just swallow. You have to chew. Tsunetori, as the challenged party, you go first. Gladly. Pony smirked as she popped a jalapeno in her mouth and ate it without any noticeable reaction. Beat that, you stupid pineapple. That's what I'm here for, my little pony. Katsuki sneered as he downed his jalapeno in a similar manner. Pony didn't dignify that with a response, instead choosing to down her cayenne pepper in silence. Her face only turned a little red at the spiciness. What's the matter? Too stupid to think of a half-decent comeback. Katsuki taunted as his eyes watered slightly at his own pepper. You're not worth my time. Pony tried to remain still, but twitched a little as she fought the spice of the next pepper she ate, a habanero. The FIM. You're talking to the future #1 hero. Katsuki's attempts to remain confident were thwarted by the obvious sweat rolling down his face. By this point, both contestants' faces were beet red as they struggled not to beg for milk, water, or any fluid to soothe their burning tongues. And they haven't even gotten to the ghost pepper yet. As Pony held said ghost pepper in front of her face, with noticeable fear in her big blue eyes, Katsuki leaned over and whispered, "You're not looking so hot. Forfeit now, and you'll only look half as stupid." Pony snarled in Katsuki's face as she forced the ghost pepper into her mouth. Immediately, her face scrunched up as she repeatedly banged her fist on the table. Water streamed down her eyes, and the crowd could have sworn they saw smoke coming out of her ears. But eventually, she forced it down her throat with an audible gulp. FFAQ. Pony stuttered out in Japanese with a steely gaze as she flipped him the bird. The crowd went wild, and Katsuki went livid. You couldn't afford to. He snatched his ghost pepper, jammed it in his mouth, then forced his jaw to chew and swallow. There. You ain't so big. The crowd was not buying his false bravado act when it was clear as day how much his tongue was suffering. Alright, Izuku announced. There's only one pepper left. Pony, do you think you can handle the Carolina Reaper? Pony practically went catatonic at the sight of the pepper pushed in front of her. That ghost pepper had already taken so much out of her. And the Carolina Reaper was nearly twice as spicy. She wanted to stand up for her new friend and take his bully down a peg. But, could she? Before she could contemplate any further, Izuku leaned over and whispered something in her ear. Upon hearing his message, she shot Katsuki a calm smile with her arms crossed and said, "Nah. You win." Katsuki shot his arms into the air and cheered, "Yeah. I knew I could do it. Fu, Deku. And Fu, horsey. Care for a victory lap, Kakin?" Izuku asked while presenting both Carolina Reapers. Without saying a word, Katsuki snatched the 2 peppers from Izuku's hands and shoved them in his mouth, too busy basking in his glow of victory to realize what he was doing. The moment the pepper's juices touched his tongue, Katsuki fell to his knees and screamed out in pain while a torrent of tears streamed down his face. He spent a few moments writhing in agony before he noticed Izuku throw him a carton of milk. As soon as it landed in his hands, he tore into it and started skinning up the liquid like a dying man in a desert. When the carton was empty, he looked around for the nearest source of sustenance. Suddenly, he paused as he noticed the looks the crowd was giving him. It wasn't pride, enjoyment, or even mockery. It was pity. "Why the F are you all looking at me like that?" Katsuki screamed as he shot up, his anger momentarily overpowering his pain. "I won. I beat her. Stop looking at me like that." But the looks never faltered. Katsuki, overwhelmed by a protruding sense of shame, booked it out of the cafeteria. But not before running into a wall on his way out. His eyes were still flooded with tears. "How you know that would work, Izzy?" Pony asked. Kakin always strives for an undisputed victory. Anything less than that is practically worthless in his eyes. Mix that with his hatred of people looking down on him, you get a spicy recipe for insecurity soufflé. Pony snorted out a laugh. "Serves him right. I hope he fall asleep on toilet tonight." He ate 2 Carolina Reapers, Tsunotori. His gut will be destroyed for at least a week. Though I doubt you'll be completely immune either. "Worth it?" Pony nodded. "Also, call me Pony. It's only fair." "Oh, okay, Pony." Izuku nervously stuttered out before standing up. "Why don't we go find a vending machine? You look like you need a drink." "Oh, God yes. My tongue feels like it's about to shrivel up and die." "Gra!" Katsuki screamed in pain as he entered his 5th hour on the toilet. "Stupid Deku and stupid horse speech. Making me eat all those goddamn peppers, making everyone think I'm weak. I told you this would happen if you kept eating spicy foods, Katsuki. I told you. Just because you can stomach my cooking doesn't mean you can handle 2 ghost peppers." Mitsuki yelled from outside. "Shut the hell up, hag." Izuku Midoriya wasn't sure what to make of his new seatmate, Yui Kodai. She introduced herself at the beginning of class, offhandedly mentioned something about a fireworks truck, and silently sat at her desk for the entire school day. Izuku pegged her as a silent type, but not silent out of fear, like him. Yui came off as silent by choice. Now, Izuku could respect this, but only to an extent. The school day was over, and she hadn't interacted with anyone. For all he knew, Yui could secretly be shy. He figured he might as well shoot his shot. And if Izuku had a secret agenda of making a friend for the first time in 8 years, he would keep that to himself. Hi. Yui Kodai, right. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you." Yui slowly turned to him, her expression unreadable. All she said was, Izuku wasn't sure how to reply to. He didn't even know what it meant. Was that her way of returning his greeting? Was it a declaration of a feeling of neutrality toward the situation? Or did she just give the bare minimum response to get him off her back? Years of bullying and conditioning swayed Izuku toward the last explanation. She probably hated him. Why did he have to go and do that? She was perfectly fine with not being bothered. She probably wouldn't have wanted to be friends with the quirkless kid anyway. Izuku's head hung low as he got up to leave, when he was suddenly shoved back into his chair by a strong and sweaty pair of hands. "Kakin." Izuku shrieked. I'm gonna cut to the chase, Deku. You've been all too chatty these last few days. You know what that means. Katsuki popped an explosion in his hand, just in case Izuku did forget. No, wait. I'll stop, Kaken. I swear. Katsuki cracked his knuckles with a haunting grin. Well, how about I get the lesson to stick? Just in case. Katsuki menacingly loomed over at Izuku, who shielded his face with his arms. But before he could do anything, Yui got up from her seat and tapped Katsuki on the shoulder. Right after that, Katsuki's legs bucked out from under him, and he fell to the ground with tears in his eyes while clutching his PP. Yui's quick takedown of Katsuki dumbfounded Izuku. Was inflicting PP pain part of her quirk or something? Before he could ask, she had already silently walked out the door. Izuku ran to catch up with her in the hallway. Kodai. That was amazing. How did you do it? Was it part of your quirk? Yui nodded. Yeah, I figured. What is it? Are you able to hurt people on any part of their bodies just by touching them? Yui shook her head. She then turned to Izuku and showed him her outstretched pointer finger and thumb before bringing the two fingers together in a pinching motion. Oh. You can make things smaller. Is that what you did to his underwear? Yui nodded. She then widened the gap between her finger and her thumb in an expanding motion. You can make things bigger, too. Izuku's eyes sparked at the possibilities. That's incredible. I mean, not only could you turn a twin-size bed into a king-size bed, but you could also carry it around for whenever you need it. Does it have a time limit? If not, I bet you're carrying around some shrunken items right now. To prove Izuku's point, Yui reached into her pocket and pulled out a tiny TV playing an episode of Ultraman, as well as an equally tiny fireworks truck. Oh, that's adorable. Izuku cooed, not noticing the blush adorning Yui's face. But I have to ask, Kodai, how were you so calm when dealing with Kaken? I mean, he can be terrifying on a good day. Izuku paused to ponder that statement. He wasn't sure what that meant, and he didn't want to press Yui for details. But what could she possibly mean by It couldn't mean nothing, could it? Wait, it could. It totally could. It's hard not to feel fear if you never feel at all. Kodai, I understand what you're saying. If I want to stand up to Kaken, I can't give him the edge. I have to be completely stoic like you. Completely. With that, his face shifted into one as devoid of emotion as Yui's. Izuku hummed as he turned and walked off. Though, in his haste to leave, he failed to notice the look of disappointment that etched itself onto Yui's face. The next day, by all accounts, Katsuki had no reason to be angry with Izuku. He had been completely silent the entire day. Almost a bit too silent. But either way, Katsuki wasn't going to let that incident from yesterday slide. He needed to teach Izuku his place and remind him that it would stay that way no matter who shrunk his underwear. That afternoon, when school let out, and only Izuku and the silent girl remained at their desks, Katsuki stomped over to them, making sure he looked as intimidatingly angry as possible. Deku, just because you lucked out yesterday doesn't mean you're getting off scot-free. You of all people should know I don't give up easily. Izuku just stared at him, expression unchanging. What the FS that's supposed to mean? Katsuki grabbed Izuku by the collar and violently shook him back and forth. But Izuku didn't even flinch. He just went, again. Oh yeah. Well, what do you have to say about this? Katsuki released a pair of explosions in his hands. That threat usually made Izuku at least flinch. But today, he got the same response as before. This shouldn't have been bothering Katsuki. Nothing was stopping him from blasting Izuku to hell. But what was the point of teaching him his place if he couldn't get a reaction out of him? If his target didn't react, it would practically be the same as blowing up a training dummy. And Katsuki didn't want a training dummy. He wanted Deku. Hey! Why the F aren't you scared? Do I have to spell it out? I'm going to kill you. I'll kill everyone. I'll kill everyone you love. hm. Katsuki could feel his resolve begin to crack. It was driving him insane. He had to get a reaction out of him. Any reaction. He pointed behind Izuku. Hey, look. Is that a pro hero? hm. He pulled out a stack of yen bills and slammed it on his desk. Look, Deku, money. hm. Here's an All Might keychain. All yours. It's a limited edition. hm. What do you want from me? Katsuki was aware he was practically begging at this point. But if he couldn't get Izuku to understand how superior he was, he might as well be admitting defeat. And there was no way he would lose to a Deku like him. Why are you doing this? Tears pricked at Katsuki's eyes as he leaned as close as humanly possible to Izuku. hm. Does this make you feel better than me? Some kind of fed-up sense of superiority. hm. Please, just say something. He slammed his fist on the desk. Don't you see? I have to do this. I have to prove I'm better than you. 'Cause if I don't, I'm not the best. And if I'm not the best, I'm as worthless as you. Please. hm. Katsuki's breath hitched as he backed away from Izuku. The two stared at each other for a moment. Red, crying eyes met green, emotionless pupils. Eventually, Katsuki couldn't take it anymore. He silently ran out of the room, wiping tears from his eyes, leaving just Izuku and Yu sitting adjacent, unmoving and unfeeling. They sat in silence for a long time, neither so much as flinching for at least 10 minutes. It might have looked like their heads were empty, but underneath the surface, Izuku's was buzzing with thought. After those 10 minutes of struggling with his own thoughts and feelings, Izuku spoke up, his body completely still, sans his mouth, and his voice devoid of emotion. Kodai, I feel bad for what I did to Kaken, but I think it was necessary. He needed to know how his actions were not only hurting me, but him as well. Now that he's acknowledged his problem, I hope he can begin to take the steps needed to fix it. It's funny, almost. Normally, I'd be nervous or excited at the prospect of standing up to Kaken. But now, I don't feel anything. It's a hollow victory. Izuku stood up and faced Yui in her chair. I'm sorry, Kodai. I don't think the life of a stoic is the life for me. hm. Yui nodded as she got up. That's okay. I like listening to you talk. In fact, she reached into her pocket and handed him a note card, which read in a small, barely legible font. Sek. Upon reading that, Izuku felt himself get punched in the gut by every single emotion simultaneously. His eyes widened to the size of flying saucers, and his face turned BLD red. Sek. Yui silently grabbed the note card and flipped it to the other side. Sorry. That was just to get your emotions back. Izuku scrambled to collect his feelings as he read the other side of the card, which said, in an equally small font, Date. This provoked the exact same reaction from Izuku as last time. Date. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sudden overflow of emotions caused him to pass out. Thankfully, Yui caught him before he could hit the floor. I'll take that as a yes. Rumi Usajiyama, aka the rabbit hero, Meko, couldn't help but feel bitter as she leaped across the rooftops of Mustafa. She had come all this way to see if she could catch the elusive fireworks truck that had blown up a convenience store there just yesterday. She had no doubt in her mind that she could have taken the vehicle in a one-on-one, but he decided to be a coward and skip town. Miko grumbled incoherently to herself. Now she was stuck bounding across the streets as she looked for a half-decent hotel to spend the night. Suddenly, her ears picked up the sound of a fist meeting flesh. And judging by the shriek of pain that accompanied it, the victim was a kid. Following the sound, she bounded across a building and peered over the edge to see a blonde-haired boy stomping on. A green-haired kid in front of what looked like a middle school, if their uniforms were anything to go by. How does that feel, Deku? She heard the blonde boy taunt as he delivered another stomp to the green boy's gut. Come on. Are you really as worthless as we all say you are? Get up and fight, you quirkless piece of trash. Katsuki was cut off by a kick to the back of the head. Gah. What the hell? He yelled. Before he could figure out what was happening, Miko grabbed him by the arm and dragged him toward the school. Hey! What the hell do you think you're doing? I hope you like that kick. Because if you don't shut the F up, the next one's going straight between the legs. 𝐒𝐿 whipped her head in Izuku's direction. Kit, where the hell is the principal's office? Oh. Third floor, first door on your right. Izuku said, still caught off guard by the whole situation. Good, you're coming too, 𝐒𝐿 said as she walked through the school gates, to which Izuku hesitantly followed. As they made their way up the stairs, several students recognized 𝐒𝐿 and tried to get a picture or an autograph. A sharp glare from the rabbit hero was enough to get them to back off. When they reached the door to the principal's office, 𝐒𝐿 swung the door open, threw Katsuki inside literally, and said to the principal, this kid was beating someone up after school, before slamming the door and turning to Izuku. Now that Izuku finally had a moment to get his bearings, his brain immediately swayed over to fanboy mode. Oh my god. It's the rabbit hero, 𝐒𝐿. Thank you so much for saving me. Can I have your autograph? Wait, you don't do autographs, sorry. But still, thank you so much. Yeah, cut the freakin' formalities, Kit, 𝐒𝐿 waved off. Listen, does that brat bother you often? I wouldn't want to impose yes or no, Kit. Come on, I don't got all day. Yeah, quite often. TCH, figured. F in bullies, man. Sometimes, I wish I could legally beat up children. Izuku pushed the concerning nature of that comment aside. I didn't know you felt so strongly about bullying. Why wouldn't I? I saw how you looked when that blonde but had you pinned down. And trust me, Kit, I've been there. Izuku's eyebrows lowered as he tried his hardest to picture 𝐒𝐿, one of the toughest pro heroes in the field, getting picked on at school. 𝐒𝐿 seemed to pick up on his confusion. Yeah. I bet you don't believe it, do you? Well, guess what? It's true. They all said there was no way someone with a rabbit quirk could be a hero. Of course, that was the day before I bit their fingers off. It tasted terrible, but it felt great. You bit their fingers off? Izuku asked to confirm. I mean, I know you're known for your brutality and all. But that seems a little extreme. Yeah, you best believe it. 𝐒𝐿 chucked at the memory. Funny thing, that blonde but actually reminds me of myself. Back when I was an even bigger SHT than I am now. Izuku did not like the direction this conversation was heading. You were like Kaken. I wasn't a bully, if that's what you were thinking. I was just cessed at everything and everyone. 24/7, 365. 𝐒𝐿 gave Izuku a determined look as she poked his chest. Listen here, Kit. You look like you need some advice, so I'ma give you some. I'm sure you know this, but life can be SHT sometimes. People are gonna knock you down, cut you up, and eat you for breakfast. But that just means you gotta eat them first. I don't understand this analogy, Izuku admitted. Think about all the stuff that blonde but did to YA. Really think about it. That makes you mad, doesn't it? Makes you wanna just rip into someone. Sometimes. Well, it should. Because sometimes, you gotta get angry at life. You gotta let it drive YA to bite back. But you can't let it consume you. Then you end up like that blonde but in the principal's office. What I'm saying, Kit, is that you gotta know when to unleash the bunny inside you. You understand? Yeah, I think I get it. Izuku nodded. You're saying that sometimes when your back's up against the wall, you have to get angry to survive. Right on the money, Kit. 𝐒𝐿 nodded as she walked to the nearest window. I hope you remember this. Because if you ain't gonna fight back, if you ain't gonna stick up for yourself, who else will? With that, she leaped through the window and broke her fall with a roll before running off, leaving Izuku to stew in his own thoughts. But before he could do that, he had to get as far away from Katsuki as possible. He was always in a particularly bad mood after getting sent to the principal's office. That night, Izuku laid awake in his bed, still going over the day's events in his head. 𝐒𝐿 told him to get mad, to go feral, to unleash the bunny inside him. But he wasn't sure if he could do it. Mentally speaking, at least. He never considered himself to be an angry person. But then again, he never really tried to get angry before. 𝐒𝐿 said he should be angry about the way Katsuki treats him, but was that something he even wanted to get angry about? He never took the time to stop to look back on his and Katsuki's relationship. Oh well, might as well give it a shot now. Izuku closed his eyes and replayed every memory he had with Katsuki. It all started with that fateful day when Izuku tried to help Katsuki up when he fell into the river. Izuku couldn't help but feel a little bitter, thinking back on it. Why did Katsuki have to take it so personally? He was just looking out for him. That's what friends do. Speaking of friends, Izuku remembered the exact moment Katsuki stopped considering him one. It was right after the quirkless diagnosis, and Izuku had gone completely catatonic at the news. Thinking about it, little Izuku probably needed a friend then more than any other point in his life. But no, Katsuki abandoned him because he saw him as weak, worthless, less than others just because he lacked a toe joint. Which, now that he thought about it, sounded kind of quirkist. Worse than that, he didn't just abandon him, he actively sought out to make his life worse at every turn. But that wasn't enough for Katsuki. No, he had to go and use his influence to turn the entire school against him. If Katsuki didn't go to Aldera, Izuku was sure he would have just been ignored. But with all the students and teachers hanging on to Katsuki's every word, they all backed him up and treated Izuku like garbage just because Katsuki had a bright future as a hero. He was aware some of it was the school's fault for bolstering his ego, but they never told him to pick on Izuku. Katsuki did that all on his own. Burned notebooks, after-school pummelings, derogatory nicknames. For 8 years, no one ever spoke up for him or tried to defend him. They all sat back and watched or even helped Katsuki treat him like filth every single day of his life. Why was he ever friends with Katsuki in the first place? Izuku shot out of bed and walked over to his closet, rage pulsating through his veins with every step. This must have been the guiding anger Mako was talking about. But Izuku made sure to only target his newfound anger at Katsuki, hopefully not letting it consume him. Izuku threw open his closet, reached as deep in the back as he could, and pulled out a green bunny Onissi. When Mako told him to unleash the bunny inside him, he knew she didn't mean it literally. But you know what? Screw it. If Katsuki tried something with him tomorrow, Izuku knew what he would do. And he wanted it to be an experience Katsuki would never forget, hence the bunny Onissi. That morning, Izuku walked to school like it was any other day. You know, except for the bunny Onissi, a fashion choice that turned many heads. But Izuku didn't care. He was a man on a mission. He just had to wait for the mission to come to him. As soon as he walked through the school's front gates, Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder spun him around. The mission came much sooner than he expected. What the hell are you wearing, Deku? Katsuki grinned condescendingly, a small chuckle escaping his lips. You look more like an idiot than usual. Izuku wanted nothing more than to slug Katsuki across the face right then and there, but Mako stressed the importance of not letting his anger consume him. So he would wait for Katsuki to escalate. I felt like suching things up today. Izuku calmly answered as he tried to walk away. But Katsuki made it clear he was having none of that when he stepped in front of him. Hold on, Deku. Katsuki's tone turned sinister and gravelly. We still need to discuss the stunt you pulled yesterday. I didn't do anything, Katsuki. It was Mako who intercepted the confrontation and took you to the principal's office, not me. You think I give a DMN? Katsuki grabbed Izuku by the collar and pulled him close. Let me tell you something, Deku. You got lucky yesterday, which means I have to remind you that you can't hide behind a pro hero every time I decide to put you in your place. What are you going to do to me? Izuku challenged. Katsuki let out a few sparks in his hands. Same thing I always do, Deku. I'll blast you to hell. I don't think so, Bakugo. Before the words even left his mouth, Izuku pulled back his right leg and kneed Katsuki in the PP. The blonde boy was about to double over in pain, but Izuku didn't plan on giving him a single inch, lest Katsuki go for a counterattack. So Izuku delivered a right hook to the face, then a left, then a right, then another left. Then an uppercut for good measure. Izuku couldn't help but savor the grunt of pain that escaped from Katsuki's mouth with every hit, especially when he saw him accidentally bite his tongue. Katsuki may have been beaten bloody by now, but somehow he was still standing. This gladdened Izuku greatly. If Katsuki had fallen over, he wouldn't have been able to hit him with a roundhouse kick to the kidney. As Katsuki stumbled to the side, Izuku grabbed his head and brought it down to his knee. Upon contact, blood streamed out of Katsuki's nose as he stumbled backward and landed on the ground with an audible thwump. Izuku breathed as he kicked Katsuki in the other kidney, just to make sure he was really down. He felt great. Like a huge weight had been lifted off his chest. Izuku understood why Katsuki was so angry all the time. Anger can be addicting. Izuku smiled as he stood over the unconscious body of his former childhood friend. He finally proved to him that he wasn't as weak and worthless as everyone said he was. And he did it in a bunny honesty no less. Izuku felt like he was on top of the world. Absolutely nothing could bring him down. 10 minutes later, Izuku nervously sat in the principal's office. He should have anticipated this. Of course the teachers would take Katsuki's side on this, just like how they had with everything over the last 8 years. Never mind the fact that Katsuki was the one to initiate and escalate. All they saw was a future pro hero who could make their school look more impressive. Midoriya, the principal spoke up, we've been willing to overlook your, for lack of a better term, delinquent streak during your time at 𝐴LDERA. But beating up a student on school grounds is unacceptable. From this day forth, you are hereby expelled. Hold the FUP. Miko yelled as she kicked down the door to the principal's office. Ah, Miko, the principal put on a wide smile, what brings an esteemed hero such as yourself to our school on this fine day? Can it, SHT4 brains? Miko slammed her hands on the desk as she looked the principal in the eye, who tried and failed to show no fear. I stopped by this morning to make sure this kid wasn't getting picked on again. So I saw what happened out there. And let me tell you, I know a shitty school when I see one. You do. You better believe it. So guess what? I've decided to abuse my authority as a top hero to get this whole shitty place shut down and you're but fired. You can't do that. The hell I can. Watch and learn, chucklefuck. Miko pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Ryako. It's Rumi. I need you to shut down a school. Negligence. Yes. Child endangerment. From what I've seen, yes. Quirkism. Probably. Okay, yeah. Thanks, bye. I gotta say, you were a badass out there, kid. Miko slugged Izuku on the arm as she sprayed him out of the school. Thanks. Izuku smiled. To be honest, I didn't think I had it in me. Guess I had a lot of pent-up anger in there. Don't we all, kid? Don't we all? You might need someone to teach you how effectively channel all that anger. And how to correctly throw a punch. Izuku gasped as his eyes lit up. You don't mean, Miko handed him a card with an address on it. Every Sunday, 5 o'clock, on the dot. Don't disappoint me, kid. 1 week later. And for today on Hero News, the rabbit hero, Miko was spotted patrolling the streets of Mustafa wearing a purple bunny onesie. When asked about this wardrobe change, Miko had this to say, "Burp, I did that," Izuku proudly stated as he pointed at the TV. This got the attention of his mother, who turned her head in confusion. What? I did that. Hitoshi Shinso tiredly trudged down the halls of 𝐴LDERA Middle School. It was his 3rd day, and he'd been doing his best to keep a low profile. He didn't want to get labeled as the kid with the villainous quirk. The last thing he needed was a repeat of his old school. He could still remember it now. Hey, Shinso. How's it going? Cool backpack. Shinso, do you want to hang out after school? They all hated him. But he was glad that a fireworks truck put his old school out of its misery. It gave him a fresh start and a clearer headspace to accomplish his goals. Go to UA and become a hero to prove all those jerkwads wrong. Anything else was secondary to that. Shinso's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the sound of an explosion from across the hall. Deciding to check out the commotion, he was met with a blonde boy pinning a freckled boy to the wall as he spat in his face. How many times have I told you to stay out of my way, Deku? I was just passing by, Kakin. I didn't mean to disturb you. Like I give 2 SHTs. The blonde boy slammed his hand on the freckled boy's gut and released a torrent of flames, earning a cry of pain from the victim as tears formed in his eyes. Shinso's eyes narrowed at the situation. Great, It looked like this school had cocky brats with powerful quirks, too. Whatever, nothing he and his apparently villainous quirk couldn't solve. Hey, did a Pomeranian die on your head, or does your hair always look like that? 𝐿𝐿 asked, to which the blonde boy turned and growled. What the hell did you just dash? Before he could finish his sentence, his arms went limp, and he fell into a trance-like state. Go dunk your head in the nearest toilet and flush it, 𝐿𝐿 commanded, to which the blonde boy followed and silently walked away. The freckled boy groaned as he regained his footing. He gave 𝐿𝐿 a grateful smile. Thanks for that. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 can be a bit much sometimes. Was that your quirk just now? 𝐿𝐿 did not choose to return his smile, instead muttering, yeah, sure, whatever, as he went on his way. Wait, hold on. The freckled boy ran to catch up with him. I never got to thank you properly for helping me. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Hitoshi 𝐿𝐿, he grunted. Now that introductions are over with, we can head our separate ways. I'm not here to make friends. Izuku looked perplexed, but decided to keep pushing. I didn't say anything about friends. I was just grateful that you went out of your way to help me. And, maybe had a few questions about your quirk. 𝐿𝐿 scoffed. Yeah, right. Like you'd want to know about a villainous quirk like mine. Well, how do I know it's villainous if I don't know what it is? You seemingly made 𝐭𝐻𝐿 follow your instructions, if the sound of the toilet flushing from down the hall is anything to go off of. Is it some kind of suggestion quirk? 𝐿𝐿 couldn't deny that Izuku kind of had a point. Can't judge a book by its cover if you can't see the cover. No, it's called brainwashing. If someone responds to me, they fall into a trance where they pretty much do whatever I tell them. That perplexed look on Izuku's face came back with a vengeance. That doesn't sound very villainous. 𝐿𝐿 huffed. What are you talking about? I literally jack people's minds. I mean, maybe the name has something to do with it. If brainwashing was called hypnosis or something, it might not sound as dangerous. Also, 𝐭𝐻𝐿's quirk lets him blow people up, and is practically a shoo-in for UA. The idea of a villainous quirk is relative when you think about it. You'd be the first to say that, 𝐿𝐿 sighed. Who told you your quirk was villainous? Izuku questioned, his tone dripping with concern. Bunch of assholes at my old school. Not all of them said it, but I could tell with the way they looked at me. Izuku gave a wary hiss as he seemingly understood the situation. Let me guess, bullying. You bet. And I can tell you're in a similar boat as me. Why? Izuku shamefully admitted, a bit of frustration seeping into his tone. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 and his cronies give me a lot of trouble. They're always picking on me, calling me names, getting me in trouble, destroying my stuff, pulling pranks on me, beating me up after class, telling me how worthless I am at every single turn. Izuku breathed heavily as he simmered down from his brief outburst. 𝐿𝐿 could tell he wasn't used to getting angry like that. Sorry. Izuku meekly apologized. It's been a long week. I'm sure you can relate. 𝐿𝐿 didn't know how to reply at first. He just stood there with his eyes wide open. No one had ever beaten him up after class. Thinking back on it, he realized it was mostly just light teasing compared to Izuku. Was he just blowing his own problems out of proportion? Did his biases have any actual weight to them? Where did those biases even come from in the first place? It was at this point when 𝐿𝐿 began to question his entire outlook on life. Something which Izuku picked up on immediately through his facial expressions. 𝐿𝐿, you okay? I don't know. 𝐿𝐿 slumped against the wall, and Izuku sat down next to him. I thought people looked down on me because of my quirk. But then I hear what you went through, and my problems just seem insignificant in comparison. Well, that doesn't seem fair to you, Izuku said. Problems are problems, no matter how small. Yeah, but I feel like I've been blowing mine way out of proportion. Now I'm wondering if people actually hated me for my quirk. Or if they hated me at all. Interesting, Izuku muttered as he scribbled something down in a notebook. This got 𝐿𝐿's attention. Why are you writing all this down? He asked as he got up from his therapy chair. Wait, why am I in a therapy chair? Why are we in a therapist's office? Weren't we sitting in the hallway a second ago? Hold that thought, 𝐴𝐻𝐿. I think we're close to a breakthrough. Izuku put down his notebook as he gently tapped his fingers together. The way I see it, 𝐿, is that you assume the worst of others as a means of pushing yourself away from them. As such, you've subconsciously convinced yourself that your quirk is villainous in nature and that everyone else thinks the same. Now, I'm not sure what events in your childhood led you to this state of mind. But I believe one good way to fix this issue would be to start accepting positive influences into your life. Izuku pulled out a comically large stopwatch from his brown tweed jacket which he suddenly had. Oh, it looks like we're all out of time for today. 𝐻𝐿 wasn't sure of the validity of any of these statements, but he had one pressing concern with this whole situation. Was this surprise therapy session just a way for you to make friends with me? Did it work? Izuku asked hopefully. 𝐻𝐿 ran his hand across his face in exhaustion. Fine. I'll be your friend. Yippee! Izuku cheered as he shot up from his chair. But we're doing something about that bully of yours. If you're allowed to solve my problems, then I'm allowed to solve yours. I thought you already did something about Kaken. You know, with the whole bathroom thing. 𝐻𝐿 smirked sinisterly. Hey, alliteration. No, I was thinking something a bit more permanent. The next day. I don't know what happened yesterday, Deku. Katsuki shouted as he cornered Izuku just outside school, but I know I have unfinished business with you. What kind of unfinished business? Izuku gulped. What do you think, dumbass? The violent kind. Hold on. Yelled 𝐻𝐿 as he appeared behind Katsuki. The moment Katsuki turned to see the purple-haired boy, he saw red. You. I remember you. Last time I talked to you, my mind went blank, then I woke up with my head in a toilet. What the hell did you do to me yesterday? Jackass says what? What? Katsuki immediately fell into a trance upon answering the question, and 𝐻𝐿 and Izuku doubled over laughing. I can't believe that actually worked. 𝐻𝐿 cackled. Kaken might be smart, but he always thinks with his gut. Izuku chortled. When the laughter subsided after a few minutes, Izuku and 𝐻𝐿 got up to discuss the next stage of their plan. I don't think Kaken's gonna fall for that again, Izuku pointed out, so if we want to get this lesson to stick, we need to make him do something he'll wish he could forget. 𝐻𝐿 paced back and forth in thought. Decisions. We can't make him hurt himself. That'll just break him out of my control. Also, I'm not comfortable making Kaken hurt himself. But I do know how much value he puts on his reputation, so we should make him do something embarrassing. Oh. Did you have something specific in mind? Izuku reached into his backpack and pulled out a portable speaker, a red RBB glove, a yellow party hat, a bag of feathers, and a bottle of glue. 𝐻𝐿 smirked and nodded. Midoriya, you're a goddamn genius. A few minutes later, Katsuki stood outside the school, doing the chicken dance while dressed like a chicken with accompanying music. 𝐻𝐿 ordered him to put his whole heart and soul into that dance. And by God, he did. After the first 5 minutes, Katsuki dancing drew in a small crowd of curious students, who did what most teens their age tended to do and recorded the event with their phones. They weren't laughing at Katsuki's performance or anything, they were more so enamored by the weirdness of the situation. But as Izuku watched the crowd grow larger, he knew it would still damage Katsuki's ego all the same. Especially once he woke up and realized the video would be posted online. Well, do you think the crowd's grown big enough? 𝐻𝐿 asked. I think so, Izuku responded, do your thing. Gladly. 𝐻𝐿 released his hold on Katsuki, and the boy quickly regained consciousness. Here. What the hell's going on? Katsuki asked as he whipped his head around. The moment he opened his mouth, he realized it was covered by some sort of party hat. He went to take it off, only to realize his arms were covered in feathers. He then began to pay attention to the song playing in the background. As soon as he recognized it as the chicken dance music, all the pieces snapped together in his head. Katsuki's jaw dropped as his eyes widened in horror. He was doing the chicken dance in front of everyone, and people were filming. Katsuki would have threatened to blow them up if they didn't delete the footage, but the idea of being attacked by a guy dressed as a chicken would be even more humiliating to him. Out of options, Katsuki booked it out of there as fast as he could, leaving a trail of discarded feathers behind him. Izuku and Shinso struggled not to burst into laughter again, so they settled for a high five. Either way, Izuku still knew what this meant for Katsuki. If he knew his former friend, his ego would be too wounded to allow himself to show his face at school for at least another 6 months. Sure enough, the next day, Katsuki came to school wearing a trench coat, trying to look as inconspicuous as possible. Too bad no one told him the entire school had already forgotten his chicken dance. "Hello, Sarahiko. It's Toshinori." "Hey, who's Toshinori?" asked Sarahiko Torino, aka the retired pro hero, Gran Torino. "Toshinori. Yagi. You trained me. Beat me senseless. Nicknamed me Toshi. Roshi. Is that you? I told why I'm not talking to you until you've kicked that porno mag addiction to the curb." Toshinori groaned as he pinched the bridge of his nose. "Listen, Gran. I've chosen a successor." "Wait, really?" Gran asked, completely dropping the senile old man act. "And here I was thinking you'd be too chicken to ask for my help." "If you're referring to his training, Gran, I have that under control. What I'm worried about is his mental well-being." "Do I look like a therapist to you?" "Let me finish," Toshinori huffed. "I've seen him arrive at our training sessions with scratches, bruises, and sometimes burn marks. He always brushes it off as him being clumsy, but I know better. Normally, I'd launch an investigation into his school and be done with it. But I don't want to go behind his back. He has enough trouble trusting adults as is." "Let me guess," Gran interrupted, "since I used to teach at UA, you want me to get a job at your successor's school to keep an eye on him since you think he's in a hostile school environment. And maybe help take down a couple of bullies along the way. That right?" "That would be correct." Toshinori nodded. Even from the other side of the phone, he could practically feel Gran's signature devilish grin that would make even the most hardcore SDSTS blush. Finally, an excuse to kick a teenager in the face. "Let me just call up my old friend with the fireworks truck. He'll open a teaching position for me." Toshinori couldn't help the full-body shudder. He just hoped his mentor would go easy on young Midoriya. Izuku wasn't exactly sure why the teacher was running late today. Mr. Kobayashi normally prided punctuality above all else. At least, that's what he said whenever Izuku was late to class because Katsuki was in a bad mood. He hoped nothing bad had happened to him. One of his classmates spoke up. "You know, there's a rule that if a teacher doesn't show up in the first 15 minutes of class, then you can leave." Everyone knew this rule. Izuku wasn't sure it was true, but he wouldn't mind if it was. He could feel Katsuki glaring daggers at him. Or maybe that was just his paranoia. Before Izuku could think about that any further, he noticed a short old man hobble into the classroom on a walking stick. The rest of the class noticed, too. None of them made a sound as the old man very slowly walked up to the podium. "Hello, class," the old man said with a rasp in his voice. "I'm Sarahiko Torino. I'll be your substitute teacher for the week." Despite being barely audible, Izuku heard Katsuki mumble to himself, "Oh great, we're stuck with an old geezer." Suddenly, Torino shot like a bullet toward Katsuki and delivered a kick to his face, knocking him out of his desk and sending him sprawling onto the floor. Katsuki clutched his cheek as he got up. "Oh! What the F?" "I heard that," Torino yelled. "Looks like someone never taught you to respect your elders. You kicked me in the face. And I'll do it again if you don't shut your yap. The principal gave me the authority to run this classroom as I see fit. Why the F would he let you do that?" In response, Torino tore off his clothes, revealing a yellow and white hero costume underneath, complete with gloves, boots, and a cape. "Because I used to work at UA. And the entire staff is suspiciously biased to people affiliated with that school." The crowd broke into excited murmurs at the news. Izuku couldn't handle the excitement and instinctively blurted out, "If you taught at UA, does that mean you're a pro hero?" "You'd better believe it, ZYGT. I was the jetting hero, Gran Torino. I might be retired, but I still got it, why here?" Torino punctuated his statement by poking Izuku in the chest with his cane. "Oh, please," Katsuki grunted, You only got me because you caught me off guard with that sneak attack. If this were a real fight, I'd kick your butt. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 raised an eyebrow at that statement. Oh, is that a challenge? No, it was a playdate invitation. Of course it was a challenge. All right. How about we make it interesting? 𝐼𝐼𝐼 smirked. If you can land even a single hit on me, I'll write you a personal UA recommendation. He then made a sweeping motion across the entire classroom. Hell, that offer extends to all of you. So what do you say? We have a deal. You're fing dead, oldie. Katsuki threatened. The class instinctively formed a circle around Katsuki and 𝐼𝐼𝐼 as the retired pro readied himself in a fighting position. Your move, blondie. Your funeral. Katsuki smirked as he blasted toward 𝐼𝐼𝐼 and prepared to throw a right hook. Die. Before Katsuki could even blink, a stream of air released from under the teacher's feet as he jetted toward the nearest wall and used it as a springboard to deliver a kick right in the boy's kidney. That might have been the most telegraphed attack I've ever seen in my extremely long life. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 taunted as he landed on a desk. Shut up. Katsuki went to explode the desk, but 𝐼𝐼𝐼 shot straight up, seemingly bounced off the ceiling, and slammed both feet down on Katsuki's head. Is that what you call an attack? I've seen paraplegic chimps who fight better than you. I'm just getting started. Katsuki gave a weak yet determined smile. But before he could even consider another attack, Gran 𝐼𝐼𝐼 took off and started jumping from wall to ceiling to floor to desk. He looked less like a person and more like a yellow blur pinballing from surface to surface. That didn't stop Katsuki, however. He tried aiming an explosion at the last place he saw the yellow blur, but he missed him every single time. And each time he did, 𝐼𝐼𝐼 would kick him around before leaping off his back. After about 5 minutes of this, Katsuki collapsed on the ground, his entire body covered in sweat and bruises. Meanwhile, 𝐼𝐼𝐼 landed right next to him, not even having broken a sweat. Well, 𝐼𝐼𝐼 said to the class, I said my offer extended to all of you. What are you waiting for? The class stood silent for a moment before someone yelled. Out! Come on! There's no way he can take us all. That seemed to rally up the students, and all of them sans one charged at their substitute teacher, each hoping they'd be the one to land the first hit. About 10 minutes later, Gran 𝐼𝐼𝐼 stood in the center of a pile of exhausted students who were just beaten senseless by their elderly teacher. Come on! Is that all you got? I take out hordes of grunts like you for breakfast. Upon only receiving groans in response, 𝐼𝐼𝐼 shifted his gaze to the one student who hadn't yet tried to fight him. What about you, ZYGT? You worried about getting your butt whooped? Oh. Izuku pulled his head out of his notebook and fumbled with his pencil. I was sorta just taking some notes on your quirk and fighting style and stuff. Let me see. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 took the notebook and read through his entry. What kind of code is this encrypted in? I can't read any of this. That's not a code. It's just my handwriting. Katsuki audibly groaned as he got up. Seriously, Deku. How the hell are your dumb stalker notebooks supposed to beat this guy? Yes, how indeed. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 turned to Katsuki, eyebrows furrowed. Only one way to find out. His expression turned sinister as he shifted his attention to Izuku. You'll just have to spar with me tomorrow. What? Izuku shouted out. Do you have cotton in your ears or something? I want you to prove to Mr. Bakugo-Bakugo. Mr. Bakugo that your analysis is worth a DMN. Knowing is half the battle, after all. Which means Blondie over there would only get a 50% grade. Hey! But sir, Izuku protested, I don't even want the UA recommendation. I was planning on taking the normal entrance exam. Alright then, how about this? If you can land even a single hit on me tomorrow, then Mr. Explosions over there will eat my hat. Izuku had to admit the idea of Katsuki eating a hat in front of everyone did sound hilariously appealing. Besides, 𝐼𝐼𝐼 seemed to be using him as an example to the other students. That meant he had to believe in him, right? Alright, I'll do it. Izuku conceded. Never expected any less from a torchbearer like you. Izuku froze up at the mention of a torchbearer. Surely that was just a coincidence. There was no way his substitute teacher would call him a torchbearer in reference to one for all, right? He wasn't just trying to mess with him, right? Izuku realized that was very much a possibility based on what he'd seen of the retired pro so far. Oh well, something to ask All Might about after the spa tomorrow. Izuku laid awake in his bed that night, anxious about school the next day. Torino wanted him to think, to use his analysis, but what did that mean? What kind of secrets could his notebook hold that would help him land a hit on a retired pro? Izuku calmed himself down as he tried to gather his thoughts. All he had to do was think. What did he know about Gran Torino? He mostly remembered the superficial stuff, if he was being honest. He wore yellow and white, moved fast, used kicks a lot, and jumped around. But how could any of that information help him beat? Wait a minute. Izuku felt an idea sprout in his head. Gran Torino jumped from surface to disorient and then hit people. But what if he disoriented him? It was risky, but it just might work. Izuku leaped out of bed as he went to get the supplies he needed for the spa tomorrow. Gran Torino clearly wanted him to have a plan going in, so he would just have to do his best. Torino walked into class the next morning to see everyone except Izuku already in their seats, who was waiting for him at the front of the class. He had bags under his eyes, like he woke up particularly early this morning. I see someone's eager to get there but what? Torino smirked. As a matter of fact, I am. Izuku replied with an all-too-eager smile. Torino scratched his chin. What could the boy be planning? Oh man, this is gonna be rich. Katsuki watched with joyful anticipation to see Izuku get kicked in the face. Alright then. Torino crouched into his jetting position. Show me what you got, ZYT. You first, Izuku challenged. Whatever you say. Torino obliged as he jetted forward and delivered a kick to Izuku's gut, which the boy made no attempt to dodge. Torino thought that was odd, but he wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. He jumped off Izuku's stomach and planted his feet on the wall, ready to strike again. When he suddenly slipped. What the dash? Torino knew he shouldn't activate his quirk. But due to decades of muscle memory, he did that thing where your brain had already noticed something was wrong, but your body had already committed to the action. As such, the next burst from his quirk sent him slightly off course. Instead of jetting toward Izuku, he would fly mere inches past him. Izuku seemed to anticipate this action. As Torino flew by him, missing his face by an inch, he delivered a light punch to his teacher's elbow. The strike didn't even flinch him, but a hit was a hit. Gran Torino skidded to a stop on the floor. What the hell just happened? He demanded. Simple, Izuku replied. I coated the walls with slippery wax so your trajectory would be slightly off, allowing me to get a hit on you. The entire class jaws dropped at the revelation that Izuku had succeeded where they all had failed. But no one's jaw dropped farther than Katsuki's. What the, how did you, how? Gran Torino couldn't help but let out a laugh as he patted Izuku on the back. You got me good, ZYGT. No one's ever tried to get me to slip up before. But you better not be getting cocky on me, 'cause that ain't gonna work more than once. YA here. I hear you, sir. Izuku proudly nodded. Good. Now then, Torino's gaze slowly shifted to Katsuki, who was still catatonic from the fight's outcome. I believe we had a wager. He pulled out a comically large beanie from his pocket and tossed it onto Katsuki's desk. Would you like that with or without mustard? Katsuki let out a sigh of despair as he gazed down at his punishment. That looked like a really big hat. Gran Torino. What are you doing here? Izuku asked as he saw his substitute teacher waiting for him on Dagobah Beach, next to a nervous-looking Toshinori. What? How did I get here? Torino asked as he looked around confusedly. You're at the beach, Izuku explained. The beach? I thought this was a car wash. Toshinori sighed. Young Midoriya. Gran Torino was my mentor, and I decided to call him in to assist you with training in preparation for One for All. Also, he likes pretending to be senile. Even though that joke got old 10 years ago. Also, I got your school shut down, Torino casually added. I did a lot of investigation when no one was looking. Izuku just stood there wide-eyed and slack-jawed. That's a lot to take in, but I'm eager to learn from such a seasoned pro hero. That's good, 𝐼𝐼𝐼 nodded. Because your training starts now. A boot to the face. The only thing Izuku Midoriya loved more than heroes was hero conventions. How could he not? It was one of the rare times he could let his unabashed love for heroism out in full force without judgment from his peers. If it were just that, it would already be Izuku's favorite day of the year. But if he included the cosplayers, meet and greets, panels, and more merchandise than he could buy, it felt like a dozen Christmases at once for him. Just as he finished discreetly stuffing a wild pussycat's dojin into his bag, hey, gotta support those independent artists somehow, his eyes locked onto a nearby merchandise booth, where he bore witness to a limited edition Power Loader figure. It was the only merchandise sold of the hero to have him in his full mech suit. Izuku's collector instincts kicked in, and he zipped over to the figure. But as he laid his hands on the box, he noticed another hand grab it at the exact same time. Izuku's eyes slowly trailed down the person's arm to see a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes with round spectacles, looking just as surprised as him. At the sight of one another, both hands immediately retracted from the figure. "Oh, sorry. Did you want to buy this?" Izuku asked nervously. Not really. I already have a bunch of Power Loader figures. I just wanted to admire that one up close," the girl awkwardly admitted. This piqued Izuku's interest. His fanboy instincts sensed a hero-related conversation abound. "Oh, you're a fan of Power Loader?" The girl nodded vigorously at that. "Yeah, I am. He's one of the few pros with both a hero and support license. Plus, have you seen his gear? How the heck does he keep it so polished?" "I know, right? That always made him stand out to me as a hero. Especially since he only occasionally relies on his quirk in combat." "Right. I mean, the only other hero I can think of who works like that is Metal Man from America, and he doesn't have nearly as much merch." "Ah. You keep track of American heroes, too?" "Of course I do. I mean, I might live on Island, but I am American." Izuku's train of thought paused when the girl mentioned where she was from. "I'm sorry, did you just say Island?" "Sure did." The girl stuck out her hand toward Izuku. "Melissa Shield, nice to meet you. And before you ask, yes, I'm related to David Shield. I'm his daughter." Izuku took her hand and shook it with vigor. "Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, too. And judging by the whole Power Loader thing, I'm guessing you're into support." "Heh. You read me like an open book." Before their conversation could continue, the pair was interrupted by a beep from Melissa's phone. "Oh shoot. I'm gonna be late for a panel." Izuku took out his phone and checked his schedule. "You wouldn't happen to be going to the panel featuring the guy who played All Might in the movies, would you?" "Christopher Sabe. Yeah, are you going, too?" "Of course I am. I love those movies." "Cool. We can keep this conversation going once we get there." As Izuku followed his hopefully new friend to the panel, he couldn't help but be reminded of why he loved these conventions so much in the first place. He knew he never would have met someone as like-minded as him at Aldera. He was just grateful Katsuki considered himself too cool for conventions. One panel later, Izuku and Melissa exited the panel side by side. Neither of them could stop giggling from the anecdote Christopher Sabe shared during his time filming All Might 4: Revenge of the Robot Overlord. He forgot to take off his makeup and costume after shooting one day and got mistaken for the actual All Might. He almost got arrested for identity theft before the real All Might stepped in to set things straight. "Every time I go back and re-watch that movie, I'm gonna think of that story," Izuku said. "I think that makes the whole experience better," Melissa responded. "Either way, it's always nice to hear stories like that. Really gives you a sense of what these people are like behind the cameras." Izuku nodded in agreement. "Yeah. That part of the media we consume has always fascinated me. Especially with Christopher Sabe. It might just be a movie, but I always found it inspiring that they got a quirkless person to portray All Might on the big screen." "My thoughts exactly," Melissa chimed in. "Those kinds of movies always have actors with beauty or shape-shifting quirks cast as the lead role. As a quirkless person myself, I think it's hold up. Izuku interrupted, "Did you just say quirkless?" Melissa fixed Izuku with a glare. "Yes, I did. I hope you don't have a problem with that. No. 𝐒𝐿 rapidly waved his hands. I'm quirkless, too. I was just shocked that wait, you're quirkless too. Yeah. I've never met any quirkless people my age before. Me neither. We should exchange phone numbers. We should. 𝐒𝐿 handed his phone to Melissa, who was quick to punch in her number. After that, 𝐒𝐿 and Melissa decided to sit down and get something to eat. After all, you couldn't go to a convention without enjoying some overpriced convention food. So, how often do you come down here? 𝐒𝐿 asked. A couple times a year. Mostly just holidays and special events. But sometimes I get to go out because 𝐼 needs to dock. Somewhere to grab supplies. Those times are the best. I never know where or when it's gonna happen. Sounds fun. How's living on 𝐼 anyway? Is it as cool as the website makes it out to be? Even cooler. Like, imagine you're in Tomorrowland from Disney World, except it's everywhere. It's like living in Disney World. Wow. 𝐒𝐿 gaped. What about school? Is that like Disney World? As close to Disney World as a school can get. And people don't judge you too harshly for your quirklessness there, do they? I mean, I don't think so. She answered with uncertainty. I get a few condescending remarks every now and then, but I don't really have a frame of reference here. How does that compare to you? 𝐒𝐿 winced at the question. He should have known that what goes around comes around. But regardless, Melissa wanted to know. And who was he to deny a scientist their precious information? Let's just say I get slightly more than condescending remarks. They're more like insults than anything. Just about everyone treats me differently. Most people just ignore me, pretend I don't exist. Sometimes, I wonder if they just see me as a waste of space. 𝐒𝐿 was at least partially aware he was rambling at this point, but he just couldn't stop himself. This went beyond his muttering problem. Due to their shared quirklessness, he had never connected with someone on the same level as Melissa. As such, his thoughts were like a running faucet with the handles torn off. He couldn't stop them from flowing. But I can handle them. At least on most days. But the bullies are a whole other story. Whenever they see me trying to live a normal life, they take that as a personal insult and try to kick me while I'm down at every opportunity. It's not just them. The teachers always turn a blind eye to whoever's picking on me. It's like they want me to be reminded that I'm a worthless piece of trash just because of an extra toe joint. 𝐒𝐿 felt tears openly streaming down his face, but he couldn't afford to care. So what if I want to be a hero? Why should they care? Shouldn't I at least be allowed to chase my dream? It's not like it's hurting anyone. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't take it anymore. He buried his face in his hands and burst into sobs. Absently, he could feel Melissa's comforting hand on his shoulder. He felt bad for her. He didn't mean to dump everything on her. She probably thought he was annoying or something. I'm sorry. He sniffled. You don't have anything to be sorry for, Midoriya. Melissa said softly, if anything, I should be apologizing to you. I didn't know it was such a sore subject. It's fine, 𝐒𝐿 wiped at his tears. To be honest, I didn't know how much I was holding in until it all burst out. Thanks for listening. Thank you for telling me. Now that the tears had subsided, 𝐒𝐿 couldn't help but feel guilty that he brought down the mood. Come on, he stood up from his seat, I think we both need a bit of a palate cleanser. How about we go look at some more merchandise booths? Yeah, sure. Melissa smiled as she got up and followed 𝐒𝐿 back into the fun parts of the convention. The pair had a great time from there. They both partook in each other's favorite convention activities. Melissa made sure to get as many pictures of them with cosplayers as she could. While 𝐒𝐿 was more than happy to wait 2 hours in line to get Ms. Joke's autograph. But like most good things, the convention soon came to an end, and the pair were forced to say their goodbyes before Melissa caught her ride to the airport. Stay in touch, okay? Said Melissa. Yeah. And don't forget to send me pictures of all your support items. I'm sure they'll be amazing, 𝐒𝐿 replied. Sure thing. I'm great at finding loopholes in the non-disclosure agreements. Just then, the cab rolled up to the sidewalk the two were waiting at, and Melissa got in. See you at 𝐼𝐸XPO, Midoriya. See you then. I can't wait. As the cab took off and Melissa watched her new friend get smaller in the distance, her mind couldn't help but flash back to their conversation during lunch. She knew she had it easy on Island, but she never knew to what extent. Well, now she had her answer, and she didn't like it. Of course, she knew quirkless discrimination was bad, but hearing it from someone she considered a friend gave her a whole new perspective on the matter. She wished there was something she could do to help Izuku. But at the end of the day, she was only an inventor from Island. Wait a minute, she was an inventor from Island. She lived in the single most technologically advanced place on Earth or above Earth and had access to some of the most revolutionary technology on the planet. And if she could finish that delivery drone she was working on, then maybe Izuku could have a piece of that technology, too. 1 week later, Izuku smiled as he took the package he found on his doorstep into his room. He wasn't expecting Melissa to send him anything. He figured she wanted to keep it a surprise. He wasn't sure what the occasion was, but appreciated the gesture nonetheless. Maybe he should send her something in return. Izuku excitedly opened the package, removed the packing peanuts, unwrapped the bubble wrap, and he immediately frowned upon seeing what his friend had sent him. Grabbing his phone from his pocket, he immediately dialed her number. "Melissa, why did you send me a gun?" "Surprise." Melissa cheered on the other end. "Melissa, why did you send me a gun?" She huffed in annoyance. "It's not a gun, Midoriya, it's a ray. Learn the difference. If it shoots and kills people, it's a gun. That's the thing, it doesn't kill people. Let me ask you, have you ever played the best Mega Man game? Mega Man X? No, the original games. Mega Man 2. Right. If you beat Flashman, you get his ability, which lets you freeze enemies in place for a limited time. The ray gun you hold in your hands is based on that. And before you ask, yes, the similarities were intentional. Everyone on Island is a huge nerd. Okay." Izuku eyed the ray gun up and down cautiously. "I'm gonna be honest with you, Melissa, I'm not sure if I can use this on Kaken. Is Kaken your main bully?" Melissa grumbled frustratedly. "Why yeah." Melissa sighed. "Listen, Midoriya, if you don't want to use the ray gun for revenge, that's fine. But I suggest you at least bring it with you to school for self-defense." Izuku couldn't argue that his friend had a point. He really didn't like getting beaten up all the time. And this seemed like a peaceful, non-violent solution to the problem. "Okay, I'll try it," Izuku agreed begrudgingly. "Trust me, Midoriya, this will make your life so much easier." The next day at school, Izuku found himself slammed against the wall by none other than Katsuki Bakugo. It was a sensation Izuku was more than used to at this point. "You know how this goes, Deku, so how about we skip to the fun part?" Katsuki threatened as he burned his shirt collar with his partially ignited sweat. Izuku internally gulped as he reached into his pocket and pulled out the sci-fi ray gun. "Kaken, please don't do this," he pleaded, only for Katsuki to respond with a harsh laugh. "Seriously? You choose now of all times to beg? That's just pathetic, Deku." Right as Katsuki pointed his other hand at Izuku's chest, ready to fire off an explosion, Izuku fired the ray gun, and Katsuki's entire body froze in place. Izuku wasn't as surprised as he should have been. Sure, a time-freezing ray gun was incredible, but it was from Island, where everything was incredible. At the moment, he was just relieved that Katsuki had been subdued. Izuku carefully pried himself out of Katsuki's grip and tried to sneak away. It was at that moment when the ray gun wore off, and Katsuki looked at his hand in confusion. In his mind, Izuku was there one moment, gone the next. Katsuki whipped his head around at the sound of Izuku's footsteps and caught him in the act of trying to escape. "Hey! How the hell did you get out of my greedish?" Katsuki was cut off when Izuku shot him with the ray gun yet again. He then used the opportunity to book it down the hall. As he ran, he couldn't deny how good it felt to finally have the edge over his bully for once. However, he had the sinking suspicion it wouldn't last forever. "I'm pretty sure he got a glimpse of the time-freezing ray," Izuku said into the phone. "Kaken's a smart guy. He's bound to put 2 and 2 together eventually. Don't worry, I have a contingency plan for that, Melissa assured. Before Izuku could question what she meant, he heard a knock at the door. Opening it, he was met with a flying drone dressed as a mailman holding another package from Island. Opening it, he held up what looked to be a silver tube with a camera lens sticking out of it. Melissa, what is this? Have you ever seen the movie Men in Black? Even though Izuku expected Katsuki to greet him by angrily slamming his hands on his desk, he was still startled by the gesture. He couldn't help it. Old habits die hard. Deku, what the hell did you shoot me with yesterday? You better give me answers, or you're a dead mothif. Kaken, please, calm down. Izuku made a soothing motion with his hands, but Katsuki wasn't having it. Don't tell me to calm down, but it's almost like you want me to kill you. All right. Okay. I'll show you. Izuku said in a panicked tone as he held the gray cylinder in front of Katsuki's face. What the hell is that thing? Katsuki asked as he peered into the lens. Not one to give up an opportunity, Izuku pressed a button, and a flash went off right in Katsuki's eyes. When the light cleared, Katsuki looked at Izuku with a dazed expression. What was I doing again? Nothing. Izuku grinned as innocently as he could. Teach, whatever, Katsuki grumbled as he trudged to his desk. Izuku was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but it went right back in when he saw the teacher approach his desk. Midoriya, what did you do to Bakugo? Izuku groaned internally. God dang it. So I had to wipe the memories of the entire class. It took a whole hour, and that was before Hey. Stop laughing. Sorry, Melissa said as she fought down the last of her chuckles. Either way, I'm pretty sure the memory eraser only wipes short-term memory. So I'm worried Kaken might still be onto me. Izuku wiped his brow at the possibility of the confrontation. Do you have any other gadgets based on pop culture? Yeah, about that, Melissa winced. Security was a bit tighter than usual today, so all I could get you was a prototype of the metal cap from Super Mario 64. That doesn't sound so bad. Turning into metal should help me defend against his explosions. It would, but it's still a prototype. Once you put on the cap, you'll be stuck as a metal statue, unable to move until someone removes it for you. Izuku hummed as he tapped his chin. It was a disadvantage for sure, but Izuku was used to dealing with disadvantages. I think I can work with this. I'm gonna ask this once, Deku. And I'm not gonna repeat it. What the F have you been doing? Alright, Kaken, I'll talk. Just please don't hurt me. Izuku yelled as he instinctively shielded his face. That depends on your answer, so you better have a goddamn good one. I've been trying out certain experimental gadgets, like this hat. Izuku presented the metal cap to Katsuki, who didn't look impressed. Gimme that. He snatched the cap from Izuku's hand. It would be wasted on a nerd like you, anyway. The moment Katsuki rested the cap on his head, his entire body shifted into a shiny gray metal, and he ceased all movement. That was easier than I thought, Izuku admitted as he pulled out a wheelbarrow from behind some nearby bushes. Now for the hard part. I have to get you home. You wheeled him down 15 blocks. Yeah, Izuku chuckled. I didn't want to look suspicious on the train. It was a real workout, let me tell you. His amusement was quickly stomped out by an incoming sense of dread. But now he definitely knows something is up. I'm worried he's going to try something tomorrow. Yeah, like he hasn't been trying something every day. Izuku could practically feel Melissa roll her eyes from his end of the phone. I hate to tell you this, Midoriya, but if you want this to end, you're gonna have to make a stand against him. You have to show him that he can't mess with you anymore. Izuku furrowed his brow. This was your plan from the start, wasn't it? There was a long stretch of silence from Melissa before she answered. Was it that obvious? Kind of. Izuku sighed, yet he held a warm smile on his face. But maybe this was a good thing. I'd rather be friends with someone who supports me and helps me along my path than someone who beats me down and calls me useless. So, thank you, Melissa, for being my friend. And thanks for being mine, Izuku. I hope you kick that blonde butt's butt tomorrow. As long as I have your gadgets, There isn't a single doubt in my mind. By the time Izuku got to school the next day, he noticed a small crowd that had already formed around Katsuki, which meant more people were present to see Izuku drive up to the fight in his vehicle, a small fireworks truck about the size of a go-kart. Izuku could hear a few scattered laughs and snickers from the crowd, and he did his best to fight down the embarrassment. After all, they wouldn't be laughing soon. "What the hell kind of kiddy-butt car are you driving, Deku?" Katsuki demanded. "I'm supposed to beat you down, not play Mario Kart with you." Izuku took a deep breath and summoned all his courage to respond. "Let me ask you this, Kaken." He pressed a button, and the fireworks truck began to shake. "Have you ever heard of Transformers?" Before Katsuki could answer, the fireworks truck split into dozens of pieces, each floating in circles around Izuku. One by one, they grafted themselves on his body, eventually forming a robot suit around his entire being. "Say hello to 𝐭𝐵𝐴𝐵," Izuku yelled as he flashed a heroic pose. "That's not a Transformers character," someone from the crowd pointed out. "Wait, it's not." Izuku turned his head toward them in surprise. "No, there's no fireworks truck in Transformers." "Weird." Izuku quickly shifted his focus back to Katsuki and pointed his arm cannon at him. "All right, Kaken, show me what you got." Katsuki glared right through 𝐭𝐵𝐴𝐵's helmet as he revved up an explosion. "If you think that scrap of metal is gonna make you any less of a weakling, then you're a bigger dumbass than I thought." With that, he blasted himself toward Izuku and pulled back a right hook. "Die!" Izuku sighed internally. It was always the right hook. Did Katsuki have any idea how predictable he was? Whatever, at least he wouldn't get Melissa's invention scratched. Izuku caught Katsuki's right hook with practiced ease, threw him over his shoulder, and slammed him on the ground. Before he could get up, Izuku pointed his arm cannon at him and unleashed his entire arsenal. What happened next could only be described as the entirety of the 4th of July condensed into 5 seconds. Tens upon dozens upon hundreds of fireworks flew out of 𝐭𝐵𝐴𝐵's cannon and struck Katsuki all over his body, creating a stunning light show that looked spectacular even in broad daylight. When Izuku's ammunition ran out, Katsuki was left lying on the scorched grass, his entire body covered head to toe in soot. "He'll be fine," Izuku clarified to the crowd. "His quirk gives him a level of immunity to explosions. Though, someone should probably take him to the nurse's office. Also, the next time the teachers try to tell you who this school's hero hopeful is, just remember he got out exploded by the quirkless kid." As Izuku walked off in his Transformers mech suit, the crowd focused on Katsuki's unconscious body. There was only one prevailing thought going through their heads regarding the explosive blonde. "That was kind of pathetic. And then I blasted him with fireworks. Every last one of them." "Izuku, please, for God's sake, tell me someone took a video." "Oh, yeah, there were at least a dozen phones out. I'll send you a video tomorrow. Trust me, Melissa, words don't do it justice." "I can't imagine they would." "Though, that reminds me," someone from the crowd said 𝐭𝐵𝐴𝐵 wasn't a real Transformers character. Melissa gulped nervously. Really? That's weird. He was real last time I checked. That guy must not know what he's talking about." As a fellow nerd, Izuku knew exactly what was up. "Melissa, did you make your Transformers OC into an actual robot?" "Maybe." "Melissa," Izuku took a long, deep breath, "you are the single coolest person I've ever met. Cooler than All Might. Cooler than All Might." It might have only been 𝐻𝐼𝐴's second day, but he would say he'd been adjusting pretty well to his new school. At least, as well as someone could be adjusting, given how abrupt his transfer was. But to be fair, no one could have predicted that fireworks truck. But still, 𝐒𝐿 had already made friends in his class. At least, he hoped they could be friends. They were more friendly acquaintances than anything, but 𝐒𝐿 was hopeful he could climb the friendship ladder. Right now, he was sitting next to those friends in question, Daikiru and Nogai, at their desks before class was set to begin. They were in the middle of a conversation about heroics. Since, for whatever reason, that seemed to be a common talking point at this school. Not that 𝐒𝐿 was complaining. "You're really shooting for UA?" Nogai asked Daikiru. "Of course I am." Literally everybody who's anybody is trying for the entrance exam. Daikiru answered. Neato. What kind of quirk training have you done? 𝐒𝐿 excitedly asked. How could he not be excited? It was UA. Daikiru waved his hand dismissively. Faye. I've got all the quirk training I need right here. He raised his fist, and long spikes grew out of his knuckles. I dunno, man, never hurts to train. You know, go plus ultra and all that. 𝐒𝐿 encouraged. I'll be fine. My quirk's great for heroics. No one expects a punch to turn into a stab. Is that the only trick you have? Still a better quirk for heroics than being a human tape dispenser. Daikiru chuckled, to which Nogai joined in. Hehe, yeah, 𝐒𝐿 forced a smile as he pretended to be in on the joke. He didn't want to come off as rude or anything by taking offense. You can't deny he has a point. Nogai playfully poked 𝐒𝐿 in the elbow, a gesture which he pretended to appreciate. I mean, how are you gonna beat up the villains? Tape their notebooks back together. Maybe he could tape their eyes shut, Daikiru added. Or get tape stuck to their fingers and mildly annoy them to death. This wasn't anything new for 𝐒𝐿. He was used to people telling him that tape wasn't the flashiest quirk out there. Yet he still found himself annoyed by his friends' comments. It wasn't even that funny. Suddenly, 𝐒𝐿 found his thoughts pulled away from his group when he overheard the muttering of a boy sitting right next to them whose face was buried in a notebook. He couldn't hear everything he said, but he was able to make out the words, tape, such a simple yet versatile quirk. 𝐒𝐿 felt his plastered-on grin become a bit more genuine at those words. Sliding over to the boy with the notebook, he casually greeted, Hey, didn't quite catch what you said, but it sounded smart. Mind repeating for me? The boy immediately threw his head out of his notebook and looked at 𝐒𝐿 like he was about to beat him up. Sorry. I didn't mean to come off as weird. I just thought your quirk was really cool. But I'll get rid of your notes if you dash. A groan from Daikiru interrupted the boy. Deku, have you ever heard of this new novel concept? It's called minding your own business. 𝐒𝐿 had only known this Deku person for 5 seconds, but he was already starting to prefer him to Daikiru and Nogai. Hold up, dude. I asked him, not the other way round. By all accounts, he was minding his own business. And now I want to hear what he has to say. He turned to the green-haired boy with eagerness in his eyes, who looked excited that someone was listening to him. He grabbed his notebook and began reading off his notes. Tape might seem like a simplistic quirk, but that's what makes it so effective. Judging by the size of your elbows, it comes out in large strips, meaning it's perfect for tying up villains. It's great for rescue, too. If it's as strong as it is big, then it could hold up a collapsing building or create a safe platform for someone to land on, not to mention the potential mobility options. I bet you could swing around just like Spider-Man. No, wait, that might leave stray strands of tape everywhere, unless you can retract them. Can you retract them? 𝐒𝐿 shot a knowing grin at Daikiru and Nogai. He bet they never had their quirks analyzed like that. Why, in fact I can, he answered smugly. But I don't do it often because that means reeling in the stuff that got caught on it. What's your name, man? Izuku Midoriya. Hanta 𝐒𝐿. We should hang out. I guess useless attracts useless. Daikiru rolled his eyes. Just don't be surprised if Bakugo starts beating you up, too. He's not a fan of weaklings who don't know their place. The hell I'm not. The Bakugo in question stormed up to the group at the mention of his name, looking frustrated at the commotion they were causing. The way I see it, you're all thing extras. Especially you, Deku. Izuku noticeably shrunk at the mention of his name. Now, 𝐒𝐿 considered himself a people person. As such, he felt like there was something up between Izuku and Katsuki. Something personal. He didn't know the specifics, but whatever it wasn't pretty. Hey, man. Lay off him. 𝐒𝐿 stepped between Izuku and the angry blonde. He wasn't bugging you or anything. Shut the hell up, tape arms. Katsuki barked in his face. Just because you're new here doesn't mean you can stand up to me. You don't want to know what I do to extras who try stepping out of line. Katsuki didn't need to tell 𝐒𝐿 anything. He noticed the small pops combusting off the blonde's hands. Needless to say, he wasn't too threatened. Oh, really? 𝐂𝐿 asked in a mockingly high-pitched tone. Yes, really. Do I have to give you a thing demonstration? Katsuki shot his hands in the air in frustration. 𝐂𝐿 knew this was his time to strike. He raised both elbows and shot twin strands of tape at Katsuki's raised hands, quickly wrapping them up like presents. Katsuki's face went blank as he paused to inspect the ball of tape that enveloped his hands. His expression quickly flicked back to rage. What the hell did you just do to me? Oh, come on, you seem like a smart guy. I think you can figure that out on your own. F you. I can just blast your tape off. Wait. Izuku shouted to get Katsuki's attention. It's not smart to activate your explosions in an enclosed area. You might blow your hands off. Midoriya's got a point. 𝐂𝐿 grinned smugly, to which Katsuki bit his lip in frustration. I know from experience that my tape is a lot tougher than it looks. But don't worry, I can help get it off your hands. If you ask nicely. The idea of asking nicely seemed to make Katsuki even angrier. I don't need help from you extras. I can get this tape off myself. Before you do that, you should know that my tape is double-sided. That stomped out Katsuki's idea of biting the tape off. So he just trudged back to his desk and stuck a pencil to his sticky tape ball of a hand. Is he always this stubborn? 𝐂𝐿 asked Izuku. Pretty much. He doesn't like it when people look down on him. Well, makes my life a whole lot easier. Oh. By the way, about your tape retraction issue. Do you think you could include some sort of filtration system on your theoretical hero costume? Like, maybe a small vacuum that would pick up stray particles off your tape. 𝐂𝐿 could feel his grin widen. Midoriya, I think you and I are gonna get along just fine. Katsuki didn't need help getting that tape off his hands. What kind of future #1 hero gets help from extras? Granted, he had no idea how to get the tape off himself. But that didn't matter. He could make it through the day with sticky hands. Alright, class, turn to page 71 in your textbooks, the teacher drawled. Thankfully, the textbook was already on Katsuki's desk. He opened the cover, turned the pages, and, okay, that didn't go quite as planned. But he had page 71 in his hand. Besides, he wouldn't need it after the lesson was done, right? All he had to do was open his notebook to copy down the information, and as Katsuki screamed internally, he noticed 𝐂𝐿 turn in his direction and shoot him a cheeky grin, the kind that said, "This can go on as long as you want it to." But Katsuki refused to yield. He couldn't yield, lest he admit his own weakness. He would do this all day and all night if he had to. Though right now, he really wished he had the ability to flip 𝐂𝐿 the bird. Katsuki felt smug at lunch as he managed to open the lid to his bento using his sticky hands. Sure, the lid was still stuck to his hand, but that was a problem for later. All he had to do was grab his chopsticks so he could From the corner of his eye, he caught 𝐂𝐿 and Izuku watching him from another table. He had to prove he was doing just fine. So he grabbed his bento with both tape hands, flipped it upside down, and emptied it in his mouth. Katsuki carkily grinned at them through a mouthful of food. They both looked at him with concern in their eyes. But it was clear to him that they were only concerned that their punishment wasn't working in the slightest. What the hell happened to your hands, brat? Mitsuki asked as soon as Katsuki got home. None of your business, hag. Katsuki yelled in response. Were you threatening someone at school today? So what if I was? Then you probably deserve it. F you. Katsuki stomped up the stairs to his room. But when he placed his hand on the railing, he quickly discovered that it wouldn't come off. His tape hand had bound him to the stairs. God damn it. How sticky is this tape? He yelled as he pulled as hard as he could, but to no avail. Whatever you did wrong, you should probably own up to it. Just tell Dad to get the saw. Unfortunately, the tape couldn't be safely removed without risking cutting off one of Katsuki's fingers. So they had to settle on cutting off the chunk of railing he got stuck on. The next day, Izuku and 𝐂𝐿 watched with blank faces as Katsuki walked into the classroom while dragging his entire bed behind him, his taped-covered hands stuck to the frame. Looks like someone got up on the wrong side of the bed, 𝐂𝐿 teased. Shut up. Katsuki barked. Hey, you're the one letting it go on for so long. All you have to do is say please, and I'll remove the tape for you. There's no way I'm stooping down to your level, tape for brains. Kaken, be reasonable, Izuku pleaded. By your logic, how are you supposed to become a hero if you can't use your quirk? Oh, I have a plan, Deku, Katsuki said with a crazed chuckle. If I use threats to get what I want, people won't see me as weak. He turned to another student sitting at his desk. Hey, Knuckle Spikes, get the hell over here. What do you want, Bakugo? Asked Daikiru as he walked up to the group. You can make spikes from your knuckles, right? Yeah. That's literally the nickname you gave me. Good, then use them to rip the tape off my hands, or I'll bite your arms off. Daikiru immediately shot up in fear. Okay, sure, right away, just don't hurt me. See, Deku. I'm not asking for help, I'm demanding it. As Daikiru prepared to use his quirk, Izuku tried to warn his bully. Don't do this, Kaken. You could get hurt. I'm not falling for your tricks, Deku. I'm getting this tape off me one way or another. Okay, I'll remove the tape. Just don't get yourself killed, 𝐂𝐿 conceded. Too late. Katsuki said with a feral grin as he turned to Daikiru. Use your DMN quirk already. Okay, here goes, you lost your left pinky, right thumb, and both middle fingers. The doctor explained. Katsuki stared blankly at the ground, only managing to get a single word out. DMN. Tomura, Kurogiri said as he stepped through the portal into the bar. What? What do you want? Tomura rasped as he paused his game to look up at the bartender. I would like to inquire about the location of the 𝐴𝐻𝐼 which MSTR lent to you to play games with. He needs to run some experiments on it. Tomura grumbled in frustration. The BSD beat me at Smash Brothers, so I told it to go kill itself. What? Izuku knew he should have stayed home from school today. He woke up with a sore throat, which made his voice sound all raspy. But he had a test that day and knew the teachers wouldn't let him make it up if he missed it. He thought he did all right on the test, but any joy from that was quickly stomped out when Katsuki and his cronies decided to give him a free ticket to the nurse's office. How nice of them. Izuku shook his head at the bad memories. That was all behind him. The school day was over now. As he walked down the street, wondering what his mom would make for dinner that night, he saw a figure lying in the middle of the road. Now, Izuku wasn't quirkist or anything, but he could still recognize an odd-looking mutant quirk when he saw one. And that man lying on the street sure had an odd one, all right. Pitch-black skin, bird-like beak, muscles so bulgy you'd think he was on steroids, and an exposed brain. Yeah, this guy was odd, even by quirk standards. But Izuku didn't focus on that. At that moment, he panicked at the sight of a man lying down flat on the road just as a car was speeding his way. Sir! Watch out! He tried to warn him, but he didn't move, and a car ran over him. Though, oddly enough, it didn't seem to leave any noticeable mark on his body. Sir, a pickup truck zoomed right over the man, then a bus, then a motorcycle, then a steamroller, then a fireworks truck. But no matter what ran over him, the strange-looking man didn't seem to flinch. Despite that, Izuku still panicked at the sight of a man getting run over by all those vehicles. He ran over to him as fast as he could and started giving him CPR. You'll be fine. I called an ambulance. Just stay with me. Izuku yelled in his raspy voice. The voice was so raspy that the 𝐴𝐻𝐼 registered it as Tomura's. As such, he followed the last command he heard, which was stay with me. A command the 𝐴𝐻𝐼 interpreted as stay by my side. Izuku stumbled back in shock as the odd-looking man stood up and peered down at him. He felt like an ant under a microscope, but he still went to respond. Are you okay? No words came out of the man's mouth, so Izuku tried a different question. Can you tell me your name? No. Moo. The man replied. Though, it sounded less like words, and more like animalistic screams that just so happened to resemble human speech. No Mew. Okay. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Now, could you please get out of the street? Please. No Mew silently complied, and Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God you're okay. Listen, I know life might be tough sometimes, but no matter the situation, suicide is never the answer. Izuku felt slightly intimidated by Nomyu's continued lack of a response, so he decided to change gears. Is there anyone you can call? Anyone else you can rely on? Any parents? Siblings? Friends? Neighbors? Significant others? So it's just you. You're all alone. Well, I guess there's only one thing to do. Izuku, did you bring another homeless person home? Actually, Mom, he followed me. Would you have brought him home if he didn't follow you? Okay, hypothetically, 𝐭𝐽 just sighed as she opened the door the rest of the way, and Izuku and Nomyu walked in. Honestly, Izuku, I know you have a big heart and all, but homeless shelters exist for a reason. I'm sorry, Mom. It's just, I found him in a really bad place. Alright, he can stay for dinner and then sleep on the couch. But we are having a serious talk about this, young man. Thank you, Mom. Izuku and 𝐭𝐽 sat awkwardly at the dinner table as they both confusedly stared at Nomyu, who hadn't moved an inch since Izuku asked him to sit down. Izuku spoke up. Nomyu, you don't have to worry about being rude. You can eat. Nomyu complied as he lifted up his plate and took a big bite. He ate the plate, that is. Not the food. Is he always like this? 𝐭𝐽 whispered to Izuku. I think he's just having an off day. You can sleep here, Nomyu. Izuku gestured to the living room couch. And if you have trouble sleeping, you can borrow this. Izuku held up an All Might plushie, and Nomyu's Kill All Might on sight protocol blared in his head. He snatched the plushie out of Izuku's hand and tore into it like a dog with a chew toy. Izuku slowly and cautiously backed up at the sight of that. Okay, I get it. You're more of an endeavor guy. The next day. All right, Nomyu. I have to head to school. You have to go. Nomyu interpreted this command as I have to go to school, you have to come, too. So he marched behind the green-haired boy on his way to class. Izuku wanted to shoo Nomyu away, but he figured that since he didn't bring up having any family or friends earlier, he was his only lifeline. He couldn't just abandon someone in their time of need like that. That's not what heroes do. So, against his better judgment, he begrudgingly let this guy follow him to school. He just hoped Nomyu wasn't secretly a pedophile or something. Sure, a couple of security guards tried to stop Nomyu at the school gate, but they physically couldn't. He just marched along, completely ignoring their attempts to detain him. It was clear as day that no one could stop Nomyu. However, there was only one person who tried to stop the boy he was following. Deku. What the hell did you bring to school? Katsuki yelled as he shoved Izuku to the ground. In my defense, he followed me here, and no one was physically capable of stopping him. Like I care. Just look at him. Katsuki gestured to Nomyu, who looked impassive as ever. Look at those dead, soulless eyes. He's planning something. And I'm gonna put him in his place. Izuku was quick to get between Katsuki and Nomyu. Hold on. You can't just attack somebody unprovoked. Sure I can. Watch. Katsuki grabbed Izuku by the collar and prepared to set off an explosion in his face. Izuku's instincts took over, and he curled into a ball as he yelled, No. Please. Someone help. Nomyu immediately responded to the command. He darted over to Katsuki with speed only comparable to All Might and grabbed him by the torso, holding him aloft. What the hell? Let go of me, you brain-dead freak. Katsuki released several explosions in Nomyu's face, but they didn't even flinch him. Why the F isn't this working? It took 5 minutes of continuous explosions for Katsuki to run out of sweat and give up, finally giving Izuku the chance to speak. Nomyu, I think you've taught Kaken his lesson. Could you please put him down? Something Izuku didn't know was that when given a command, Nomyu was programmed to choose the most violent option possible. As such, he interpreted put him down in the same way you would put down a sick pet. His other hand grabbed Katsuki by the head and began to twist. No. Don't snap his neck. Izuku yelled, I meant you should drop him. Nomyu went upstairs to the 3rd floor and held Katsuki out the window. I meant you should pacify him. 𝐼𝐻𝐽 began smothering Katsuki's face with a pillow. I meant you should let him go. 𝐻𝐽 pulled back his arm, prepared to throw Katsuki as hard as he could. Put him on the ground. 𝐻𝐽 prepared to slam Katsuki's face into the ground. Don't kill him. Do what a hero like All Might would do. Now, since he was built with the express purpose of fighting All Might, 𝐻𝐽 had every last one of the number one hero's mannerisms and behaviors drilled into his head. As such, 𝐻𝐽 knew exactly what All Might would do when faced with a case of aggravated quirk assault based on the explosions from earlier, so he brought Katsuki to the police station. Thanks for helping turn in a villain, the police officer at the desk tipped his hat. I'm not a shitty villain. Katsuki yelled from behind bars. Need I remind you? Aggravated quirk assault. Great job, 𝐻𝐽. Izuku patted his friend on the back. You should train at UA to be a hero someday. MSTR commands, 𝐻𝐽. Obeys. Aizawa was not expecting to see a student in his classroom today on account of how he recently expelled his entire class. Weirder was the fact that this wasn't one of his former students, it was a muscly birdman wearing a tattered UA uniform. Looking to the nearest wall, Aizawa noticed a large hole with a shape that looked suspiciously similar to his new student. F it. Why not? Aizawa shrugged as he prepared his lesson plan. 3 years later. And coming in at number 7 on the annual hero ranking, right out of UA, it's 𝐻𝐽. The announcer held up her microphone to the hero in question's face. 𝐻𝐽, would you like to say a few words? Silence. All for one spit out his coffee at the sight of the TV. The 𝐻𝐽 that had gone missing for 3 years became a hero. He thought he knew the definition of cest until that very moment. Tomura. The first thing Shota Aizawa noticed when the doors to Nezu's office swung open was the dim lighting of the room. An obvious intimidation tactic from the mammal, but Shota's stance didn't falter. He'd seen worse. The second thing he noticed was Kamiya and Hisashi standing on either side of the principal's desk while Nezu sat at his chair in the center, looking less than pleased. Shota quickly took note of his fellow teacher's expressions. Kiyama looked frustrated about something, while Hisashi just looked guilty. Have a seat, Aizawa, Nezu commanded, his voice lacking its usual jovial tone. Shota had to fight back a gulp. That was never a good sign. I'm sure you already know why you're here, so let's cut to the chase. Nezu bore right into Shota's soul with his soulless, beady eyes. Why did you expel an entire class? Despite the feeling of dread creeping up his back, Shota sought to stand his ground. You know why I expel people, Nezu. None of them showed any potential. Nezu swirled around the tea in his cup, seemingly unamused by his answer. Really? All of them? Not one of the 20 students was able to meet your standards. If you have a problem with my teaching methods, then say it. A small chuckle escaped Nezu's teeth. Ah, yes. That would be the logical thing to do, wouldn't it? But you know, it's kind of funny to me. What is? That you consider expelling an entire class a form of teaching. Aizawa squinted in disdain. You know why I do what I do, Nezu. Yes, I do, he seemed almost shameful to admit, and I allowed it for the odd couple of students whom you thought deserved a reality check. But it seems that I've let you become too complacent. Aizawa decided to just bite the bullet already. I don't understand the issue, sir. You know I only demote them to Gen Ed. Kiyama took the opportunity to speak up. Yeah, and whose class do you think they end up in, Shota? Venom was apparent in her voice. That's 10 extra students for both me and Hisashi. You're literally dumping your work onto us. Aizawa glanced at Hisashi, who avoided looking him in the eyes. Yeah. I love the little listeners, but it's a lot of work. A hint of frustration found itself in his tone. I mean, what are you supposed to do while you wait for them to transfer back? Just sit around and sleep all day. Shota felt his eyebrow twitch. Seriously, you too. You, of all people, should know why I do this. Hisashi sighed. We do, Sho. But there's another way to prevent future deaths in the field. By actually teaching your goddamn class, Kiyama finished with clenched teeth. I believe our points have been made here, Nezu finished before turning to Shota. Right now, the most logical choice would be to have your teacher license revoked. But I believe that under all those layers of capture scarf and jelly pouches is a good teacher who wants to see their students learn and grow. What are you going to do? Shota asked, mentally preparing himself for literally anything. It's clear as day that you need to get back to basics. As such, I've signed you up for a teaching position at 𝐷𝐷𝐷 Middle School, as there was a sudden opening on account of a teacher getting run over by a fireworks truck. Shota noticed Hisashi try to hold back a snicker at that. If your performance is satisfactory by the end of the school year, then you'll be allowed to teach at UA again. And as for the students who you expelled, they'll all be let back into the hero course with their black marks removed. Frankly, you should consider yourself lucky that Gunhead was able to step up on such short notice. Shota slammed his head on the desk. There is no way you managed to sneak that into my contract. Nezu grinned as he pulled up a stack of papers. They always say to read the fine print, but everyone forgets to read between the lines. Shota audibly groaned as he laid out his belongings on his new desk, accompanied by a tug on his tie that he was forced to wear. Of all the schools the rat had to send him to, it just had to be a middle school. He had a feeling this might just be the worst year of his life. Worse yet, he was prohibited from using his quirk outside of emergencies. How was he supposed to shut up his class now? Yet, despite his situation, Shota had to admit Nezu was at least right on some fronts. He did still want to be a teacher. And if the rat had a problem with the way he ran things in his classroom, then maybe it would be logical to own up to his mistakes. That didn't mean he had to enjoy his punishment, though. Hello. I'm your new teacher, Shota Aizawa, he drawled as his students funneled into the classroom, barely paying attention to him. By the time lunch rolled around, Shota honestly wondered how other teachers got by. He could hardly keep his students' attention longer than 10 seconds before they began talking amongst themselves. Things would have been so much easier if they had a healthy fear of him. He just prayed no one in the teacher's lounge touched his jelly packets. Then he might have to have an actual meal. He wasn't opposed to the idea, but he was painfully aware no one could beat lunch rush cooking. Suddenly, from the corner of his ear, Shota heard the faint sound of an explosion, which was not the best sound to hear in a school. His underground hero instincts immediately kicked in, and he dashed to where he thought the source of the noise was. He wasn't sure if it was a quirk, chemistry accident, or broken AC, but it would be illogical to dismiss the threat. As Shota turned a corner, he was met with a nearly empty hallway, save for a green-haired boy slouched against the wall, clutching his chest. Hey, are you all right? Shota asked as he ran up to the boy. His presence seemed to cause him even more distress. No. Nothing happened. He clutched his chest a little tighter, and Shota noticed he was hiding faint burn marks on his uniform. He pulled the kid's hand away to see that the burn went through his uniform and left a hand-shaped mark on his skin. Shota placed a hand on the kid's shoulder and guided him down the hall. Come on, we're going to the nurse's office. He decided he would question him on the way there. No. Don't worry about it. The boy pulled himself from Shota's grip. The nurse wouldn't care anyway. I'm not worth it. A million red flags raised in Shota's head at that, but he decided to prioritize the injury first. Thankfully, a hero was always prepared. Can you at least apply this to yourself? He handed him a tube of burn cream, a gesture which made the boy's eyes water for some odd reason. Thank you. The kid fought down tears as he applied the cream to his wound. Are you a new teacher here? You look familiar, but I haven't seen you around before. I'm new. Today's my first day. What's your name? The boy bit his lip as he averted his gaze away from the teacher. Oh right, you need that for the write-up. It's Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya, it would be illogical to write you up without knowing the full story. I haven't even seen you do anything wrong. How about we start at the beginning? It was nothing, really. Izuku gave a fake smile that Aizawa saw right through. I was just getting in Kaken's way. Shota did not like the direction this conversation was taking. Kaken. Katsuki Bakugo. Like I said, it's really not that big a deal. If anything, it was my fault. You can just forget about it. Thank you for helping me, though. I kind of wish you taught in my class. You'd probably be the best teacher I ever had. The irony of that sentence was not lost on Aizawa. Izuku smiled wistfully as he got up and speed-walked away, much to Shota's annoyance. Shota wanted to stop him, to get more information from him, but he decided against it. The kid seemed reluctant to share what he already had. Forcing anything else out of him would do more harm than good. Besides, based on the burn mark and the mention of getting in someone's way, Shota believed he already had more than enough pieces to put the puzzle together. "Hey there, Aizawa. How's your first day so far?" A teacher, Kobayashi, asked. "Terrible," Shota bluntly replied as he stomped into the teacher's lounge. "I was too late to stop a bullying incident, but at least I know who did it. Do any of you know of Katsuki Bakugo?" "Bakugo?" A different teacher spoke up in surprise. "I say let it go. It's probably not serious, just kids being kids. I have evidence that he used his quirk on Midoriya." "Oh yeah? And who'd you get that information from?" Another teacher asked. "Word of advice, don't believe a word Midoriya tells you. He's a real troublemaker, that one. Yeah, always riling up the more successful students. And then he has the gall to act surprised when they fight back. He just loves playing the quirkless victim card." Looking around the lounge, the rest of the teachers seemed to agree with that statement. This new information somewhat complicated things for Aizawa. It wasn't that he doubted Izuku, but he felt that he wasn't getting the full picture. The way the teacher pointed to Izuku's quirklessness as a determining factor just reeked of bad vibes. He would dig into that can of worms later. But for now, he had a student to talk to. "So, Bakugo, how would you describe your relationship with Midoriya?" Shota calmly asked, only to receive a scowl in response. "The nerd's a goddamn thorn in my side who somehow deluded himself into thinking he can be a hero. Can I go now?" "No. I need more information. You said that he wanted to be a hero." "Yeah. He keeps all these stalker notebooks where he writes SHT down about me. No matter how many times I try to beat some sense into him, he still thinks that'll make up for his own quirklessness." Katsuki folded his arms and huffed, "Pathetic. Like he thinks he can upstage me as a hero." Shota made a mental note to check out Izuku's notebooks to verify that statement later. "What do you mean by beat some sense into him? Why the hell do you care? No one else in this shitty school ever has. A fact I am painfully aware of." Shota narrowed his eyes at Katsuki. "Listen, Bakugo, I've dealt with kids like you my entire teaching career. The kind of kid that's never been told no in life. The kid that thinks they're hot stuff just because of their quirk. So I'm telling you now, stop whatever you're doing to Midoriya, or I will do everything in my power to make sure you actually face consequences." Katsuki didn't seem all too moved by those words. He was no doubt aware that Aizawa's threat was hollow on account of him being new. Whatever. He grumbled as he got up and strolled out of the room. Shota couldn't help but feel frustrated with himself. He knew his threat was vague, but there wasn't much the school would actually let him do. He could have threatened expulsion, but that was what got him into this mess in the first place. He sighed as he took out his phone. Even if there was nothing he could do to Katsuki, there was something he could do to the school. "Hello there, Aizawa." Nezu cheerfully greeted. "Can I assume you're calling me about your new teaching position?" "Yes, I am. I have reason to believe that this school and its teachers hold a quirkist agenda. I have evidence of them downplaying or even ignoring blatant cases of bullying targeting the school's only quirkless kid." Nezu chuckled sinisterly. "Well, if that's all, then I should be able to build a case against them in about a week. I hope you know what you should do until then." "I do, sir," Shota said as he hung up with a newfound sense of determination. While he waited for Nezu to bring old Dera to its knees, he would focus on the more interpersonal matters. The next day. "Midoriya." "Eep." Izuku jumped in surprise as Shota greeted him as he turned the corner. What do you need? Did I do something wrong?" "You're not in trouble or anything. I just wanted to check up on how you were doing." "How am I doing?" The boy questioned with hesitance, as if people asking about his well-being was a foreign concept to him. "Yes, how you doing? Has Bakugo bothered you at all today?" At Shota's question, Izuku let out a shudder as he instinctively slapped a hand over his arm. Shota had a strong suspicion there was a bruise in that spot. No. He hasn't bothered me today. Izuku's resolve faltered as Shota raised an eyebrow of speculation. Okay, maybe we had a small spat in the hallway this morning. But it's not a big deal. It happens all the time. Shota's expression softened as he placed a hand on the student's shoulder. Midoriya, that's not a good thing. It's fine, really, Izuku insisted. Kaken's going to be a great hero someday. So that automatically excuses his behavior. His bullying. His assault. It's fine. I can handle it. He only really picks on me anyway. Shota sighed. He knew he was fighting a losing battle by trying to change Izuku's mind so quickly. Changing one's mindset takes time. With all the teachers putting Katsuki on a pedestal, it would only be natural for Izuku to buy into it. He had to approach the issue from a different angle. Even so, if given the choice, would you rather he not bully you? I guess. Would you like him to know that you're not as useless as he says you are? That he has a good reason to stop bothering you? Yes, I would like that. He hesitantly nodded. Good, meet me in the gym after school today. It's time you learn some self-defense. Izuku's eyes brightened. You can teach me self-defense. I used to be a combat specialist. All right, Midoriya, we have a lot to get through and not a lot of time, Shota said as Izuku made his way to the center of the gym. Why don't we have a lot of time? Izuku wondered. Shota didn't want Izuku to know his school would be shutting down soon, so he went with a half-truth. I only have this gym booked for an hour. Makes sense. So where do we start? First, we need to figure out which fighting style fits you best. Shota circled his student to get a better look at his physique and musculature. There wasn't much there, but he could work with it. I'm going to be honest, Midoriya, without a quirk, you'll be fighting at a disadvantage pretty much all the time. Izuku deflated at that. Why? I figured. But that just means you'll have to use every advantage you can to gain the upper hand. That includes fighting dirty. Do you think you can handle that? Izuku took a deep breath in as he steeled himself. I'll do what it takes, sir. Good. Now tell me, Midoriya, how much do you know about ambush techniques? Not much, but I'm eager to learn. Izuku pulled out a notebook and pencil from somewhere, reminding Shota about that mental reminder he left for himself. Hold on, let me see that notebook. Oh, there's no need. There's nothing here worth reading. Can you at least let me be the judge of that? Okay, I guess. He reluctantly handed the book over to Shota, who began flipping through the pages of in-depth hero analysis. Not bad. Clearly above average skills for someone his age. How long have you been working on these? Pretty much since I've been able to write. Why? Aizawa allowed a small grin to grace his lips as he shut the notebook. Midoriya, I have no doubt you'll be a fast learner. After nearly a week of stealth and ambush training, Izuku was ready for his test. Granted, he still felt hesitant about actually going through with it, but he couldn't let his teacher down. Shota was the first person to truly believe in him, and he wanted to make his teacher proud. All he had to do was wait. Deku. Katsuki growled as he approached Izuku at the end of the hallway, just as he planned. Yes, Kaken. Izuku asked innocently. You've been quiet all day. You're planning something, aren't you? Izuku resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Angry when he talked, angry when he didn't talk, that's Katsuki for you. Well, answer me, nerd. I don't need to answer anything, Kaken, Izuku retorted. What? Where the hell is this backtalk coming from? I don't want to be your punching bag anymore, Kaken. Let's just settle this peacefully. Katsuki cracked his knuckles as he stepped up to Izuku. I have a better idea. He pulled back his fist and launched an explosion at Izuku. Die! Izuku saw the attack coming a mile away. He leaped back from the explosion and used the ensuing flash and subsequent smoke to disappear from Katsuki's vision. What the F? Where did you go? Quit hiding, you coward. Thankfully, he didn't notice Izuku peering down at him through a loose ceiling tile. The green-haired boy internally thanked Shota for the parkour lessons as he pulled out a water balloon and chucked it at Katsuki. Gah! That's thing cold. Katsuki darted his head around to find the source of the balloon, but paused as he smelled something off about the liquid he was covered in. What the hell? This isn't water. Before he could question any further, Izuku kicked a ceiling tile out of its socket and onto Katsuki's head, distracting the boy long enough for him to drop right in front of him, sweep his legs out from under his feet, and pin him to the ground. Don't try exploding your way out of this one, Kaken, Izuku grunted as he struggled to keep Katsuki down. That balloon was filled with rum, the flammable kind. One spark, and your whole body will go up in flames. Katsuki twisted his head to face Izuku as he breathed heavily through clenched teeth. Deku. Izuku noticed Katsuki's hand twitch. Oh god, he was clouded by rage. He was gonna do it. Izuku separated himself from Katsuki as he braced himself for the torrent of flames that was about to occur, but nothing happened. Looking back up at Katsuki, Izuku saw him clenching and unclenching his fists, looking confused as all hell. What the? Why isn't my quirk working? I erased it, said the familiar voice of Shota. Izuku turned to see his teacher adorned with red eyes and gravity-defying hair. The puzzle pieces immediately clicked in his head. Oh my god. You're the erasure hero, Eraserhead. I knew you looked familiar, but I just couldn't put my finger on it. What are you doing here? Why aren't you teaching at UA? Is it for some kind of investigation? Can I have your autograph? At the mention of his hero name, Shota groaned. At the mention of UA, Katsuki paled. I'll explain that later. Shota took out his capture weapon from his pocket, wrapped it around Katsuki's unmoving body, and dragged him off. Right now, I've got a class delinquent to expel. I didn't know you had the authority to expel people from Aldera. Not Aldera, UA. Oh. Well, don't worry, Kaken. You can still get into other hero schools. Katsuki didn't respond. He had gone catatonic from the revelation that he had blown it in front of a UA teacher, and now his chance at attending his dream school had been dashed in front of his very eyes. The next day, Izuku and Shota stood outside the gates of Aldera Middle School as they watched at least 3/4 of its teaching staff get hauled off into police vans. Serves them right, Shota stated. Can't argue with you on that, Izuku replied. So, are you going back to UA now? Afraid not, kid. I still have to teach an entire year of middle school before they'll let me back in. Speaking of which, do you know where you'll be transferring? Mustafa Private Middle School. Why? Then that's where I'm headed next. Izuku gasped, you mean it? Of course I do. You still have a lot of training to get done. And if I'm being honest, your pinning technique back there was a little sloppy. Well, if I were to learn it from anyone, I'm glad it'd be you. Shota chuckled as he ruffled his student's hair. Get used to it, Midoriya. You'll be seeing a lot of me in the hero course. Dinners in the Bakugo household were never usually too talkative. But that wasn't a bad thing. The family of 3 was more than content with eating in comfortable silence. A silence that could be considered a miracle based on the amount of noise generated by 2/3 of the family unit on a daily basis. But tonight wasn't one of those nights. Instead of the usual quiet atmosphere, an eerily dead silence surrounded the table. And while Katsuki was ambivalent to the situation, choosing instead to focus on his food, Mitsuki and Masaru were both nervous beyond all belief, for they had just received a concerning phone call from one Inko Midoriya. After a few minutes of building tension, Masaru volunteered to be the one to break the silence. So, Katsuki, how was your day at school? Fine, I guess, Katsuki shrugged, not looking up from his meal. That's good, Masaru awkwardly nodded. Did you? Alright, I'm just gonna say it. Mitsuki spoke up, deciding to take a sledgehammer to the tension. Have you been bullying Izuku at school? The sudden bombshell drop sent Katsuki into a coughing fit. After spitting out his food, he said, What the hell did you just ask me? Inko called us earlier today saying she found burn marks on Izuku's uniform. So, have you been bullying him? Mitsuki repeated as she glared at her son with equal parts anger and worry. Katsuki grossed his arms and glanced away from his parents' gazes. TCH. So what if I have? Mitsuki paused for half a second to process the apparent confirmation before she got up and slammed her hands on the table, yelling, "Katsuki, what the F? What do you mean what the F?" Shitty Deku was asking for it. Katsuki, what do you mean by he was asking for it? 𝐵𝐺 nervously cut in. He was always looking down on me. Always writing SHT down about me in his stalker notebooks, trying to dissect my quirk like I was some kinda lab rat, thinking that would somehow help him be a hero. I was doing everyone a favor by putting him in his place. Katsuki, that's no excuse to use your DMN quirk on him. Mitsuki yelled. What the hell do you know, hag? I know that a hero doesn't blow up their classmates, brat. F you. You don't know anything about heroes. I'm just doing what it takes to be number one. You can't stop me from doing that. Yeah. Well, I can send you to your room. You're grounded. Katsuki silently grabbed his plate as he let out a scowl toward his parents and left for his room. After he was out of sight, Mitsuki fell to her chair and collapsed on the table while 𝐵𝐺 placed a supportive hand on her shoulder. Where the hell did we go wrong? Mitsuki quietly lamented. I'm not sure, 𝐵𝐺 shamefully admitted. I know Katsuki's been a handful over the years, but I'd never thought he'd resort to that. Mitsuki's fists clenched. I tried, damn it. I really tried. I thought I had to be rough with him. That was the only way to get him to listen to a DMN thing I said. But you might have taken it too far, 𝐵𝐺 finished. I get it. Smacking the sense into him seemed like a convenient solution, and sometimes it felt like the only way to get through to him, but it just made things worse in the long run, Mitsuki sighed. Not like I had the best strategy, either, 𝐵𝐺 chuckled mirthlessly. I went too easy on him. He never listened to a thing I said, and now he turned out like this. I should have put my foot down sooner instead of leaving all the work to you. Hindsight's 20/20ths, ain't it? Yeah. But now that we know, we can try something else. Like getting Katsuki out of that shitty-butt school, for one. 𝐵𝐺 scratched his chin. It always struck me as weird that he insisted on staying there despite everything. Well, tough SHT for him. I'm sorry, you'd like to. What? We're getting Katsuki out of this hellhole. Mitsuki explained, a friend caught wind of some bullying. Bullying that you failed to notice, mind you. And now we want to transfer him somewhere else. The principal sputtered incoherently for a moment before continuing. Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo, I urge you to reconsider. I'm sure your friend was merely stretching the truth. Yeah, right. I trust 𝐒𝐭𝐻 with my life. I trust 𝐒𝐭𝐻 with my death, 𝐵𝐺 added. Even so, the principal pleaded, with a quirk like his, he has the potential to be a great hero. So what if he has to remind a few lesser students of his superiority? 𝐵𝐺 squinted his eyes at the principal. I don't think I like what you're implying. Well, I hate it. Mitsuki shouted, are you saying it's okay for Katsuki to pick on people just because he has a strong quirk? The Bakugos didn't wait for the principal to respond. They shared a knowing glance and marched out of the office. I don't know how we didn't pick up on this earlier. This school is shady as F. Mitsuki complained. I'm starting to think Katsuki's shitty behavior wasn't all our fault. I mean, it was still partially our fault, just not entirely. Had I known they were encouraging his behavior, I would have had him transferred years ago. 𝐵𝐺 frustratedly stated. Now, though, I think it's going to be difficult drilling that mindset out of him, even after we put him in a different school. Not that he'd be too receptive to the idea anyway. What we need to do is teach the brat a lesson in humility. 𝐵𝐺 raised an eyebrow at that. Honey, when you say humility, I'm talking about parental humility. We both know Katsuki won't want to leave Aldera, so we gotta make him want to leave. The brat fed around, and now he's gonna find out. Mitsuki declared with a crack of her knuckles, the same knuckles she used for sewing. I think that idea has some merit. 𝐵𝐺 flexed his fingers in turn, already prepared to get to work. It was time to put their skills as fashion designers to good use. The next morning, "What the hell is this?" 𝐾𝐬𝐽 shouted as he presented an article of clothing to his parents, who were eating breakfast in the kitchen. "I think that's your school uniform," 𝐒𝐿osoru answered. "No, it's not. This is a Fing Gothic Lolita dress." "Yeah, your school uniform." "What? Here. Listen here, brat." Mitsuki stood up and looked her son in the eye. "We're gonna give you two options here. Either you agree to transfer out of 𝐿𝐷, like hell I'm doing that. Or you wear your modified uniform to school today. The choice is yours, 𝐾𝐬𝐽," 𝐒𝐿osoru calmly stated with a sip of his coffee. 𝐾𝐬𝐽 stared down at the dress in his hands, then back at his parents. After a few moments of deliberation, he clutched the dress and yelled, "I'll show you. I'll go to school in this Fing thing. If that's what it takes for me to keep my superhero origin story, then I'll do it." As 𝐾𝐬𝐽 stormed off to change into his uniform, Mitsuki turned to her husband with confusion evident on her face. "Superhero origin story?" 𝐒𝐿osoru just shrugged. As 𝐾𝐬𝐽 stormed down his school halls in his dress, he took notice of all the heads he was turning. He knew why they were staring. They all wanted to look down on him, just like how that stupid Deku looked down on him almost every day. "Hey, Bakugo. I like the fit today," said a student as he passed by the blonde. "Nice dress, Bakugo," said another. "I didn't know you were into Gothic Lolita. The stockings really show off your legs. You're killing it, man." "Shut the F up," 𝐾𝐬𝐽 yelled. He knew what they all actually meant. They all thought he looked like an idiot. It was just like when Deku praised him for his quirk. They were all laughing at him behind his back. Well, joke's on them, he didn't care what they thought. He didn't. They were just extras, stepping stones on his path to greatness. Their view of him meant SHT to 𝐾𝐬𝐽. Ignore the fact that he practically ran through the halls in an attempt to make it to class with the least amount of people noticing him. He still didn't care. The next day, just when 𝐾𝐬𝐽 thought today would be more of yesterday, his SHT parents surprised him with a version of his uniform styled after the Wild Wild Pussycats, complete with cat paws and a tail. But if they thought a little cosplay would make him want to leave this shitty-butt school and transfer to somewhere with a functioning air conditioner, they had another thing coming. "Kaken, you look amazing," Deku said in a manner that 𝐾𝐬𝐽 interpreted as sarcasm. "I didn't know you liked the Wild Wild Pussycats." "I don't, you dimmin' nerd." 𝐾𝐬𝐽 spat through clenched teeth. "Those dumbass heroes just prance around in shitty uniforms and barely even fight villains. If I was allowed to take these stupid paws off, I would blast you to hell." Before 𝐾𝐬𝐽 could continue his threat, a group of girls from his class walked up to him. "Hey, we really like your cosplay, Bakugo. Can we get a picture?" they asked while holding up their phones. "F no. I know what you're trying to do. You just want a picture so you can laugh about it later. Get outta here, you goddamn extras." As the girls frustratedly sighed and strolled away, Deku tried to console his friend. "Kaken, I don't think they wanted to laugh at you. I see pussycat keychains on their bags all the time. Of course you'd know that, you DMN stalker. Get the hell away from me before anyone else tries taking pictures." Deku pulled out his phone and stared at it with worry. "I think it's a bit too late for that, Kaken." He showed him his phone, which had a picture of 𝐾𝐬𝐽 in his costume posted on Twitter. 𝐾𝐬𝐽 saw that it had been retweeted by the official Wild Wild Pussycats account. What? Who posted that? The Real Fireworks Truck 24. God damn it. The day after that, 𝐾𝐬𝐽 didn't think things could get worse after yesterday, but his parents seemed to be on a mission to one-up themselves. Because today, he wore a full wedding dress, which sent the entire school into a frenzy. No matter where 𝐾𝐬𝐽 went, the compliments wouldn't stop. "Bakugo, you look gorgeous. Stunning. Amazing. You're rocking it. Screw gender norms. You're so hot. Oh my god, I think I'm gay. Marry me." 𝐾𝐬𝐽 couldn't take it anymore. They weren't even being subtle. They all mocked him to his face. What, did they all think he was weak and frail just because he was wearing a dress? All these feelings built up inside him throughout the day, and they all came to a head when he found himself crowded by a group of admirers during lunch. "God, will all of you just shut up?" he yelled, which threw the crowd into a shocked silence. "You extras think you can look down on me? Well, guess what? I don't care about what any of you think. You're all worthless to me. You hear me? Worthless." As Katsuki caught his breath from the sudden outburst, the crowd quickly dispersed, and the students broke out into mumbled chatter to discuss what had just occurred. "We were just trying to tell him he looked nice," one said to another. "He didn't have to be such a beach about it. Why can't he just take a compliment? Just because he dresses fancy doesn't mean he can call us extras. Guess his looks were only skin deep." Katsuki sweated nervously as he picked up on several conversation fragments. He thought they were looking down on him before, but now they had just dropped all forms of subtlety and began whispering SHT right in front of him. Whatever. Katsuki could handle it. It would all probably blow over by tomorrow. The next day. Katsuki was technically right, but that didn't mean he had to like it. He didn't hear anyone talk SHT about him. But he also didn't hear anyone talk about him at all. Even though he was forced to wear a princess dress today, it seemed like no one would even look him in the eyes. The students had taken their mockery of him to a whole new level. They would barely acknowledge his existence, and it drove him mad. Couldn't they recognize a future #1 hero when they saw one? Sure, the teachers still gave him the time of day, but they were always SCK-ups. Their opinions literally meant less than nothing to him. Every moment spent at school that day felt like pure emptiness. No one recognized him as the top dog anymore. They all saw him as someone who begged for attention but then got angry when he received it. He couldn't live with this reputation anymore. He couldn't. "All right, you win." Katsuki angrily admitted to his parents, "I'll change schools. Are you happy now?" "Good. I hope you learned what you did wrong here." Mitsuki nodded with her arms crossed. "Sure, whatever. Just get me out of that hellhole." "That didn't sound convincing, brat. So I'll tell you what, we'll let you transfer schools if you write a sincere apology to Izuku." Katsuki's fists clenched as he shot up to meet his mom in the eyes. "What the hell do you mean, hag? The F do I have to apologize for? You better figure that out yourself, or you'll be going to Aldera High School instead of UA. What? You can't do that to me, you beach." Katsuki's screaming match was interrupted when he felt a cold hand tightly grasp his shoulder. He slowly and fearfully turned his head to see Masaru. An aura of quiet rage emanated off his father's body, and Katsuki felt a special kind of fear he never felt before. "Katsuki," Masaru said slowly and methodically, "don't call your mother a beach." Katsuki felt a pang of dread strike his chest as he zoomed up to his room, completely unprepared to handle his father's fury. The moment Katsuki was gone, Masaru breathed a sigh of relief and slumped on the couch. Phew. That was draining. Do you think the message got through to him? It better have, Mitsuki smirked, because I have a dozen more outfits just waiting for him to try on. While you work on that, I'm gonna see how many teachers we can get arrested for child neglect and quirkism. Masaru opened his laptop to begin working, but Mitsuki shut it as she slid up to him. You know, I don't see you get angry too often. It's kinda hot. Ah, really? Masaru gulped, a cautious yet eager smile creeping onto his face. Mitsuki pressed her body against his. I wouldn't mind seeing more of that side of you tonight. Well, he gulped, mustering up as much confidence as he could, maybe I wouldn't mind showing you. It ended up being a long night for the Bakugo parents, not that either of them minded. The moment the bell rang, Izuku began to pack up his bag as fast as he could. It was usually never a good idea for him to stick around for too long after school. He didn't want to risk Katsuki being in a bad mood. As he struggled to move the zipper on account of how frantically he stuffed everything in there, he overheard a few conversations from the students who passed by. Though one stood out to him in particular. Hey, girls. How's it, like, Hagin? Oh, hello. Cammy, isn't it? Replied a girl from his class. How was your first day? It was, like, totally lit, yo. Translation, it was good. Lit. Yeah, fam. My old school was kinda out of pocket, but this place seems like a real glow-up. No cap. Translation, my old school scared, but this place seems better. Great. Listen, we gotta go now. Bye. The group of girls quickly made their way out of the classroom, leaving a slightly disappointed Kami. Izuku understood why the girls left. Frankly, he couldn't understand what she said either. He recognized the terminology from the far-off generation of Gen Z, but that was almost 200 years ago. It would be like if someone walked up to you and started talking in Shakespeare. But still, it was kind of cold to just leave someone like that on their first day of school. Though, maybe he'd set the bar too high for his classmates. Izuku snuck a glance at Kami, who didn't seem to mind the rejection all too much, quickly perking back up and walking to the nearest person to converse with. Izuku felt a shred of empathy as that person just so happened to be Katsuki. Hey, what's bussin'? I'm Kami Tsushimi, in case you forgot. I'm new here. I heard from a couple other fams that you were a high-key Chad around here. And, I see what they mean. You look like, so totally Gucci, man. Translation, people told me you were cool and popular, and it looks like they were right. I don't know what the F you're saying. Katsuki shoved past her as he made his way out of the classroom. Just stay out of my way, extra. Kami looked visibly more annoyed by that blatant rejection. Teasich, that guy's totally mid. Izuku couldn't help but feel bad for her. Having Katsuki be one of the first people you interact with at a new school would be unfortunate for anyone. He decided at that moment to make sure her day didn't end on a sour note. Sorry about Kaken, Izuku said as he nervously approached. He can be a little brash at times. But he's like that with everyone. Kami turned to him and smiled at the friendly gesture. Yeah. I figured. He seemed savage, but not all that lit. I was just jump in on the bandwagon, why dig? Translation, he wasn't as cool as everyone said he was. Izuku found himself tripped up by her odd speech patterns. But through context clues, he thought he was able to decipher what she said. He still had no clue what lit meant, though. Yeah, I dig. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. You're Kami Tsushimi, right? Yeah, you totes got it in one. I like your vibe, man. Especially those red shoes. You really got the drip. The drip. Izuku didn't know what that meant, but it sounded like a compliment. Yeah, man. They stick out. These uniforms aren't extra enough. Super basic. I just wanna look bougie all the time. Translation, these uniforms are boring, I wanna wear something cooler. Izuku assumed she was talking about the school's dress code. Oh. What kinda stuff do you usually wear? Oh, the usual. Kami whipped out her phone, got noticeably close to Izuku's face, and began scrolling through her camera roll. Izuku tried to ignore the pressing of her shoulder against his a difficult task. Mind you, and focus on the selfies of Kami in various colorful outfits, each with a nauseating amount of accessories. Wow. You have a really good fashion sense. I like the colors. Lots of bright pastels. Thanks. I'm real into aesthetics. I might even be a bit of a material girl. But what about you? What's your fit? My fit. Oh. My clothes. I don't really have much in terms of fashion, at least compared to you. Just those novelty t-shirts. Kami gasped like Izuku had just insulted her mother. That's like a huge L right there. You'd look totally sick in something less faded. She nodded to herself as she slapped a fist in her open palm, seemingly coming to a decision. That's it, I'm finna take you shopping. I know a place downtown that's super hype. Translation, you need better clothes, let's go shopping. Izuku's brain worked overtime trying to comprehend that sentence. L faded. Finna. Wait, shopping. Yeah, fam, come on, let's dip. She grabbed Izuku by the arm and ran off. Izuku was too distracted by how soft her hands were to try and pull himself away. Oh God, what had he gotten himself into? On a train. He had gotten himself on a train. Apparently, this store was a bit more downtown than he thought. He texted his mom about it, and she seemed super eager that he was finally hanging out with someone, especially a girl. As the pair waited for their stop, Izuku thought he'd take the time to better understand his new friend. At least, he hoped it was a friend. Friends took each other out on shopping trips, right? So, he Googled a list of Gen Z lingo on his phone. He got a lot of useful information from that list. Apparently, finna meant going to, drip meant cool clothes, and glow up meant noticeable positive change. Izuku figured he'd try the lingo for himself. Hey, it's Tsushimi. I'm totally hyped for this glow up you're giving me. It's gonna be totally. What's the word? Netflix and chill. No, wait, that makes no sense. I'm feeling the riz right now. No, that can't be right. How about, it's gonna be no mad. It's gonna be mad awesome. Translation. Kami clutched her gut as she doubled over laughing. Izuku tried to hide his face in embarrassment, but she saw right through him. Man, that's sending me. Do I sound like that? No, Izuku meekly shook his head. You actually know what the words mean. What can I say? I'm on fleek. But it was totes adorbs watching you try. Izuku scrolled through his dictionary to double-check what he thought she said, then immediately blushed at the confirmation. You think I'm cute? Totally, man. Your whole vibe is tight. As Izuku's face turned so red that he could be mistaken for a northern cardinal, he absently wondered if everyone from Gen Z actually talked like Kami did. What a world that would be. If only there were a living Gen Zer he could ask. Somewhere, All for One sneezed, which was weird because he had a quirk that prevented him from sneezing. Also, he had no nose. Wow, this place is huge. Izuku stared in awe at the aisles upon aisles of various styles. It was probably the most clothes he'd ever seen in his life. I know, right? It's super dope. I've gotten lost here before. Honestly, I'm a bit overwhelmed. I don't know where to start. Kami suddenly grabbed Izuku's head and turned it toward a mannequin wearing a jean jacket, black and white striped shirt, and black slacks. What about that? You'd totally be pulling in that. Translation, it would look nice on you. Pulling? Pulling what? Before Izuku could check his phone for the translation, Kami pointed out another mannequin wearing a bright orange jacket, a white brand name shirt, and black jeans. Oh, and you'd absolutely slay in that fit. I would. Oh, and what about that one? Which one? And that one over there looks fire. Hold on. We gotta try 'em all What have I gotten myself into? Izuku muttered to himself. It only took a few minutes for Kami to collect an assortment of outfits for Izuku and shove him into the nearest changing room. Somehow, she managed to pick the sizes that fit him perfectly. He wondered if she had a second sense for fashion. So, how do I look? Izuku hesitantly walked out of the changing room wearing the first outfit Kami suggested, the one with the jean jacket. Woo! Yeah. Slay, queen. Kami cheered and applauded. Yet another blush erupted from Izuku's face. He wasn't used to people complimenting his clothes, or compliments in general. You really like it. Yeah, fam. You look on point. Now try another one. With a renewed sense of confidence, Izuku went back into the changing room and proceeded to try on several more outfits that Kami picked for him, with the girl verbally praising each one. Izuku never thought of himself as much of a fashion guy, but he felt an odd sense of pride as he presented each ensemble. He even worked up the courage to strike a few poses. The way Kami cheered for him, you'd think he was a supermodel. But eventually, Kami ran out of clothes for him to try on, and the pair went to check out with a small selection of Izuku's best outfits. As they waited in line for the register, Kami stopped Izuku when he pulled out his credit card. No, man. I gotcha. Really? Are you sure? Some of these are expensive. Don't worry about it. I invited you, after all. Plus, I got hella Skrilla. Translation, lots of money. She took out a sparkly pink credit card and swiped it across the reader. Oh, well, thank you, Itsushimi. Izuku beamed as the pair exited the store. We're cool, fam. You can call me Kami. Izuku's heart rate increased dramatically at the gesture. Oh, okay. Then I guess you can call me Izuku. What the hell? Said a voice from behind. The pair turned around to see the trademark angry red eyes of Katsuki Bakugo, who dropped his bags in shock. "What are you doing here, Deku?" Hi, Kakin." Izuku nervously waved. "Me and Kami were just going on a shopping trip." To accentuate his point, he reached into a bag and pulled out a red sweatshirt. Katsuki rolled his eyes. "TCH, of course. Freaks attract freaks." "That's totes uncool, man," Kami spoke up. "You're really failing the vibe check here." Translation: F you. Shut up. I can hardly understand what you're saying. Whatever, that just means I can call you Chugi and get away with it. Izuku snickered at Kami's insult, having known what it meant. Katsuki just looked bewildered, but still took it as an insult. "You can't get away with SHT. I'll kill you if I have to." Kami scratched her chin as she carefully observed the blonde. Sounds like some real small PP energy." Izuku had to bite his tongue to keep from laughing. Katsuki briefly flushed with embarrassment before he stared back at Kami, his face contorting in rage. "Shut up. If one more word comes out of your mouth, I'll dash one more word," she said with a smirk. "That's it." He ran toward the pair with his palms smoking, ready to attack on sight. "Die." With an amused roll of her eyes, Kami held out her palm and blew into it, releasing a sparkly mist that engulfed her, Katsuki, and Izuku. Katsuki paused his attack to get a bearing on his surroundings. "What the foo-hey? Don't you dare use that language around me, young man," yelled his mother as she appeared from the mist. "What the F are you talking about? You swear in front of me all the time. And what are you even doing here, hag? That's no way to talk to your mother," scolded Katsuki's dad as he appeared behind him. At this point, Katsuki was thoroughly confused. "Dad, what the F is going on?" "I'm not your dad," Masaru replied as he removed his mask, revealing Izuku underneath. "Hi, Kakin." Why is Deku?" He turned back to his mom to attempt to question her, but she seemed disinterested. "Save it, brat. I'm not your mom." Mitsuki pulled off a RBB mask of her own, revealing the head of All Might underneath. "Do not worry, for I am here. Disguised as your mother." Katsuki wanted to retch at the sight of All Might's head on his mother's body, but those feelings were being drowned out by an oncoming migraine. "Am I losing my goddamn mind?" "No, but I'm losing my disguise," Izuku replied as he ripped off his clothes, revealing a fireworks truck underneath. "Beep beep. Oh my god, I've finally lost it." Katsuki cackled with insanity as pulled at his face, seemingly trying to pull a mask off his face. "Ha ha ha. This could not get any weirder." "You're right, it can't," said Mr. Game & Watch from the hit video game series Smash Bros. This was the last straw for Katsuki. He broke out into an ear-piercing scream and ran away as fast as he could. As he exited the sparkly mist, he didn't notice the wall in front of him until he slammed into it and fell to the ground unconscious. Once Katsuki was out cold, the mist cleared, revealing a snickering Izuku and Kami. "I didn't know your quirk could do that," Izuku exclaimed. "But how did you know what Kakin's parents look like?" "My quirk fills in the blanks in your mind. It's the goat. Great for throwing shade at salty people. I'll say." Izuku walked over to Katsuki and propped his body up against the wall. "This was really fun, Kami. We should do this again sometime." "Oh yeah. You should pick the place next time." "Okay, BAE. Sounds good." He smiled as he absently checked his phone for the definition of B, only to freeze up at the results. B, boyfriend or girlfriend. Izuku violently shook in place as he slowly peered up toward Kami. When you said B, did you mean, yeah? We just went on a date, didn't we? Izuku just passed out. I'm like, totally taking that as a yes. If one were to describe Psycho Intelli's mood with a single word, some acceptable ones would be annoyed, bothered, vexed, irked, or miffed. After a fireworks truck crashed into her old school, she hoped her parents would take that as an opportunity to finally move her up a few grades at her new one. But no, they stressed the importance of making friends of the same age for some reason. And now she was at Old Dera Middle School. Psycho didn't even understand what the point was. In the big algebraic equation that was her life, there was no room for a friendship variable. She just wanted to graduate high school and get into 𝐒𝐻𝐼 as soon as possible. She huffed at her desk. Unfortunately, her long-term goals meant very little at the moment. All she could do was kill time while she waited for graduation. So, she might as well use this as an opportunity to show off her academic prowess. 𝐒𝐿 sipped her thermos full of tea and immediately felt her brain capacity expand. She raised her hand to answer the math question the teacher wrote down on the board. The value of x would be 8. She did the same thing during English class. The sentence would be in past tense, not present. And again in science class. The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Things continued in that manner throughout the day. 𝐒𝐿 could tell she was earning the ire of her classmates for being that one person who raised their hand too often, but she didn't care. If they truly wanted to solve that issue, they would have answered more of the teacher's questions themselves. Eventually, lunch rolled around, and 𝐒𝐿 brought out her bento. She elected to eat at her desk, like she did most days. She enjoyed being left alone with her own thoughts, untainted by the minds of others. She hoped her classmates would quickly funnel out of the room, leaving her all alone, but unfortunately for her, 2 boys stayed behind. "You're still writing in these?" An angry blonde boy sneered as he picked a notebook off a nervous-looking green-haired boy's desk. "Come on, 𝐿𝐿. I'm just doing it for fun," the green-haired boy pleaded as he tried to get his notebook back. "Bullshit. I know you're trying to use these to become a hero, Deku. How many times do I have to tell you that it will never happen?" 𝐒𝐿 knew what was about to happen next. She had seen the blonde use his explosion quirk before. He was preparing to blast the notebook away. And judging by the angle his hand was at, it would be flying in her direction. Sure enough, 𝐒𝐿's calculations proved correct, as usual, and she caught the notebook in mid-eye before it hit her in the face. Do you mind?" The blonde turned to her in frustration. "I could ask you the same thing." 𝐒𝐿 threw the notebook like a frisbee to the green-haired boy, who managed to catch it without getting any paper cuts. "If I recall correctly, the cafeteria is the place for roughhousing, not the classroom. So, bye-bye." "Teach effin' know-it-all," the blonde grunted as he trailed out of the room, leaving just her and the green-haired boy. He stared at her with disbelief in his eyes. How could he not? That was quite an impressive display of her abilities. Thank you for helping me. And sorry about the trouble. 𝐿𝐿's just not a fan of my notebooks, or me in general. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way." 𝐒𝐿 Intelli, she greeted in return. "Now, if you don't mind me inquiring, what was it about those notebooks that made this 𝐿𝐿 fellow so angry?" Izuku not so subtly held the notebook behind his back. "It's nothing, really. Just quirks and stuff. Probably not worth your time." 𝐒𝐿 found her curiosity piqué. One of her favorite pastimes involved the acquisition of information. She studied math, chemistry, biology, and anthropology, but she found herself lacking in the quirkology department. It was just one of those subjects she never got around to looking at in depth. "Even so, may I see your notes?" she asked politely. Izuku looked shocked at these words, like no one had ever taken an interest in his research before. Okay, I guess," he reluctantly said as he slid the notebook onto her desk. 𝐒𝐿 quickly skimmed through the pages, her quirk allowing faster reading speed so she could still get the most out of his information. And by gods, she was downright impressed by what she saw. Sure, the penmanship was a little clunky, but the sheer information about quirks, heroes, costumes, fighting styles, support equipment, weaknesses, and ways to combat said weaknesses was unparalleled. Now this was a brain she'd like to pick at. 𝐒𝐿's train of thought suddenly screeched to a halt. She was taking an interest in another person's hobby and finding common ground with them. Based on her research, this would constitute the first stage of friendship. But would she really be willing to make this jump? 𝐒𝐿 took a sip of tea and weighed the options in her head. If she decided to get to know this Midoriya fellow, she could possibly gain access to his incredible knowledge of quirks and heroes. Though, that likely meant she would have to share information of her own. But it was no matter, for knowledge was meant to be passed around. With her decision solidified, 𝐒𝐿 put the notebook down, got up from her desk, and announced, "I have found your analysis quite eye-opening, Izuku Midoriya. As such, I will give you the exclusive right to be my friend." Izuku's jaw dropped and his eyes widened. "Ah, really? You don't find my analysis weird or creepy?" "No. The exact opposite, in fact. If you would like, I could give you information about my quirk, and we could— Wait, are you crying?" "And no." Izuku blubbered as he tried to wipe the tears off his face. I would love to be your friend, Intelli." "Very well." Psycho gave a satisfied nod. "Now, you'll have to forgive me, but my studies on friendship have been minimal, so I will very much be learning as I go along." "Yeah. I don't have many friends, either. But, maybe we can start with something fun. What do you like to do?" "Well, I enjoy partaking in reading. My favorite book genres are AP history and physics textbooks." She turned Izuku's notebook around and noticed it was labeled as the 13th. "Though, I wouldn't be lying if I said I were interested in the previous editions of your notebooks. Mayhaps I could start with volume 1. Izuku chuckled nervously as he scratched his arm. "You're not really missing much there. My first analysis notebook was written in crayon. But you seem pretty smart. Maybe you could help me update the one I'm already working on." "You would be right to assume. My intelligence," Psycho beamed at the praise. "Even without my quirk, my IQ sits at a comfortable 145. "Without your quirk, you say?" With a pencil in hand, Izuku flipped to a new notebook page. "Please, tell me more." "Very well. My quirk is called IQ. It boosts my thinking capacity significantly upon drinking tea." Question: Does it have to be tea specifically? Or would your quirk still work if you just consume the herbs? "The latter. My quirk works with all kinds of herbs, but I find tea the most efficient form of consumption." "Can't argue with that." Izuku finished up his entry and showed it off to Psycho. "Anything I missed?" "I neglected to mention the drawbacks. If I consume too much tea at once, I get a migraine. And if I go too long without consuming any tea, I go crazy, for lack of a better term." "Exactly how crazy are we talking about?" Honey. When was the last time Psycho had her tea?" Her mother yelled from across the room. "A few days, I think." "Why?" Her father responded. "You best fire up the kettle. Psycho seems to be flopping around like a fish out of water." "Glub glub glub," Psycho said through puffed cheeks. "Please hurry. I don't want to have to put her in a fishbowl." "A perfectly acceptable amount of crazy," Psycho said very unassuredly. "Okay," Izuku jotted down hesitantly. Psycho had a feeling he saw right through her. "But now that we have your quirk in the books, how about we switch gears? Is there any hero in particular you're curious about?" "I've always found myself partial to Best Jeanist." "Yeah, that's a great quirk, especially when trying to find workarounds for fire. There are so many possibilities." "I concur. There's the simple option of dousing the fibers with water beforehand. But since Best Jeanist has excellent quirk control, it's possible for him to weave his fibers around the flames. Though, that may very well leave him susceptible to attack. Not if he's good at multitasking." "And how good do you think he is at that?" "Oh, don't get me started." As the lunch party went on, the two continued discussing quirks and their theories surrounding them. They bounced ideas at each other like it was a game of tennis, each gaining new perspectives on the quirks of famous heroes. Psycho's knowledge of math and physics helped Izuku better understand several quirks at a scientifically fundamental level. Izuku's out-of-the-box thinking opened Psycho's mind to the unexpectedly creative applications of even the simplest quirks. The pair continued to chatter throughout the rest of the lunch party, only stopping when they noticed students enter the classroom. "Dang. Guess we're out of time," Izuku said. "No matter, we shall simply continue this conversation tomorrow," Psycho stated. "Or, we could maybe hang out after school." "Maybe." Izuku shrugged nervously. In his mind, he was taking a bold risk by asking so much from his new friend. Psycho pondered to herself for a second before answering. "Yes. Extending the time spent around one another would be most beneficial for building our relationship. We shall both hang out at the nearby park after classes have concluded. Izuku pumped his fist in a silent victory. Midoriya, I must ask you for your perspective, 𝐒𝐭 began as she and Izuku walked through the park. What exactly do people do when they hang out? I assume it's something different from what we were previously doing during lunch. Yeah, the park isn't exactly the #1 place for quirk analysis, Izuku chuckled. When people hang out, they just kind of do stuff, I guess. Izuku glanced over to an empty basketball court. Oh, we could play horse or something. Horse, 𝐒𝐭 picked up a nearby basketball and eyed it up and down. I have heard of this game before. Though I must admit, I'm not the most athletic. Me neither, but you don't need to be much of an athlete to shoot a ball. Izuku took the ball from 𝐒𝐭 and shot it in the hoop. There, now you try and make the shot from where I was standing. Oh, I see. It's actually a game of physics and mathematics. She cheered as she lined up her shot. If I bend my knees ever so slightly and use specific wrist motions when throwing, then I'll be able to shoot the ball at an exact 72.5-degree angle and get the ball into the hoop. She threw the ball as best she could, but it bounced off the rim. Of course. While the math may be sound, theory without experience is mere intellectual play. No matter, I will simply have to gain more experience. 𝐒𝐭 grabbed the ball and backed up a few steps. Now, I believe it is my turn. Midoriya, I bet you cannot throw the ball from this specific spot at an 85-degree angle. As I am about to do. That shot made it in. Yes. This game is surprisingly satisfying. That's good. I'm glad you're having fun, Izuku said with a thumbs up. He was a little confused as to why 𝐒𝐭 was inserting physics into basketball, but whatever floated her boat. I'm sorry, you play what? Fighting games. You know, like Hero Bash, they are fun for both casuals and competitive players. Izuku sat on a park bench next to 𝐒𝐭 as he pulled out his Nintendo SWCH from his bag and handed her a Joy-Con. 𝐒𝐭 scoffed at the title screen. I fail to see how a complex mind such as myself can be properly stimulated with such barbaric electronic devices. I dunno, I think you'll like it, Izuku shrugged. At least try it for one round. She sighed. Very well. I suppose I'll go with Kamu Woods. All Might is my main. Before the match started, 𝐒𝐭 read up on her character's list of combo moves. She raised an eyebrow at the complex button inputs, seemingly intrigued. When the match began in earnest, Izuku let his friend stand to the side to get a feel for the controls before they fought for real. I see. 𝐒𝐭 nodded. So we must chain together attacks in order to cause the most damage to our opponent while also being mindful of their moves. Yup. That's how fighting games work. 𝐒𝐭's eyes sparkled in intrigue. And considering how there are dozens of characters, each with their own unique playstyle, that means there are hundreds upon thousands of combinations for individual matches. I guess. And if you consider factors such as hitboxes, shield breaks, the timer, and hit stun, that creates a near-infinite amount of variables to calculate. Her mouth practically salivated at the possibilities. That's one way to look at it. 𝐒𝐭's face turned serious as she grabbed her friend by the shoulders. Midoriya, I must procure a copy of this game at once. Izuku just felt like he had created a monster. As the day wrapped up and the sun began to set, Izuku walked out of the nearby convenience store to greet his friend who waited outside. Are you sure you don't want anything? He asked. No thank you. My palate is a bit more refined than your, pizza. You don't like the taste. I have never tried pizza. But based on its appearance, I do not find it very appetizing. Suit yourself. Izuku took another bite of his mini pizza. I was just curious since this pizza has oregano, which is an herb. So I figured it might work for your quirk. 𝐒𝐭 couldn't help but scoff. And why would I need that if I already have my tea? I mean, I know tea comes in all sorts of flavors, and pizza is less efficient in comparison. But don't you want to try something new? 𝐒𝐭 thought back to her recent exposure to new things that day. She enjoyed basketball and fighting games well enough. So, statistically speaking, very well then. If you would be so kind as to pass me a slice. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 happily obliged, and 𝐒𝐭 took a small bite, quickly becoming a much larger one. I must admit, it is adequate enough to meet my standards, she said as she forced as much pizza into her mouth as possible. 𝐒𝐿 just chuckled. The next day. What the hell do you think you're doing, Deku? Katsuki cornered 𝐒𝐿 at his desk at the end of class. I don't know what you're talking about, Kaken, 𝐒𝐿 whimpered. I saw you hanging out with that know-it-all girl during lunch today. You think you're hot SHT just because someone's desperate enough to hang out with you. Newsflash, you're not. What do you think she's gonna say when she finds out that you're that is quirkless? 𝐒𝐭 interrupted as she walked into the room, holding a chess set. Oh, trust me, I've already deduced that for myself. 𝐒𝐿 paled at his friend's words. What? How? I specifically remember your note stating that Eraserhead's capture scarf would be, and I quote, an effective weapon for a potential quirkless hero. But if this ruffian thinks I actually care about your quirk status, he must be more doltish than I thought. Katsuki growled as he stomped up to her. Are you seriously calling me dumb? I have the highest test scores in this entire school. 𝐒𝐭 simply rolled her eyes. That may prove you to be smart, but I doubt you're very intelligent. There's a difference. Besides, with me around, I hope you're prepared to go down a spot on the test rankings. Katsuki went to interject, but 𝐒𝐭 slapped a hand over his mouth before any words could come out. Before you spit any more unoriginal insults in my face, I'm sure you'd like to prove your superiority to me. As such, I challenge you to a game of chess boxing. Katsuki paused his rant and raised an eyebrow in confusion. Chess boxing? Yes. Because a brute like yourself would be more likely to accept my challenge if a physical component is involved. She sat down at a desk and set up the chessboard and timer. Here's how this will work. We will play chess for 3 minutes, then box for 3 minutes. The game ends when either opponent receives a checkmate, a knockout, or the chess timer runs out. Do you accept? Hell yeah. Katsuki sat down across from 𝐒𝐭 and started the chess timer. Even if I can't beat you in chess, it'll only take me 1 round of boxing to kick you checkmate. What? Katsuki stared down at the board. Sure enough, he was in checkmate. That didn't count. I want a rematch. No thank you. 𝐒𝐭 got up and began packing away the chessboard. I have already proved my superiority to you. I have nothing to gain from continuing to face you. Oh yeah. Katsuki reached into his pocket and pulled out a small stack of yen bills. 𝐒𝐭's eyes widened as she slowly sat back down in her seat and set up the chessboard again. Very well. If you insist on digging your own grave deeper. 3 games later. Checkmate, 𝐒𝐭 announced. I'm impressed. You almost lasted a full minute against me. I'm not done yet, you beach. Katsuki reached into his pocket, only to discover he was out of money. 𝐒𝐭 gave a haughty laugh. It seems as if you are. And no. I still have my All Might merchandise. Really? What would I want with hero merchandise? She absent-mindedly turned her head toward 𝐒𝐿, who was giving her puppy dog eyes, just begging for her to accept his challenge. On second thought, I can think of someone who would get good use out of those. 10 games later. Not my ultra-rare All Might card. Katsuki yelled. It isn't my fault you decided to wager it. 𝐒𝐭 handed the card to 𝐒𝐿, who squealed in delight. Now, would you like to lose any more of your possessions? Or will you finally declare me as the victor? What do you think? 20 games later. Katsuki Bakugo had lost everything except the clothes on his back. Checkmate. Wait, scratch that. 𝐒𝐭 just won his school uniform. With not a single possession to his name, Katsuki simply slumped out of the classroom in his underwear with his head hung low. I kinda feel bad for him, 𝐒𝐿 said. I'm afraid I feel little to no empathy for him, 𝐒𝐭 stated. Much like a gambler at a casino, he could have quit at any time. Yet he chose to keep trying his luck in hopes that he would hang on for at least 3 minutes. If it were possible, I'm sure I would have won his quirk from him. What would you have done if he did manage to survive to the boxing round? Oh, I would have lost, plain and simple. But going forward, it would only be logical to correct my weaknesses, especially if I want to get into a hero school. But still, the fact that you managed to beat him so many times, even without your quirk. Quite impressive, is it not? Psycho beamed at the praise. But speaking of which, I believe it is time to replenish my brain power. She reached into her bag and pulled out a mini pizza with a frankly disgusting amount of oregano. Watching Psycho eat it, Izuku felt like he wanted to vomit. But she seemed to enjoy it, so he let it slide.